Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry revealed he was never weak? Harry x Fleur x Tonks. If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Perfect Mask. The morning light crept through the tall windows of Gryffindor Tower, casting long amber rectangles across the stone floor. Dust motes danced in the beams like tiny golden insects, suspended in the quiet before the castle fully awakened. Harry Potter sat at the edge of his four-poster bed, his bare feet pressed against the cold stone, watching the dust perform its silent ballet. He had been awake for hours. Sleep came rarely these days, and when it did, it brought fragments of green light and a woman's scream. So he had learned to rise before dawn, to claim the darkness for himself, to practice in the shadows where no one could see. His wand rested in his palm, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple. A wand that had chosen him, that had recognized something in him that even he didn't fully understand. He turned it over slowly, watching the light catch the polished surface. Wingardium Leviosa. The thought came easily, as naturally as breathing. Across the room, his school trunk lifted silently from the floor, hovered for a moment, then settled back down with barely a whisper. No wand movement. No incantation. Just intention. Hermione could do that now, after years of practice. Ron couldn't. Most seventh years couldn't. And Harry Potter, the boy who was supposedly struggling through his newt preparations, had been doing it since third year. He slipped his wand into his robes and stood. The common room was empty when he descended the spiral staircase. The fire had burned down to embers, casting everything in a dim orange glow. Harry moved through the familiar space, past the squashy armchairs where Ron would inevitably fall asleep during late night study sessions, past the table where Hermione spread out her endless scrolls of notes, past the window where he had spent countless hours staring out at the forbidden forest. He paused at the portrait hole. "Password?" the fat lady asked, her voice thick with sleep. "Leviathan," Harry said quietly. The portrait swung open, and Harry stepped into the corridor. Hogwarts was different in these hours. The castle breathed more slowly, its ancient stones settling with soft groans and whispers. The portraits were still, their inhabitants lost in painted dreams. Even Peeves, the poltergeist who delighted in causing chaos at all hours, seemed to have found peace somewhere in the depths of the castle. Harry walked without hurry. He had memorized these corridors years ago, knew every shortcut and secret passage, every trick of the light and shift of the stairs. He could navigate Hogwarts blindfolded if he had to. He had practiced that too. The 7th floor corridor was empty. Harry stopped before a stretch of blank wall and focused his thoughts. I need a place where no one can find me. I need a place where I can train. I need a place where I don't have to pretend. The door materialized slowly, emerging from the stone like it was being born from the castle itself. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The room of requirement had transformed into a vast training chamber. Tall pillars rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow, their surfaces etched with ancient runes that pulsed with faint blue light. The floor was smooth obsidian, polished to a mirror finish. Along the walls, practice dummies stood at attention, not the simple wooden targets from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, but complex magical constructs that could cast spells, dodge attacks, and simulate real combat. Harry had been working on those for months. He walked to the center of the room and drew his wand. "Begin." The nearest dummy sprang to life. It was human-sized, its features blank and smooth, but its movements were fluid and predatory. It raised an arm and sent a stunner hurtling toward Harry's chest. Harry didn't move. The spell stopped 2 inches from his skin, suspended in a shimmering shield that appeared without incantation. The dummy pressed forward, sending spell after spell, fire, ice, cutting charms, binding curses, and Harry deflected them all with casual, practiced ease. Stupefy, the incantation was almost an afterthought. The dummy flew backward and crashed against a pillar. 2 more dummies advanced. Harry moved now, his feet finding the rhythm of combat. He deflected, dodged, countered. Spells flashed from his wand in rapid succession, not the simple jinxes and hexes taught in defense class, but advanced combat magic that he had taught himself from books the restricted section didn't even contain. A fireball spiraled from his wand, shaped not by incantation but by force of will. It struck one dummy and reduced it to ash. The other dummy closed the distance, its arm transforming into a blade. Harry dropped into a low sweep, his leg catching the construct's knees, and as it fell, he drove his wand upward. Confringo. The blast threw him backward, but he rolled with it, coming up in a defensive crouch. The dummy was gone. Only scattered fragments remained. Harry rose slowly, his breath coming in controlled rhythms. Not even winded. 5 minutes of combat, and he had barely broken a sweat. He looked at his reflection in the obsidian floor. A boy who looked 15, though he was nearing 17. Messy black hair, green eyes behind round glasses, a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. He looked like Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the wizard who had survived Voldemort through luck and the sacrifices of others. He looked nothing like the wizard who had just destroyed 3 advanced combat constructs in under a minute. Harry Potter was weak. Everyone knew it. Everyone said it. In the corridors, in the great hall, in the pages. Of the Daily Prophet, the story was the same. Harry Potter was a mediocre wizard who had been lucky to survive, whose fame was an accident of fate, whose potential had been vastly overestimated. And Harry let them believe it. He had been doing it for years. The memory came unbidden, sharp and painful, his first year, sitting in the great hall, staring at the enchanted ceiling while the Sorting Hat's words echoed in his mind. You have a great thirst to prove yourself. He had felt that thirst, had burned with it. He had wanted to show everyone that he was more than the Dursleys' unwanted nephew, more than the boy in the cupboard under the stairs. But then he had seen the way his classmates looked at Hermione when she answered questions in class. The way they whispered behind her back, called her a know-it-all, excluded her from their games. He had seen how intelligence made you a target, how showing your abilities made you dangerous, how being too competent meant being alone. And Harry, who had been alone his entire life, had made a choice. He had held back. It was subtle at first. A stunner that missed when he could have aimed true. An incantation slightly mispronounced. A question he knew the answer to but pretended not to. He watched Hermione receive the scorn he had been prepared to endure, and he told himself it was better this way. Better to be underestimated. Better to be ignored. Better to be safe. The years had passed. His charade had become second nature. He cast spells with deliberate flaws, studied just enough to pass his OWLS without distinction, gave his professors exactly what they expected to see, a student of average ability, coasting on fame, destined for mediocrity. Only Dumbledore knew the truth. Or at least, part of it. The headmaster had seen Harry's potential in first year, had given him assignments that required skill far beyond his official capabilities. Harry had completed them, had faced the consequences, had earned Dumbledore's trust. But even then, he had held something back. He had shown Dumbledore what he needed to see, nothing more. Because the old man had secrets of his own, and Harry had learned long ago that trust was a currency that had to be earned. He raised his wand one more time. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from the tip, coalescing into the familiar shape of a stag. The Patronus galloped across the room, its hooves silent against the obsidian floor. It circled Harry once, twice, then faded into mist. The room of requirement was silent again. Harry slipped his wand into his robes and walked to the door. His training was complete for the day. Soon the castle would wake, the corridors would fill with students, and Harry Potter would become a different person. The door opened onto an empty corridor. Harry stepped through, and as the door disappeared behind him, he felt the familiar shift, the mantle settling over his shoulders, the mask sliding into place. He was Harry Potter again. The mediocre wizard. The lucky survivor. The boy who was just barely managing to keep up. No one noticed him as he made his way to the Great Hall. Students were emerging from their common rooms now, their voices echoing off the stone walls. A group of Slytherins passed him, and one of them, Malfoy, of course, bumped his shoulder deliberately. "Watch where you're going, Potter," Draco Malfoy sneered. "Wouldn't want you to trip and land on your famous face." Harry said nothing. He had learned long ago that silence was a better weapon than words. "Still can't manage a proper shield charm?" Malfoy continued. "I heard Flitwick was quite disappointed in your performance yesterday." "Shocking, really, given how much your parents sacrificed for you." The words cut deeper than Malfoy knew. Harry felt his wand hand twitch, felt the spell forming in his mind, a curse that would leave Malfoy speechless for a week, a hex that would turn his hair permanently green, but he forced himself to stay still. "Leave him alone, Malfoy." Hermione's voice cut through the tension. She had appeared at Harry's side, her bushy hair pulled back in a severe ponytail, her expression fierce. "Don't you have someone else to terrorize?" Malfoy's lip curled. "Always running to your mud blood, Potter. How pathetic." Hermione started forward, but Harry caught her arm. "It's not worth it," he said quietly. Malfoy laughed and walked away, his Slytherin cronies following like obedient dogs. Hermione watched them go, her fists clenched at her sides. "One day," she muttered, "I'm going to hex him so badly he'll forget his own name." "Let's just get breakfast," Harry said. "I'm starving." The great hall was alive with the sounds of morning, the clatter of plates, the buzz of conversation, the fluttering of owls delivering post. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table and slid onto the bench next to Ron, who was already piling his plate with bacon and eggs. "Morning," Ron said through a mouthful of food. "Sleep well?" "Fine," Harry said automatically. Ron didn't notice the lie. He rarely did. Harry reached for the toast and spread butter across it mechanically, his eyes scanning the room out of habit. There was Dumbledore at the head table, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight, his eyes twinkling with their usual benign good humor. There was Snape, his black robes billowing, his face a mask of permanent displeasure. There was McGonagall, stern and proper, reading a letter with a frown. And there, at the Ravenclaw table, was Fleur Delacour. Harry had noticed her the day she arrived for the Triwizard Tournament, a creature of such ethereal beauty that the entire hall had fallen silent. She was part Veela, he knew, her grandmother had been one of the magical creatures, and her presence cast a spell over everyone around her. Including Harry. But he had learned to control his reactions, to hide his interest behind a mask of indifference. He watched her now, saw the way she ate. Her breakfast with delicate precision, the way her silver hair caught the morning light, the way the boys around her stared with varying degrees of open adoration. She caught him looking. For a moment, their eyes met. Harry felt something shift in his chest, a flutter that he quickly suppressed. He looked away, reaching for his pumpkin juice with a steadiness that didn't match his racing heart. "Did you hear?" Ron asked, pulling him from his thoughts. "About the tournament?" "Something's being announced," Hermione said, her voice full of barely suppressed excitement. "All the houses have been preparing for weeks. There's going to be a selection ceremony." Harry nodded absently. He had heard the rumors, read the articles in the Prophet, known what was coming. The Triwizard Tournament was being revived after centuries of dormancy, and 3 champions would be chosen to compete in deadly tasks. And Harry was afraid. Not of the tasks themselves, he had faced worse than anything the tournament could throw at him. He was afraid of what would happen if he was forced to reveal himself, if the mask slipped and the truth came out. He had worked so hard to stay hidden. So hard to seem normal. Dumbledore rose from his seat, and the hall fell silent. The headmaster's voice carried easily to every corner of the room, warm and commanding. Good morning, students. As you know, the Triwizard Tournament will be hosted at Hogwarts this year. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have already arrived, and they will join us tonight for the selection of champions. A murmur rippled through the hall. Harry saw Fleur's back straighten slightly, saw the Durmstrang students exchanging glances. The Goblet of Fire has been placed in the entrance hall, Dumbledore continued. Any student who wishes to compete must place their name in the goblet by midnight tonight. The competition is open to students aged 17 and above. I must warn you, the tasks will be extremely dangerous. Please consider your choice carefully. The hall erupted in excited chatter. Harry let the noise wash over him, his mind already racing ahead. He was 17. He could enter if he wanted to. Should he want to? The temptation was there, a chance to prove himself, to show the world what he could actually do. But the risks were too great. The mask was too important. Besides, he had no intention of competing. He had other plans. The selection ceremony took place in the Great Hall that evening. The Goblet of Fire sat at the center of the room, its blue flames casting an ethereal glow across the assembled students. Harry stood in the crowd, watching as champions were chosen. The Durmstrang champion was Victor Krum, and the Slytherins cheered with a loyalty born of shared values. The Beauxbatons champion was Fleur Delacour, and even the professors seemed momentarily enchanted by her grace. And then the goblet's flames turned red. A fourth name emerged. Harry Potter, Dumbledore read, his voice carrying a note of surprise. The hall fell into chaos. Ron's mouth dropped open. Hermione gasped. Harry felt the weight of hundreds of eyes boring into him, felt the accusations before they were even spoken. It didn't matter that he hadn't entered his own name. It didn't matter that someone else must have done it. What mattered was that Harry Potter, the mediocre wizard, was about to face tasks that would test the strongest champions in Europe. And everyone knew he wouldn't survive. This is your fault, Potter, someone shouted from the Slytherin table. Death trap, someone else muttered. He'll be dead in a week. Harry walked forward slowly, feeling the weight of the room's contempt. He kept his face blank, his step steady, his hands still at his sides. Inside, his mind was racing. Someone had done this. Someone had entered him deliberately, had forced him into this position. But who? And why? He reached the champion's table and took his place beside Fleur, who looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Curiosity, maybe. Pity, probably. She didn't think he would survive either. Ah, I see we have the youngest champion, Dumbledore said, and there was an odd note in his voice, not surprise, Harry realized, but something else. Something almost like satisfaction. Harry's eyes met the headmaster's. And in that moment, he understood. Dumbledore had done this. Dumbledore, with his hidden knowledge and his secret plans, had arranged for Harry's name to emerge from the goblet. It was a test, a challenge, a way to force Harry out of the shadows and into the light. But Harry was not a tool to be used. He smiled slightly at Dumbledore, a smile that held no warmth, and watched the headmaster's expression flicker with uncertainty. The Goblet of Fire is bound by a magical contract, Harry said, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent hall. I will compete. But I won't be following anyone's script but my own. Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally. Harry turned away, ignoring the whispers that erupted around him. This wasn't the end of his charade. It was the beginning. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office that night. Harry had expected it, had prepared for the conversation that was coming. He walked through the familiar corridors with a measured tread, his wand hidden up his sleeve. The gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office recognized him and stepped aside. Harry climbed the spiral staircase and entered the circular room. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his hands folded before him. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his golden stand, watching Harry with dark, intelligent eyes. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Sit down, please." Harry didn't sit. He stood in the center of the room, his arms crossed over his chest. "You entered my name in the Goblet of Fire," he said. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. "I assure you, I did nothing of the sort." "Then who did?" "The goblet is a powerful artifact," Dumbledore said carefully. "It is possible that it selected you independently. You are of age, after all." "I'm 17. The minimum age for entry." "Exactly." Harry studied the headmaster's face, searching for the truth. Dumbledore had many qualities, but his ability to deceive was second only to his ability to manipulate. "Why does it matter?" Harry asked. "You wanted me in the tournament. You've wanted to see what I could do for years." Dumbledore's expression sharpened. "What do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean." The tension between them was palpable. Harry could feel the magic in the room, the ancient power that Dumbledore wielded so carefully. But Harry had power too, and he was no longer willing to hide it. "Your OWL results were adequate," Dumbledore said slowly. "Your classroom performance is unremarkable. And yet, I have seen flashes of talent that suggest otherwise. The Philosopher's Stone. The Chamber of Secrets. The Prisoner of Azkaban. Each time, you have succeeded far beyond what should have been possible. I had help." "Did you?" Dumbledore leaned forward. "I have observed you, Harry. I have seen the way you move, the way you cast spells when you think no one is watching. I know you are capable of much more than you show." Harry said nothing. "Why do you hide it?" Dumbledore asked. "Why do you pretend to be less than you are?" "Because you taught me that pretending is safer," Harry said quietly. "You told me that being different makes you a target. You told me that showing your abilities too openly can get you killed." "Not here," Dumbledore said. "Not at Hogwarts." "Everywhere," Harry said. "You know that. You've seen what happens to people who stand out. People like my parents." Dumbledore's face went still. For a moment, he looked every one of his 100+ years. "I failed them," he said softly. "I failed your parents. I have spent every day since trying to make things right. Then why are you trying to force me into the open? Why are you making me a target?" "Because hiding won't protect you forever," Dumbledore said. "Voldemort is returning. His power grows stronger every day. And when he comes for you, and he will, you will need everything you have learned. Everything you are capable of." Harry felt a cold certainty settle in his chest. Dumbledore knew more than he was saying. He always did. "Tell me what you know," Harry said. "Tell me what's coming." "I can't tell you everything," Dumbledore said. "There are things you're not ready to hear. Things that would put you in even more danger. But I can tell you this, the tournament is only the beginning. The tasks are a test, but they're not the true challenge. That will come later." "Then help me prepare," Harry said. "Give me the training I need." Dumbledore smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You've been preparing yourself, haven't you? I've seen the traces of magic in the Room of Requirement. Advanced conjuring. Powerful defensive spells. You've been training for months, perhaps years." "I've been preparing to survive," Harry said. "That's different from preparing to win." "Perhaps." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "I can't teach you everything you need to know. Some things must be learned on your own. But I can give you tools. Resources. Access to the library's most restricted sections. That's it. That's all you can offer." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "I can offer you something else, if you'll accept it. Trust. A true alliance. I know you haven't trusted me completely for years, and I understand why. But the time for secrets is ending. Soon, We will need to work together. Harry considered this. He had known Dumbledore long enough to recognize when the old man was being genuine, but he had also learned not to accept things at face value. I'll accept your offer, Harry said. But understand this, I won't be controlled. I won't be manipulated. I make my own choices now. I wouldn't expect anything else. Harry turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. The tournament. Do you think I can win? Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. I think you can do much more than win, Harry. I think you can prove to the world exactly who you really are. Harry left the office with more questions than answers. The castle was dark and quiet, the portraits slumbering in their frames. He made his way to the Gryffindor common room and found it empty except for Hermione, who was curled up in one of the armchairs, reading. Harry. She leaped to her feet. What happened? What did Dumbledore say? He knows, Harry said, sitting down heavily. He knows I've been hiding my abilities. About time, Hermione said, and Harry looked up in surprise. Did you think I hadn't noticed? Ron might be oblivious, but I'm not. I've seen you practice when you think no one is watching. The way you cast spells is completely different from the way you do it in class. Why didn't you say anything? Hermione sat down beside him. Because I assumed you had your reasons. And I was right, wasn't I? You've been hiding because you were afraid. Harry nodded. It's not just fear. I've seen what happens to people who stand out. My parents died because they were powerful. Dumbledore is constantly under attack. Even you, Hermione, the way people treat you because you're brilliant. I didn't want that. I wanted to be normal. Normal is overrated, Hermione said firmly. Being brilliant isn't a curse, Harry. It's a gift. And you're not just brilliant, you're extraordinary. I've known that since the first time I saw you cast a Patronus at 13. That was already far beyond anything most wizards can do. Harry was silent for a moment. I'm scared of the tournament, he admitted. Not the tasks themselves. I can handle those. But the exposure. The attention. Everyone will be watching me, waiting for me to fail. Then prove them wrong, Hermione said. Show them what you can really do. Not to win, but to be yourself. Harry looked at his oldest friend and felt something shift in his chest. Hermione had always seen him clearly, had always believed in him even when he didn't believe in himself. Thank you, he said. For understanding. For not forcing the issue. You're my friend, Harry. I'd never force you to do anything. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire burn down to embers. Harry's thoughts wandered to the tournament, to the tasks ahead, to the challenges he would face. I've been thinking about the first task, Harry said. Whatever it is, it'll be designed to test us physically and magically. I've been preparing for combat scenarios, but I don't think it'll be that simple. The organizers will want to see creativity, problem solving, the ability to think under pressure. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. A dragon, perhaps. A classic challenge. Or something in the water. Or something that requires us to navigate a dangerous environment. Whatever it is, you'll handle it. Hermione's voice was confident. You've faced worse than anything the tournament can throw at you. You faced the basilisk in second year. You faced Dementors in third year. You faced Voldemort himself in fourth year. This is nothing compared to that. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was coming. Something that the tournament was only a prelude to. Get some sleep, Hermione said, standing up. You need to be well rested for whatever comes next. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry. She left, and Harry sat alone in the darkness, staring into the embers. His mind was racing, turning over possibilities, strategies, plans. He needed to be ready. For the tournament, yes, but also for whatever Dumbledore was preparing him for. The mask would have to come off soon. But not yet. Not until he was ready. The days leading up to the first task were a blur of preparation. Harry rose early each morning. And retreated to the room of requirement, pushing himself harder than ever before. He practiced combat magic until his arm ached, studied defensive theory until his eyes burned, tested his endurance until his body screamed for rest. And through it all, he kept his public face firmly in place. The other students mocked him, whispered about him, placed bets on how long he would survive. Harry ignored them. He held his head high and let them believe what they wanted to believe. But there were cracks in his facade. Fleur Delacour watched him. Harry caught her eyes across the great hall, saw the question in her gaze. She didn't mock him like the others, didn't dismiss him as a hopeless case. She looked at him like she was trying to solve a puzzle. He didn't know what to make of it. The day before the first task, Harry found himself in the corridor outside the library, reviewing his notes. The door opened, and Fleur stepped out, a stack of books in her arms. She stopped when she saw him. "Potter," she said, her accent softening the word. "You are preparing for the task." "Trying to," Harry said, slipping his notes into his robes. "It's hard to know what to expect." Fleur studied him with those startling blue eyes. "You are not as afraid as the others think you are. I have seen it. You hold yourself like a warrior, not a victim." "I've had a lot of practice," Harry said. "I believe you." Fleur tilted her head. "You are an interesting boy, Harry Potter. I look forward to seeing what you can do." Before Harry could respond, she walked away, her robe swishing behind her. He watched her go, a strange warmth spreading through his chest. The first task was tomorrow. Everything would change. Chapter 2, The Goblet Surprise. The morning of the first task dawned grey and cold, the kind of morning that seeped into bones and made the castle's ancient stones groan with discomfort. Harry stood at the window of his dormitory, watching the mist curl around the forbidden forest like a living thing. The trees were barely visible through the fog, their dark shapes looming like specters. He had not slept. The night had been a parade of worst-case scenarios, each one more vivid than the last. He had imagined the dragon, if there was a dragon, crushing him, burning him, tearing him apart while the crowd watched. He had imagined failing in front of everyone, confirming their low expectations, becoming a cautionary tale whispered in common rooms for years to come. But he had also imagined winning. He had imagined the look on their faces when he revealed himself, the shock and awe, the dawning realization that Harry Potter was not what they had believed. That image had kept him going through the dark hours, a beacon in the storm of his anxiety. "Harry?" Ron's voice was groggy. "You up already?" Harry turned from the window. Ron was sitting up in bed, his hair a disaster of red tangles, his eyes barely open. "Couldn't sleep," Harry said. "Nervous." "Nervous?" Ron swung his legs over the side of the bed. "Mate, you're about to face Merlin knows what in front of the entire school. I'd be terrified. Thanks for the encouragement." "Anytime." Ron grinned, but there was worry in his eyes. "You'll be fine, Harry. You always are." The words should have been comforting. They weren't. By the time Harry reached the great hall for breakfast, the rumors had already reached a fever pitch. Students whispered behind their hands, pointing at him as he walked past. The Slytherins were openly laughing, and even some of the Gryffindors looked doubtful. "Potter." Malfoy's voice cut through the noise. "I hear they're letting you choose your own funeral arrangements. I'd recommend a closed casket, no one wants to see what's left after the dragon gets you." The word hung in the air. Dragon. Harry's stomach dropped, but he kept his face neutral. The other champions had heard it too. He saw Victor Crumb's expression tighten, saw Fleur's hand pause over her plate. "Dragons," Harry repeated, as if the word had no meaning. Didn't you know? Malfoy's smile was vicious. The first task is dragons. You're going to face a Hungarian horntail, Potter. I hope you've said your goodbyes. The great hall erupted. Students were shouting, some in excitement, others in horror. Harry saw Hermione's face go white, saw Ron's jaw drop. But Harry just smiled. Good, he said, and his voice carried across the hall. I've been wanting to test my fireproofing charms. The laughter died. Malfoy looked confused, off balance. Harry sat down and began to eat his breakfast with exaggerated calm. What are you doing? Hermione hissed. Dragons, Harry. Actual dragons. I heard. How can you be so calm? Harry met her eyes. Because I've been preparing for this my whole life. He wasn't lying. In the moments between Voldemort's attacks, in the quiet hours after nightmares, Harry had imagined facing impossible odds. He had pictured himself standing against a dragon, a basilisk, an army of Death Eaters. He had trained for this, had honed his skills in secret, had waited for the moment when he could stop pretending. The moment had arrived. The champions were led to a tent at the edge of the tournament grounds. Inside, the space was larger than it appeared from outside, with plush carpets, comfortable chairs, and a table laden with refreshments. Fleur was already there, pacing nervously. Victor Crumb sat in a corner, his face grim. The fourth champion, a boy from Durmstrang whose name Harry couldn't remember, was staring at the tent's entrance as if expecting death to walk through it. Potter, Fleur said, her accent more pronounced than usual. You heard about the dragons? I heard. You do not seem afraid. I've faced worse. Fleur's eyes narrowed. Have you? I have heard the stories about you, Potter. They say you are lucky, nothing more. That you survive because others protect you. Believe what you want, Harry said. It doesn't change anything. Before Fleur could respond, the tent flap opened and Ludo Bagman entered, his face beaming with excitement. Champions! Welcome, welcome. I trust you're all ready for the first task. He clapped his hands together. Excellent. Now, here's how this will work, each of you will face a dragon. Your task is to retrieve a golden egg from the dragon's nest. You may use any means at your disposal, magic, stealth, whatever you think will work. Any means? Harry asked. Anything except killing the dragon, Bagman said. We do like to keep things sporting. Harry nodded, already formulating a plan. The others were asking questions, but he tuned them out, letting his mind work through the possibilities. A dragon. He had faced one before, briefly, on the night of the Philosopher's Stone's theft. But that had been a different kind of challenge, with different stakes. This was a test of skill, of nerve, of magical ability. This was his chance to show what he could really do. The champions were called one by one. Fleur went first. Harry watched her from the tent entrance, saw her elegant approach, heard the crowd's gasps and cheers. She managed to subdue her dragon with a sleeping charm, retrieving the egg with time to spare. Victor Crumb used a spell to jam his dragon's eyes, earning more time but less grace. The Durmstrang boy was injured but survived. And then it was Harry's turn. He stepped out of the tent into the sunshine, and the roar of the crowd hit him like a physical force. Thousands of faces looked down at him from the stands, their expressions ranging from pity to excitement to outright contempt. But Harry barely noticed them. His attention was fixed on the dragon. It was massive, a Hungarian horntail, with scales as black as pitch and eyes like molten gold. It was easily 40 feet long, its tail thrashing, its wings spread wide. A nest of golden eggs glittered at its feet, and Harry could see the one he needed to retrieve, the one with the distinct markings that identified it as the target. The dragon roared, and the sound rattled his bones. Harry drew his wand. The audience fell silent. Harry could feel their eyes on him, could feel their expectations pressing down like a physical weight. They expected him to fail, to panic, to be roasted alive. He smiled. And then he moved. It wasn't a spell, not exactly. It was something he had been practicing for years, a combination of magic and physical ability that he had refined in the room of requirement. He cast a wordless featherlight charm on his robes, making himself nearly weightless. Then he leapt, not at the dragon, but upward, propelled by a burst of magic that sent him soaring into the air. The crowd gasped. The dragon lunged, its jaws snapping where Harry had been a moment before. Harry twisted in midair, casting a powerful shield charm that deflected a blast of fire. He landed on the dragon's back, his boots finding purchase on the scales. The dragon bucked, trying to throw him off. Harry held on, his fingers gripping the ridges of its spine. Petrificus totalis. The spell hit the dragon's wing joint, freezing the limb in place. The dragon stumbled, its balance thrown off. Harry took advantage of the moment to slide down its back, reaching for the egg. The dragon's tail whipped around, catching him in the side. Harry flew through the air, crashing against a stone outcropping. Pain lanced through his ribs, and he tasted blood. The crowd was screaming. Someone, Hermione, he thought, was shouting his name. He forced himself to his feet. The dragon was charging, its mouth open, flames gathering in its throat. Harry didn't have time to dodge, didn't have time to cast a shield charm. So he did something else. Protego Maxima. The shield that erupted from his wand was not a simple charm. It was a wall of pure magical energy, shimmering and dense, that absorbed the dragon's fire and reflected it back. The dragon roared in pain as its own flames rebounded against it, staggering backward. Harry ran. The egg was just ahead, glittering in the sunlight. He dove for it, his fingers closing around the warm gold just as the dragon's claws raked across his back. He rolled, came up on his feet, and ran for the exit. The dragon's roar shook the ground behind him, but Harry was already through the barrier, already sliding to a stop in the champion's area, the egg clutched against his chest. Silence. Then, the crowd erupted. It wasn't the polite applause that the other champions had received. It was a roar of shock, of disbelief, of wild, uncontainable excitement. Harry turned to see the stands on their feet, students and professors alike, their faces frozen in expressions of absolute astonishment. But Harry didn't see them. He saw Fleur. Her eyes were wide, her lips parted in shock. She was looking at him like she was seeing him for the first time, not as the lucky survivor she had dismissed, but as something else entirely. Something extraordinary. Harry smiled and held up the egg. Not bad for a mediocre wizard, he said. The aftermath was chaos. Harry was surrounded by reporters, students, and professors, all clamoring for his attention. Bagman was practically bouncing with excitement, shouting about the highest score in tournament history. McGonagall was smiling, which she almost never did in public. Even Snape looked grudgingly impressed. But Harry only had eyes for one person. Fleur appeared at his side, her expression unreadable. "Potter," she said, her voice soft. That was incredible. Thank you. How did you do it? The shield, the levitation, all of it. I've never seen anyone move like that in battle. Harry hesitated. He had been hiding for so long that the instinct to deflect, to downplay, was almost overwhelming. But something in Fleur's eyes stopped him. I've been practicing, he said. For a long time. Practicing what? That was not just practice. That was mastery. You move like someone who has been fighting for years, not someone who is still in school. Harry didn't answer. He didn't know how to explain the years of training in secret, the nights spent in the room of requirement, the careful cultivation of abilities he had hidden from everyone. Perhaps we can talk later, Fleur said, stepping closer. I find myself Curious about you, Potter. Curious? Yes. Her smile was knowing, and a little dangerous. I thought I understood you. I was wrong. I would like to understand you better. Before Harry could respond, Hermione and Ron pushed through the crowd, their faces beaming with pride. Harry! Hermione threw her arms around him. That was amazing. I knew you could do it. Mate, that was unbelievable. Ron punched his shoulder. Where did you learn to move like that? I've never seen anything like it. I had a good teacher, Harry said, which wasn't entirely a lie. The crowd pressed in, asking questions, demanding interviews, celebrating his victory. Harry answered them all with practiced ease, giving them just enough to satisfy their curiosity without revealing anything significant. But all the while, he was aware of Fleur watching him. And he knew that the mask had just developed its first real crack. The celebration continued in the Gryffindor common room that night. Students who had been mocking Harry just days before were now congratulating him, slapping him on the back, telling stories of his triumph. Even the Slytherins were notably quiet, their taunts silenced by the display they had witnessed. Harry endured it all with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He escaped to the window seat, seeking a moment of peace. Outside, the Forbidden Forest was dark and silent, the stars scattered across the sky like diamonds. May I join you? Harry looked up. Fleur Delacour was standing in front of him, her silver hair gleaming in the firelight. She had changed out of her tournament robes into a simple blue dress that somehow made her look even more beautiful. Of course, Harry said, sliding over to make room. Fleur sat gracefully, arranging her skirts around her. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the stars. I should apologize, Fleur said finally. I misjudged you. I believed what everyone else said, that you were lucky, nothing more. I was wrong. You're not the only one, Harry said. Everyone thought I was weak. You let them think it. Yes. Why? Harry turned to look at her. In the firelight, her features were sharp and delicate, her eyes pools of shadow and light. He felt something shift in his chest, a feeling he couldn't quite name. Because being underestimated is an advantage, he said. When no one expects anything from you, you can move freely. You can plan. You can prepare for the moment when you need to show them what you can really do. And that moment is now. It's been coming for a while. Harry looked back at the stars. Voldemort is returning. I can feel it. I need to be ready. I need to be more than what people expect me to be. Fleur was silent for a long moment. I have heard stories about Voldemort, she said. They say he is the most dangerous wizard of the century. That he was defeated only because of you. He wasn't defeated, Harry said quietly. He was delayed. He's coming back, and when he does, we'll need all the strength we can get. That is why you trained, Fleur said. That is why you hid. You were preparing for war. I was preparing to survive. And now? Harry smiled, but there was no humor in it. Now I'm preparing to win. Fleur studied his face, her expression unreadable. You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. You are so much more. She reached out and took his hand. Her skin was warm against his, her fingers slender and cool. I would like to help you, she said. If you will let me. I have skills too, and resources. I can help you prepare for what is coming. Why would you do that? Because I believe in what you are fighting for. Because I want to see a world where children can grow up without fear. Her grip tightened. And because I find myself drawn to you. Harry's heart stuttered. He had known Fleur Delacour for less than a week, and already she was offering him something he had never expected to have, an ally. A partner. A friend. I don't know what's coming, he admitted. I don't know if I can protect the people I care about. But I'll fight. I'll fight until the end. I know you will, Fleur said. That is why I want to be by your side. They sat in silence, hands intertwined, watching the stars. Harry felt something shift inside him, a crack in the wall he had built around his heart. Fleur Delacour had seen through his mask, had seen the truth of who he was, and she hadn't turned away. And for the first time in years, Harry Potter allowed himself to hope. The days after the first task were strange. Harry walked through the corridors and felt the stairs follow him everywhere. But the stairs were different now. Where once there had been pity and contempt, there was now curiosity and wonder. The Daily Prophet had run a front-page story, Potter Prodigy, the boy who lived finally lives up to his name. The headline made Harry's stomach turn. He wasn't a prodigy. He was just someone who had been forced to grow up too fast. But the rumor mill was relentless. Students whispered about his performance, speculating about his training, his skills, his secrets. Some called him a cheat. Others called him a genius. A few, a very few, wondered if there was more to the story than they knew. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office again. I've been hearing interesting things about you, Harry, the headmaster said, his eyes twinkling. The professors who thought you were merely adequate are now revising their opinions. McGonagall tells me she was quite impressed by your performance. I'm glad she enjoyed it, Harry said. It was hard work. Indeed. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. I must admit, I was surprised by your performance. Not by the result, I knew you were capable of great things. But by the intensity of it. The precision. The control. I've had years to practice. Hidden practice. Secret practice. Dumbledore's voice was contemplative. You spent your childhood in a cupboard, being told you were worthless. You came to Hogwarts and found a world where you were famous for something you couldn't remember. And instead of embracing that fame, you did everything you could to hide from it. I didn't hide, Harry said. I just didn't show off. There's a difference. Showing off is for people who need attention. I just wanted to survive. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And survival has required you to be less than you are. It's safer that way, Harry said. When no one knows what you can do, they can't use it against you. They can't make plans around it. They can't try to destroy it. But now they know. The whole world watched you defeat a dragon with magic that most adult wizards couldn't replicate. The mask is gone. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. That wasn't my intention. I needed to win. I needed to show them. Show them what? I don't know, Harry admitted. That I'm not weak, I suppose. That I'm not just lucky. That I can fight. And now that you've proven it. Dumbledore leaned forward. What will you do next? Harry met the headmaster's eyes. I'm going to finish the tournament. I'm going to beat everyone, and I'm going to do it without hiding anything. Then I'm going to find out who entered my name in the Goblet of Fire. I know it wasn't you, even if you weren't entirely honest with me about it. And then I'm going to find a way to stop Voldemort. He's still out there, Harry. You can't defeat him alone. I know. That's why I'm building an alliance. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. An alliance? Fleur Delacour has offered her help. Victor Crumb respects me now. I have friends in the Order, people I trust. I'm not going to wait for everyone else to save me this time. I see. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You have changed, Harry. The boy who came to Hogwarts 6 years ago was frightened and alone. The young man I see before me is something else entirely. I'm still frightened, Harry said. I'm terrified. But being afraid doesn't mean I can't fight. No, Dumbledore agreed. It doesn't. The conversation ended there, but Harry felt the weight of it long after he left the office. Dumbledore had been watching him, testing him, trying to understand the person he had become. And Harry had given him just enough to satisfy his curiosity. The rest, he kept to himself. The week before the second task was a whirlwind of preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing himself to the limits of his endurance. He practiced underwater spells, researched magical creatures of the deep, and studied every resource he could find. Fleur joined him in the room of requirement, and together they worked on techniques she had learned at Beauxbatons. She was a brilliant witch, far more capable than Harry had realized, and her skills complemented his perfectly. "You move like a dancer," she observed one evening, watching him practice a complex underwater deflection spell. "So fluid. So elegant." "Combat requires grace," Harry said. "I learned that from," he stopped, suddenly self-conscious. "From who?" "From watching other people fight," he said carefully. "Reading books. Practicing on my own." Fleur's eyes narrowed. "You are hiding something, Potter. I can see it in the way you speak, the way you hesitate." "I've been hiding things my whole life," Harry said. "It's a habit. Break it." Fleur stepped closer. "I have shown you my truth. I have offered you my trust. Now show me yours." Harry looked into her eyes and felt something break inside him. The wall he had built. Around his heart, around his secrets, around the truth of who he was and how he had become that person, it collapsed under the weight of her gaze. "I had a teacher," he said quietly. "Not Dumbledore. Someone else. Someone who helped me train, who showed me how to fight, how to survive." "Who?" "I can't tell you," Harry said. "Not yet. But they were good. They taught me everything I know." Fleur studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. "I will trust you," she said. "As you have trusted me. But know this, Potter, when the time comes, I will expect the full truth." "Fair enough." They turned back to their training, and Harry felt the tension that had been building between them ease. Fleur Delacour was not just an ally, she was becoming something more. A partner. A friend. Maybe, if he was lucky, something else entirely. The night before the second task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the canopy above him, his mind racing. The second task was underwater. He knew that much, it had been heavily hinted in the first task's aftermath. The champions would have to face the depths of the lake, to retrieve something valuable from the merpeople's village. Harry had prepared. He had practiced spells for breathing underwater, for navigating through darkness, for communicating with aquatic beings. He had studied the lake's depths, memorized its currents, prepared for every possible challenge. But he was still afraid. Not of drowning, or of the merpeople, or of anything in the lake itself. He was afraid of what would happen if he failed. If he couldn't protect the people who mattered. If he lost everything he had just started to build. Fleur's face appeared in his mind. He had come to care for her, more than he had expected to. Her beauty was undeniable, but it was her strength, her determination, her willingness to fight alongside him that had truly captured his heart. And Tonks. The Auror had been visiting Hogwarts more frequently lately. Ostensibly on business, but Harry suspected her interest was more personal. She had been watching him too, her eyes alight with curiosity, her smile hinting at secrets she was unwilling to share. He was building something, Harry realized. Something bigger than himself. Something that could change the war's course. But he couldn't let himself get distracted. The tasks came first. Voldemort came first. Everything else would have to wait. He closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. The second task would begin at dawn. The morning of the second task was grey and overcast. The black lake stretched out before the champions, its surface dark and still, reflecting the sky's grim clouds. Harry stood at the water's edge, his wand in hand, feeling the magic thrumming through his veins. He had prepared for this. He was ready. The other champions stood nearby, Fleur, her face pale but determined, Victor, his jaw set, and the Durmstrang boy, who looked like he would rather be anywhere else. Champions. Bagman's voice echoed across the water. The second task will test your ability to survive the depths. You must descend into the lake, navigate the merpeople's village and retrieve what has been taken from you. You have 1 hour. Harry watched as the other champions prepared. Victor transformed into a shark, his body rippling and changing. Fleur cast a bubblehead charm, her expression focused. And Harry walked into the water. He didn't need spells. He didn't need transformations. He had been preparing for this his whole life. The water closed over his head, and he began to descend. The lake was darker than he had expected. The sunlight faded quickly, replaced by an eerie green glow. Schools of fish darted past him, their scales flashing in the dim light. The kelp forest swayed like grasping fingers, reaching for him as he passed. Harry moved with practiced ease, his body adapting to the pressure, his senses attuned to the environment. He could feel the magic. Pulsing through the water, could sense the mere people watching him from the shadows. And then he saw them. The hostages. They were tied to a stone pillar in the center of the village, their faces pale, their bodies swaying in the current. 4 figures, each one a person the champions cared about. Harry looked at them and felt his heart clench. There was Hermione, her hair floating around her face like a halo. Ron, his eyes closed, his face slack. Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's little sister, barely more than a child. And Tonks. The Auror was tied beside the others, her pink hair drifting in the water, her face peaceful in enchanted sleep. Harry hadn't expected her, hadn't known she was in danger. He had to save them. All of them. Not just his own hostage. All of them. He moved quickly, his wand slashing through the water. He cut the ropes binding Hermione and Ron, but they didn't wake. They were under a powerful sleeping charm, and Harry knew he didn't have the time or skill to counter it. But he had another way. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small vial of gillyweed. He had prepared for this, had known that he might need a way to transport unconscious people through the water. He forced the gillyweed down Hermione's throat, then Ron's. Their faces contorted briefly, then relaxed as gills sprouted along their necks. They were breathing water now, their bodies adapting to the environment. Harry turned to Gabrielle and Tonks, repeating the process. The gillyweed took effect on all of them, and Harry felt a surge of relief. But he wasn't done. The merpeople were watching him, their eyes sharp with curiosity. Harry knew they were testing him, seeing what he would do. He had saved his hostages, but that wasn't enough. He needed to prove his worth. "Take them to the surface," he said, his voice amplified by magic. "I will follow." The merpeople exchanged glances, then nodded. 4 of them took hold of the hostages and began swimming upward. Harry followed them, his eyes scanning the darkness for the other champions. He found Victor, struggling with the ropes binding his hostage. Harry swam over and cut them free with a spell. "Go," he said. "Take them to the surface." Victor nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. He grabbed his hostage and swam away. Harry continued searching, his heart pounding in his ears. He found the Durmstrang boy, barely conscious, struggling against the pressure. Harry helped him to the surface, his magic supporting the other champion's failing strength. And then, finally, he saw Fleur. She was trapped, caught in a tangle of kelp that had wrapped around her body. Her eyes were wide with panic, her wand out of reach. Harry swam to her, his hands working frantically to free her. The kelp was enchanted, resistant to magic. He pulled at it with his hands, ignoring the cuts that opened on his palms. "Stay still," he said. "I've got you." Fleur stopped struggling, trusting him. Harry pulled the kelp apart, strand by strand, until she was free. "Go," he said. "Surface." I'll be right behind you. Fleur shook her head. Not without you. You can't stay down here. The pressure is too much. Neither can you. Fleur grabbed his arm. We go together. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her eyes. He nodded, and together they swam for the surface. They broke the water at the same moment, gasping for air. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Harry barely heard them. He had done it. He had saved them all. He pulled Fleur to the shore, helped her stumble onto the beach. She collapsed against him, trembling. Thank you, she breathed. Thank you, Harry. You would have done the same for me. Fleur smiled. You saved my sister. I will never forget that. Harry looked at her and felt something shift inside him. The fear, the doubt, the weight of all his secrets, it all seemed a little lighter. But the war was still coming. And he would need every ally he could get. Chapter 3, An Unexpected Encounter. The days following the second task passed in a blur of celebration and scrutiny. Harry had become something of a legend overnight, the boy who had rescued 4 hostages instead of 1, who had performed magic underwater that left even the professor speechless. The Daily Prophet ran another front-page story, this one with a moving photograph of Harry emerging from the lake with Gabrielle Delacour in his arms. Fleur had been particularly effusive in her gratitude. She had cornered him in the corridor after the task, her blue eyes shining with unshed tears. You saved my sister, she said, her voice thick with emotion. I could not save her myself. I was too weak, too frightened. But you did what I could not. Fleur, you were caught in the kelp, Harry said gently. That wasn't your fault. Perhaps. She stepped closer, close enough that he could smell her perfume, something floral and subtle. But I will not forget what you did. Ever. And then she had kissed him on the cheek, a gesture so intimate that Harry felt his face flush crimson. He still felt the warmth of that kiss days later, a persistent glow in his chest that he couldn't quite shake. But there was no time to dwell on it. The tournament continued, and the threat of Voldemort loomed ever larger. Harry spent his nights in the room of requirement, pushing himself harder than ever before. The third task would be a maze, he knew, a labyrinth of magical obstacles designed to test every skill a champion possessed. He had to be ready. It was well past midnight when Harry finally emerged from the room of requirement, his body aching from hours of practice. The castle was silent, the corridors empty save for the occasional ghost drifting through the walls. He walked with quiet footsteps, his mind still running through combat sequences, defensive formations, escape routes. That was when he heard it. A soft sound from the corridor ahead, not footsteps, exactly, but the rustle of fabric, the careful tread of someone trying not to be heard. Harry froze, his hand moving instinctively to his wand. He pressed himself against the wall, his eyes scanning the darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows. Tall, with an angular face and hair that shifted colors in the dim light, pink, then purple, then a deep shade of blue. Tonks. She was wearing aura robes, her wand in her hand, her expression alert. She hadn't seen him yet, her attention focused on something at the end of the corridor. Harry considered his options. He could step out, announce himself, ask what she was doing roaming the castle at this hour. Or he could slip away unnoticed, let her continue her business without interference. But before he could decide, Tonks turned and saw him. Potter? Her voice was surprised, but not alarmed. What are you doing up this late? I could ask you the same question, Harry said, stepping out of the shadows. Or business? Something like that. Tonks lowered her wand, but her eyes remained sharp. I could ask why you're skulking around the 7th floor corridor at midnight. I was practicing. Practicing what? It's the middle of the night. Harry hesitated. He had spent years hiding his abilities, keeping his training secret. But something about Tonks's steady gaze made him want to tell the truth. Everything, he said. I've been preparing for the tournament. For other things. Tonks's expression shifted, curiosity flickering in her eyes, mixed with something else Harry couldn't quite identify. Other things, she repeated. You mean Voldemort? The name hung in the air between them. Harry nodded. I know what's coming, he said. I know I need to be ready. So I train. At midnight? In a deserted corridor. The room of requirement, Harry admitted. It provides everything I need. Tonks studied him for a long moment. Her hair had shifted to a deep burgundy, and in the dim light, her eyes seemed to glow. Show me, she said. Excuse me. Show me what you've been practicing. There was a challenge in her voice, but it was a friendly one. I'm an Auror. I've seen plenty of training sessions. Let me see what you're working on. Harry opened his mouth to refuse. It was his secret, his advantage, his carefully guarded treasure. But something in Tonks's expression stopped him. There was no mockery in her eyes, no judgment. Just genuine interest. Fine, he said. But you have to promise not to tell anyone. Scout's honor. You weren't a scout. I was an Auror trainee. Same thing, more or less. Tonks grinned. Lead the way, Potter. The room of requirement had transformed into a vast training chamber, its walls lined with weapons and practice dummies. Harry walked to the center of the room, his footsteps echoing in the silence. So what do you want to see? He asked. Combat magic? Defensive theory? Advanced charms? All of it, Tonks said, settling onto a conjured bench. Show me what you've got. Harry drew his wand. The practice dummies came to life, moving toward him with unsettling grace. He had programmed them to attack simultaneously, to coordinate their movements, to push him to his limits. He didn't hold back. The first dummy came at him with a powerful hex. Harry deflected it with a casual flick of his wand. The second dummy attempted to close the distance. Harry sent it flying with a wordless banishing charm. The third dummy attacked from his blind spot. Harry spun and caught its attack on his shield charm, then retaliated with a precise series of stunning spells that reduced the dummy to splinters. And then he really began to move. His training had always been about efficiency, using the minimum amount of energy for the maximum effect. But with Tonks watching, Harry found himself showing off. He combined spells in ways that were technically impossible, weaving magic into patterns that would have made Flitwick weep with joy. He fought like a dancer, like a warrior, like someone who had been training for a war that hadn't yet arrived. By the time he finished, he was breathing hard, his heart pounding in his chest. The dummies were scattered across the room, smoking and broken. Well? He asked, turning to Tonks. She was staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Her hair had turned a pale silver, and her lips were slightly parted. Where, she said slowly, did you learn to fight like that? I taught myself. That's not true. Tonks stood, walking toward him. I've been an Auror for years. I've seen self-taught wizards. They're clumsy, inefficient, full of bad habits. You're not any of those things. You move like someone who's been trained by a professional. Harry hesitated. The truth was complicated, tangled up in secrets he wasn't ready to share. My parents left me things, he said carefully. Books. Journals. Training manuals. I've been studying them for years. Your parents died when you were a baby. I know. Harry met her eyes. But I've had time. Lots of time. And I've been very focused. Tonks studied his face, searching for something. You really have been hiding all this, haven't you? All this power, all this ability. Everyone thinks you're just average, but you're not. You're one of the most talented wizards I've ever seen. Average is safer. Is it? Tonks stepped closer. Because I've been watching you, Potter. I've seen the way you move in the corridors, the way you hold yourself. You don't act like someone who's trying to be invisible. You act like someone who's waiting. Waiting for what? Tonks smiled, and there was something almost sad in it. For your moment. For the right time to show everyone what you can really do. Harry said nothing. She was right, of course. He had been waiting for years. I won't tell anyone, Tonks said. If you don't want me to. I know what it's like to have secrets. Thank you. But I do have one condition. Harry tensed. What? Let me help you. Tonks's voice was firm. You're good, Potter. Really good. But you have gaps. Places where your self-training failed you. I can help fill them in. You want to train me? I want to train with you. Tonks smiled again, and this time there was warmth in it. I know some things that you don't. And I think you know some things that I could learn from. It could be mutually beneficial. Harry considered this. Training with Tonks would be risky, it would mean letting her see his weaknesses, his failures, the places where he still struggled. But it could also be an opportunity. Tonks was a trained auror, an expert in combat magic. She could teach him things that no book could. Fine, he said. But we keep it secret. No one can know about this. Not Dumbledore, not the Order, no one. Agreed. Tonks extended her hand. Partners? Harry shook it. Her grip was firm, her skin warm against his. Partners, he said. They began training together the following night. Tonks arrived at the room of requirement with a stack of scrolls and a determined expression. Right, she said, spreading the scrolls across a conjured table. First things first, your dueling stance is all wrong. Harry blinked. What? You stand too upright, Tonks said. Leaves your torso exposed. And your feet are too close together. You need a wider base, more mobility. Nobody's ever complained about my stance before. Nobody's ever seen you fight before. Tonks moved behind him, adjusting his shoulders with firm hands. Like this. Center your weight. Bend your knees slightly. Good. Her touch was electric, sending shivers down Harry's spine. He forced himself to focus on her instructions. Now, when you cast a spell in combat, you need to be ready to move immediately, Tonks continued. None of this stand and deliver nonsense. You cast, you move, you cast again. Constant motion. Like a dancer. Exactly. Tonks stepped back, her eyes appraising him. Now show me. Fastest spell you know. Harry raised his wand. Stupefy. The red bolt shot across the room, striking the practice dummy in the chest. But before it had even landed, Harry was already moving, sideways, then forward, casting again. Impedimenta. Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus. The spells flowed from his wand in rapid succession, each one precise and powerful. The dummy never stood a chance. When Harry finally stopped, Tonks was staring at him with something like admiration. Not bad, she said. But you're still holding back. What do you mean? You're using the spells you know you can do perfectly, Tonks said. But I saw your eyes flicker when you cast that last Expelliarmus. You were thinking about another spell, something more complex. Why didn't you use it? Harry looked away. Because I might mess it up. Exactly. Tonks walked closer. You're too controlled, Potter. Too careful. You need to push yourself to the edge of failure. That's the only way you'll ever find your limits. What if I fail when it counts? Then you'll learn from it. Tonks's voice was gentle. Trust me on this. I've failed more times than I can count. It's how I got this good. Harry looked at her, really looked at her. Her face was open, honest, utterly without judgment. She believed in him in a way that he couldn't quite understand. "Fine," he said. "Show me what I'm missing." Tonks smiled. "That's the spirit." Weeks passed. The training sessions became a ritual, a nightly meeting in the room of requirement that Harry looked forward to more than anything else. Tonks pushed him harder than he had ever pushed himself, demanding perfection in every spell, every movement, every decision. And Harry grew. His spells became faster, more precise. His footwork became fluid, almost instinctive. He learned to fight through pain, through exhaustion, through the fear that had been with him since childhood. But it wasn't just the training that made a difference. It was the friendship. Tonks was unlike anyone Harry had ever known. She was irreverent, funny, and utterly without pretension. She teased him mercilessly about his hero complex, his inability to accept help, his tendency to brood. But beneath the teasing was something deeper, a fierce loyalty that Harry had only experienced from Ron and Hermione. "Your problem," Tonks said one night, after Harry had failed a particularly complex spell for the 5th time, "is that you take everything too seriously." "Everything is serious," Harry said, frustrated. "There's a war coming. People are going to die. If I'm not ready." "Being ready doesn't mean being miserable," Tonks interrupted. "You can prepare for battle and still enjoy life. It's not a binary choice." "Easy for you to say. You're not the one Voldemort is hunting." "Actually, I am." Tonks's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. "All Aurors are. Voldemort made that clear during the last war. You're not special in that regard." Harry felt a flash of guilt. "I didn't mean." "I know what you meant." Tonks sat down beside him on the training floor. "You think you have to carry everything alone. That's what war does to people. It makes them feel responsible for things they can't control." "You don't understand," Harry said, his voice tight. "People have died for me. My parents. Sirius. Cedric. If I'd been stronger, if I'd been better, maybe they'd still be alive." Tonks was silent for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was soft. "Do you know why I became an Auror?" Harry shook his head. "Because when I was a little girl, I saw what happened during the First War. I saw people I loved suffer and die. And I promised myself that I would never be helpless again. That I would do everything in my power to stop it from happening again." "That sounds familiar," Harry said, with a bitter smile. "It should." Tonks met his eyes. "We're more alike than you realize, Potter. We both carry the weight of the past. We both feel like we have to save everyone. But you know what? You can't. Nobody can. I know. Then stop trying to be perfect. Just be as good as you can be. That's enough." Harry looked at her, at the sincerity in her eyes. He felt something shift inside him, a loosening of the knot that had been tied in his chest for as long as he could remember. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For not treating me like I'm broken." Tonks smiled, a real smile that lit up her entire face. "You're not broken, Harry. You're just healing. And healing takes time." The third task was drawing closer. Harry could feel it in the air, a tension, an electricity that seemed to hum through the castle. Everyone was talking about the tournament, placing bets, speculating about who would win. Harry had become the favorite. It was a strange position to be in, especially after years of being dismissed. But he tried not to let it affect him. The maze would be the most dangerous challenge yet, and he needed to stay focused. Tonks helped keep him grounded. "You're overthinking it," she said, as they practiced a particularly complex defensive formation. "The maze is designed to test your instincts, not your intellect. You can't plan for everything. I can try. Trying is fine. But you also have to be willing to react. To trust yourself. Harry sighed, lowering his wand. You make it sound so simple. Because it is simple. Tonks walked toward him. You have all the skills you need, Harry. Everything else is just noise. You have to learn to tune it out. Easier said than done. I know. But you're going to have to figure it out. The war won't wait for you to be ready. Harry nodded. She was right, of course. Voldemort was out there, growing stronger every day. Every moment Harry spent training was a moment that Death Eaters were planning attacks, that families were being terrorized, that the world was sliding closer to darkness. I need to do more, Harry said. I can't just sit here and train while Voldemort is out there killing people. You're not sitting here. You're preparing. There's a difference. Is there? Because it feels like I'm just waiting. Tonks studied him, her expression unreadable. What do you want to do? Walk into the ministry and demand a duel with Voldemort? If I could, I would. That's because you're an idiot. But Tonks was smiling. You're also brave, and loyal, and more powerful than you realize. But you're still an idiot. Thanks. That means a lot. It means you need to be patient. Tonks put a hand on his shoulder. Your time will come. When it does, you'll be ready. But only if you stop beating yourself up for not being ready right now. Harry looked at her, at the unwavering faith in her eyes. He had seen that look before, in Hermione's eyes, in Ron's, in Fleur's. But it meant something different coming from Tonks. It meant that someone had seen the truth of who he was and accepted it anyway. I'm glad I met you, he said, surprising himself. Tonks's eyebrows rose. Is that your subtle way of saying you finally believe me? Maybe. Harry smiled. Or maybe I'm just acknowledging that you're the most annoying person I've ever trained with. Annoying? I'm delightful. You're insufferable. They stared at each other for a moment, then both burst out laughing. It was a release, a moment of joy in the midst of all the darkness. Harry felt lighter than he had in years. Come on, Tonks said, standing up. Let's go over that defensive formation one more time. I want to see if you've actually learned anything. I've learned plenty, Harry said, rising to his feet. Oh yeah? Like what? I've learned that you talk too much and move too fast. Tonks grinned. And I've learned that you're not nearly as humble as you pretend to be. They squared off, wands raised, smiles on their faces. The training continued. The night before the third task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the canopy, his mind racing. Through every possible scenario. Tonks had given him advice, but it wasn't enough. He needed more. He needed certainty. He slipped out of bed and made his way to the room of requirement. The training chamber was empty when he arrived, the practice dummies dormant in the corners. He raised his wand and began to cast. Spell after spell, each one precise and powerful. He moved through the forms that Tonks had taught him, the footwork that had become second nature. He pushed himself until his arm ached, until his breath came in ragged gasps. But it wasn't enough. It was never enough. Why are you still training? Harry spun around. Tonks was standing in the doorway, her hair a messy tangle of pink and purple. How did you find me? I know this room. And I know you. Tonks walked toward him. You're supposed to be resting. I can't sleep. Clearly. Tonks sat down on the training floor, patting the space beside her. Come sit. Harry hesitated, then joined her. The floor was cool beneath him, and he realized how exhausted he actually was. You're scared, Tonks said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Good. Fear is a survival instinct. Without it, you'd be reckless. I'm already reckless. True. Tonks smiled. But that's why you have people watching your back. Harry looked at her. Why are you helping me? You barely know me. Tonks was silent for a moment. Her hair had shifted to a deep blue, and her eyes were thoughtful. Because I see something in you, she said finally. Something that most people don't see. You're not just powerful, Harry. You're good. And in a world that's falling apart, goodness is the most precious thing there is. Harry felt his throat tighten. I don't feel good. I feel broken. Like I'm just trying to survive. That's what goodness looks like sometimes. Tonks took his hand. It's not about being perfect. It's about trying to do the right thing, even when you're scared. Even when it hurts. And you do that every single day. Not every day. Enough days. Tonks's grip tightened. You're going to be fine tomorrow, Harry. And when the war comes, you're going to be fine too. Because you're not alone. You've never been alone. Harry looked at her, at the sincerity in her eyes. He realized, with a start, that he had come to care for her. Not just as a friend, but as something more. You're a good person, he said quietly. One of the best I've ever met. Tonks's smile was soft. Don't get sappy on me, Potter. I have a reputation to maintain. Harry laughed, and for a moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift. Thank you, he said. For everything. You're welcome. Tonks stood up, pulling him with her. Now get some sleep. You've got a maze to conquer tomorrow. Will you be there? Watching? I'll be in the stands, cheering you on. Don't disappoint me. Harry smiled. I won't. He left the room of requirement with a lighter heart. The fear was still there, but it was different now, manageable, almost comfortable. He had people who believed in him. People who would fight beside him. People who would help him carry the burden. For the first time in years, Harry Potter felt like he wasn't alone. The maze awaited. The war awaited. Voldemort awaited. But Harry was ready. Or at least, he was ready to try. Chapter 4, the first task begins. The morning of the third task dawned clear and bright, the kind of morning that seemed to mock the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of things. Harry stood at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, staring at the massive maze that had grown overnight, a towering labyrinth of hedges that seemed to shift and breathe in the early light. The crowd was already gathering, filling the stands with a sea of color and noise. Harry could hear them cheering, shouting, placing last-minute bets on the champions. He could hear his name being called, could see the banners waving in the wind. But he was focused on the maze. It was enormous, easily twice the height of a man, the hedges so thick that they blocked out all light from within. Harry could feel the magic pulsing through it, ancient and powerful, designed to test everything a champion possessed. Harry. He turned. Hermione and Ron were pushing through the crowd toward him, their faces flushed with excitement. Good luck, mate, Ron said, clapping him on the shoulder. You've got this. Be careful in there, Hermione added, her eyes worried. The maze is full of enchantments. Don't trust anything you see. I won't, Harry promised. Potter. Fleur appeared at his side, her silver hair gleaming in the sunlight. She was wearing her tournament robes, her expression focused and calm. Are you ready? She asked. As I'll ever be. Fleur smiled. I have seen you fight, Harry. There is no one I would rather face this challenge beside. Except Victor, Harry said, with a slight smile. Except Victor, Fleur agreed. But I will be watching you. Do not disappoint me. I won't. She squeezed his hand, then walked toward the entrance of the maze. Harry watched her go, feeling a strange warmth in his chest. Mate, you're staring, Ron said, elbowing him. You know she's way out of your league, right? Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe I'm just getting started. Before Ron could respond, Bagman's voice boomed across the pitch. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. The champions will enter the maze one at a time, and the first to reach the Triwizard Cup will be declared the winner. Let the games begin." The crowd erupted in cheers. Harry watched as Victor Crumb entered the maze, then Fleur, then the Durmstrang champion. And then it was his turn. He walked toward the entrance, feeling the weight of thousands of eyes on him. The hedges loomed before him, dark and forbidding, and he knew that the truth of who he was would be tested in ways he couldn't imagine. He stepped into the maze. The world changed. Instantly. The noise of the crowd faded, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant drip of water. The hedges seemed to press in on him, their shadows shifting in ways that made no sense. Harry drew his wand and began to walk. The maze was treacherous. Magical traps lurked around every corner, snares that would bind him in place, enchantments that would cloud his mind, creatures that would attack without warning. Harry navigated them all with practiced ease, his training paying off in every decision. He deflected a blasting curse that erupted from the ground. He dodged a cloud of venomous mist that shimmered in the air. He countered a series of illusions that tried to convince him he was walking in circles. And all the while, he was aware of the time. The other champions were ahead of him, or behind him, or somewhere in between. He had to find the cup before any of them did. But he also had to help. It was the thought that kept returning to him, the thought that he couldn't shake. Fleur was in the maze somewhere, facing the same dangers. Victor was too. They were all competing, but they were also all in danger. Harry knew what he had to do. He began to move faster, his senses attuned to the maze's patterns. He followed the sound of distant screams, the flicker of spelllight through the hedges. He found Victor first, trapped in a cage of vines that were slowly constricting around him. "Hold on!" Harry shouted, raising his wand. Incendio! The vines burst into flame, releasing Victor. The Durmstrang champion stumbled free, gasping for breath. "Thank you, Potter," he said, his voice hoarse. "I owe you." "Don't worry about it," Harry said. "Have you seen Fleur?" "No. She went that way," Victor pointed down a narrow passage. "Be careful. The maze is becoming more dangerous." Harry nodded and ran. He found Fleur a few minutes later, cornered by a boggart that had taken the shape of a Dementor. She was cowering against the hedge, her face pale, her wand shaking in her hand. "Fleur!" Harry shouted. "It's not real. It's a boggart." She looked at him, her eyes wide with terror. I cannot fight it." "Ridiculous." The spell hit the boggart, and it transformed into a ridiculous version of itself, a Dementor wearing a clown nose and flapping its arms. Fleur stared at it, then burst out laughing. "Thank you," she said, her voice trembling. "I was so frightened." "It's okay," Harry said. "Everyone's afraid of something. The trick is to not let it stop you." Fleur looked at him, her expression shifting from gratitude to something deeper. "You saved me again, Harry Potter. I will never forget this." "We need to keep moving," Harry said. "The cup is somewhere ahead of us. We can find it together." Fleur nodded. Together. The maze seemed to sense their alliance. The dangers increased, spells that came from nowhere, creatures that attacked without warning, traps that tested their every skill. But Harry and Fleur fought side by side, their magic complementing each other perfectly. Harry was amazed by her power. She had been dismissed by many as just a pretty face, but he knew now that she was one of the most talented witches he had ever met. Her spells were precise, her instincts sharp, her courage unwavering. And she was beautiful. Harry tried not to notice it, tried to focus on the task at hand. But every time their hands brushed, every time their eyes met, he felt something shift inside him. Something warm. Something dangerous. Harry. Fleur's voice broke through his thoughts. The cup. I can see it. He looked up. The Triwizard Cup was gleaming at the center of a clearing, surrounded by a shimmering barrier of magic. It was so close he could almost touch it. But something was wrong. Wait, Harry said, grabbing Fleur's arm. This is a trap. What do you mean? The cup is too easy to reach. There should be more defenses. Harry's eyes scanned the clearing, his instincts screaming at him. Stay here. He walked forward cautiously, his wand raised. The barrier pulsed with energy, but it wasn't defensive, it was something else. Something that felt familiar. And then he saw it. The Slytherin locket. The diadem of Ravenclaw. The Hufflepuff cup. They were scattered around the clearing, their presence unmistakable. Horcruxes. Voldemort's Horcruxes. How? Harry breathed. How did these get here? Potter. Fleur's voice was sharp. Look out. Harry spun around. A figure had emerged from the shadows, tall, cloaked, and wearing a mask. A Death Eater. You should not have come here, Potter, the figure said, its voice distorted by magic. This is where you will die. I've heard that before, Harry said, raising his wand. I'm still here. The Death Eater attacked. Harry deflected the first curse, then the second, then the third. He moved with the speed and precision that Tonks had drilled into him, his spells flowing one after another. Fleur joined the fight, her magic blazing beside his. Together, they drove the Death Eater back, forcing him toward the barrier. But the barrier was no longer just a barrier. It was a portkey. The Death Eater touched it, and the magic exploded outward. Harry grabbed Fleur's arm, trying to pull her back, but it was too late. They were being transported. Harry landed hard on stone, his head spinning. He forced himself to his feet, his wand raised, his senses on high alert. He was in a graveyard. The headstones were ancient, the names worn away by time. And in the center of it all was a cauldron, surrounded by Death Eaters in their black robes and silver masks. Harry. The voice was familiar. Harry turned to face it. Lord Voldemort stood before him, his snake-like face twisted in a smile. His red eyes gleamed with triumph, and his wand was pointed at Harry's chest. Welcome, Voldemort said, to your death. Harry felt the world narrow to a single point. Voldemort was here, was real, was about to kill him. Everything he had trained for, everything he had prepared for, had led to this moment. But he wasn't afraid. You tried to kill me before, Harry said, his voice steady. It didn't work. I was young and foolish then, Voldemort said. I have grown stronger. And you are still just a boy playing at being a wizard. You'd be surprised what I can do. Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that echoed across the graveyard. Brave words from a dead man. The Death Eaters closed in, their wands raised. Harry could feel the weight of their hatred, their fear, their desperate loyalty to their master. But he could also feel Fleur beside him. She had drawn her wand, her face pale but determined. She was ready to fight, to die, to do whatever it took to help him. Fleur, Harry said quietly. When I give the signal, run. What? No. Trust me, Harry said. I know what I'm doing. Voldemort raised his wand. Crucio. Harry dodged, rolling to the side, firing a spell as he moved. The Death Eaters scattered, shouting curses of their own. The graveyard became a battlefield, spells flashing in every direction. Harry fought with everything he had. He was faster, stronger, more skilled than any of the Death Eaters, and Voldemort was fighting him with a rage that made him sloppy. But Voldemort was also powerful. Terribly powerful. His spells were like nothing Harry had ever faced, dark, twisted, full of hate. They dueled across the graveyard, their wands connected by a golden thread of light. Harry felt his wand vibrating, felt the heat of Voldemort's magic pressing against his own. "Potter!" Voldemort screamed. "I will end you. You can try." Harry shouted back. And then he broke the connection. He threw a blasting curse at Voldemort's feet, sending him sprawling. Then he grabbed Fleur's arm and ran, operating with a crack of sound that echoed across the graveyard. They landed in the courtyard of Hogwarts, gasping for breath. Harry collapsed to his knees, his heart pounding, his body trembling. "We made it," he said. "We made it." Fleur knelt beside him, her eyes wide. "What, Harry, I do not understand." "I'll explain," Harry said. "But right now, we have to warn everyone. Voldemort is back. He has his body back. And he's coming for us." The courtyard was empty, the castle silent. Harry stumbled to his feet, his mind racing. He had failed. He had let Voldemort escape, had let him gain his full power. The war that everyone had feared was now inevitable. But Harry was still alive. And he would fight. The news spread quickly. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office, his expression grave. "Tell me everything," the headmaster said. Harry did. He told Dumbledore about the Death Eater, the Portkey, the graveyard. He told him about Voldemort's resurrection, about the duel, about his escape. And he told him about the Horcruxes. "Voldemort has created multiple Horcruxes," Harry said. "I saw them in the maze. The locket, the diadem, the cup. He's made himself immortal." Dumbledore's face was pale. "How did you know about the Horcruxes?" "My parents' journals," Harry said. "They left me information. About dark magic, about Voldemort's past. I've been researching for years." Dumbledore stared at him. "You have been hiding more than I knew, Harry." "Yes," Harry said. "I have. Because I didn't trust you. I didn't trust anyone. And now." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "Now, I'm ready to fight. With you, or without you. But I'm not going to let Voldemort destroy everything I care about." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Very well," he said. "We will do this together. But there is something I must tell you, Harry. Something I have kept from you for years." "What?" Dumbledore's expression was heavy. "You are a Horcrux, Harry. Voldemort's soul resides within you. And if we are to destroy him, we must destroy you." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He had always known he was different. He had always known that Voldemort's attack had left its mark. But this was worse than anything he had imagined. "I'm going to die," he said. "I'm going to die because of him." "Not necessarily," Dumbledore said. "There may be a way to save you. But it will require time. And trust. And the help of people you can rely on." Harry looked at the old man, at the desperation in his eyes. He felt a surge of something, anger, grief, determination. "Fine," he said. "We'll find a way. But you're going to tell me everything, Dumbledore. No more secrets. No more lies. Everything." Dumbledore nodded. "Everything." Harry left Dumbledore's office and walked through the dark corridors of Hogwarts. The castle was quiet, the students asleep in their beds. He felt weight of the night pressing down on him, the weight of everything he had learned. He was a Horcrux. He was going to die. Voldemort was back and stronger than ever. But there was hope. Fleur was waiting for him in the courtyard, her face pale in the moonlight. She rushed to him when she saw him. "Harry," she said, her voice urgent. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Harry said. "I'm not fine. But I will be." They stood together in the darkness, their hands intertwined. Harry looked at her face, at the worry and fear in her eyes, and felt something shift inside him. "We're going to win," he said. "I don't know how, or when, or what it will cost. But we're going to win." Fleur nodded slowly. "I believe you." And Harry realized, in that moment, that he had become something more than just a boy who was hiding his abilities. He had become a leader, a fighter, someone who could inspire hope even in the darkest times. The war was coming. Voldemort was coming. But Harry would be ready. He would protect the people he loved, no matter what it cost. The first task was over. But the real battle was only beginning. Chapter 5, Rumors Spread. The sun rose over Hogwarts the morning after. The graveyard, and with it came a reckoning Harry had been dreading for years. The Daily Prophet's headlines screamed from every breakfast table, "HEWHO must not be named returns," and "Potter survives second encounter with Dark Lord," and, most damning of all, "The boy who lived, prodigy or pretender." Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, pushing his eggs around his plate, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him. The whispers had started the moment he'd walked into the Great Hall, and they hadn't stopped since. "He dueled the Dark Lord and lived," someone breathed. "They said he held his own. Actually fought him spell for spell. I heard he's been hiding his power for years." Years, can you imagine? All that time pretending to be average while he was secretly brilliant. Maybe he's not a prodigy. Maybe he's something worse. Something dark. Harry's jaw tightened. He could hear every word, feel every judgment. The mask he had worn for so long was finally gone, and the world was reacting exactly as he had feared. "Pay them no mind, Harry." Hermione's voice was fierce. "They don't know anything." "Actually, they know quite a lot," Harry said quietly. "That's the problem." Ron reached over and clapped him on the shoulder. "You're a hero, mate. The papers are saying you dueled Voldemort and survived. That's mental." "It's not mental. It's war." Harry pushed his plate away, his appetite gone. "And it's just beginning." The Slytherin table was particularly animated. Harry could see Malfoy smirking, could see the whispers passing between the pure-blood families like dark currency. They knew what Voldemort's return meant. They were already choosing sides. But Harry had more immediate concerns. Dumbledore had summoned him for another meeting, and the prospect of facing the headmaster after everything that had been revealed made his stomach churn. Dumbledore's office felt different now. The familiar eccentricities, the silver instruments, the portraits of past headmasters, the phoenix perched on his golden stand, seemed somehow diminished, stripped of their comforting magic. "Sit down, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was weary. "We have much to discuss." Harry sat, but his posture was guarded. The revelation that he was a Horcrux had changed everything. He saw Dumbledore differently now, as a strategist who had been willing to sacrifice him for the greater good. "The Ministry is in chaos," Dumbledore began. "Cornelius Fudge is refusing to acknowledge Voldemort's return. He's calling it a hoax, a fabrication designed to destabilize his administration." "Typical," Harry muttered. "Indeed. But there are those who believe. Amelia Bones has already begun mobilizing the Auror Corps. The Order is reforming. And the public is." Dumbledore paused. "The public is divided." "Divided how?" "Some see you as a hero, Harry. The boy who faced the Dark Lord and survived. But others see you as a threat. A wielder of power that cannot be explained by your age or training." Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. "They think I'm like him." "The thought has crossed many minds." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "I have tried to counter the rumors, but there is only so much I can do. The truth of your abilities, the years of hidden training, has become public. And the question everyone is asking is, why did you hide?" "Because I was scared." Because you were smart, Dumbledore corrected. But fear is not a satisfactory answer for the masses. They want a narrative they can understand. A story that explains why Harry Potter pretended to be weak while secretly becoming powerful. Harry was silent, processing this. The mask had been a shield, a protection against the very scrutiny he was now facing. And now that the shield was gone, he was exposed to everything he had feared. "What do I do?" he asked finally. "You continue to be who you are," Dumbledore said. "You continue to fight. And you allow those who believe in you to stand beside you." The rumors didn't stop. They grew. Within days, every newspaper in the wizarding world was running stories about Harry Potter's hidden abilities. Former classmates gave interviews describing his sudden transformation. Professors who had given him average marks for years were now being questioned about their assessments. The ministry had opened an official inquiry into the Potter phenomenon, and Fudge was demanding explanations. Harry walked through the corridors like a man in a nightmare. Students who had once ignored him now stared with open curiosity. Some approached him with questions, others with accusations. A few, very few, offered their support. The Slytherins were the worst. Their whispers followed him everywhere, their words dripping with suspicion. "The boy who lived," Malfoy sneered one morning in the entrance hall. "Or the boy who's been practicing dark magic in secret." "I don't practice dark magic," Harry said, his voice flat. "Then how do you explain it? How does a mediocre wizard suddenly become a champion? How does he duel the Dark Lord and survive?" Malfoy's eyes glittered with malice. "My father has theories. Dark theories. Your father is a Death Eater." The words came out before Harry could stop them. The entrance hall went silent. Malfoy's face went white, then red. "My father is an honored citizen of the wizarding world," Malfoy spat. "How dare you?" "I dare because it's true." Harry stepped closer, and suddenly it was Malfoy who looked afraid. "I know what your father is. I know what you are. And when the war comes, you're going to have to choose a side." "You don't know anything," Malfoy said, but his voice had lost its confidence. "I know enough." Harry walked away, leaving Malfoy sputtering in the middle of the entrance hall. The crowd parted around him, their eyes wide with shock. Fleur found him that evening in the courtyard, sitting alone on the cold stone benches. The stars were just beginning to appear, scattered across the darkening sky like diamonds on velvet. "May I join you?" she asked softly. Harry nodded. Fleur sat beside him, her robes pooling around her like silver water. For a long moment, they sat in silence, watching the stars emerge. "The rumors are terrible," Fleur said finally. "I have seen them in the French papers as well. They are calling you many things, Harry. Some of them are quite unfair. I know. But you are not letting it stop you. You are still fighting. I don't have a choice." Harry's voice was hollow. "Voldemort is out there, getting stronger every day. If I stop fighting, he wins." Fleur reached over and took his hand. Her fingers were cool against his. "You are stronger than you know, Harry. Not just in magic, in here." She touched his chest, over his heart. "You have a goodness that cannot be corrupted. That is what makes you different from him." "I feel corrupted sometimes," Harry admitted. "I've done things, hidden things. I've lied to everyone I care about." "You lied to protect them. To protect yourself. There is a difference." "Is there?" "Because right now, it feels like the same thing." Fleur's grip tightened. "Let me help you. Let me stand beside you. I may not be able to fight the Dark Lord, but I can fight the rumors. I can tell them who you really are. You don't know who I really am. I know more than you think." Fleur smiled, a soft expression that made Harry's heart ache. "I have seen you train. I have seen you fight. I have seen the way you treat people, with kindness, with respect. That is who you really are, Harry. The rest is just noise. Harry looked at her, really looked at her. She was beautiful, yes, but that wasn't what made his chest feel tight. It was her belief in him, her unwavering faith in the person she thought he could be. Thank you, he said. For what? For seeing me. For not giving up on me. Fleur leaned forward and kissed him gently on the forehead. Never, she said. I will never give up on you. The next morning, Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office again. But when he arrived, Dumbledore wasn't alone. Minerva McGonagall stood by the window, her face stern. Severus Snape lurked in the shadows, his expression unreadable. And sitting in the chair usually reserved for visitors was Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Mr. Potter, Bones said, rising to greet him. Thank you for coming. Harry's instincts went on high alert. What's this about? Please, sit down. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Madam Bones has some questions for you. Harry sat, his wand hand twitching. Questions about what? About your abilities, Bones said bluntly. The Ministry is concerned about the rumors surrounding your sudden proficiency in combat magic. We would like to understand how a young wizard of your age could develop such skills. I practiced, Harry said. A lot. Practiced where? With whom? Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. I trained in the Room of Requirement. By myself, mostly. Sometimes with Tonks. Tonks? Bones's eyebrows rose. Nymphadora Tonks? The Auror? Yes. And she agreed to train you? We trained together. It was mutual. Bones studied him for a long moment. Harry met her gaze without flinching. Your results are impressive, Mr. Potter, Bones said finally. Unexplained, but impressive. The Ministry would like to offer you a position. A position? In the Auror Corps. After you graduate, of course. Bones's expression was serious. We believe your talents could be put to good use. Harry stared at her. You want me to be an Auror? With your abilities, Mr. Potter, you could be one of the best. The training program is rigorous, but you've already proven yourself in combat. I think you would excel. Before Harry could respond, Snape stepped forward, his voice dripping with contempt. Madam Bones, surely you cannot. Be serious. Potter is a student. A barely competent student at that. His results in the tournament beg to differ, Bones interrupted. His performance against the Dark Lord himself speaks for itself. I would be a fool not to recognize talent when I see it. Snape's face twisted, but he said nothing. I appreciate the offer, Harry said carefully. But right now, my priority is stopping Voldemort. I'll consider the Auror Corps after the war is over. Of course. Bones stood, extending her hand. Take care, Mr. Potter. I have a feeling we'll be seeing much more of you in the years to come. After Bones left, Dumbledore summoned Harry to stay. Amelia Bones is an ally, the headmaster said quietly. She believes in the truth of Voldemort's return. She will be valuable in the coming conflict. I gathered that, Harry said. But why did you let her question me? Because she needed to see you. To judge you for herself. And I believe she left impressed. That doesn't answer my question. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp. You are not the only one who has been hiding things, Harry. I have been preparing for this war for decades. Every action I take is calculated to achieve a specific result. And what result were you calculating today? I was calculating the value of having the head of the Auror Corps in your debt. Dumbledore's smile was thin. You have made a powerful ally today, Harry. Use her well. Harry left the office feeling more manipulated than ever. Dumbledore had played him, had used him as a pawn in some larger game. And Harry was tired of being a pawn. The following week was a whirlwind of accusations and support. The Daily Prophet ran a series of articles examining Harry's past, his training, his secret abilities. Some praised him as a prodigy. Others condemned him as a fraud. But through it all, 3 people remained steadfast at his side. Ron and Hermione, of course. They had been with him from the beginning, and nothing, not Voldemort, not the Ministry, not the weight of public opinion, could shake their loyalty. And Fleur. Fleur had become a constant presence, appearing at his side whenever the rumors grew too intense. She defended him to anyone who would listen, her French accent lending weight to her words. "He is not a fraud," she said to a group of Ravenclaws who had cornered Harry in the library. "He is the bravest, most talented wizard I have ever met. And if you cannot see that, then you are blind." "Fleur, you don't have to do this," Harry said later, as they walked through the corridors. "I want to." Her voice was firm. "You have done so much for me, Harry. Let me do this for you." They walked in silence for a while, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Harry was acutely aware of the warmth of her presence beside him. "I don't know how to be a leader," he admitted. "I don't know how to inspire people, or make them believe in me. I'm just Harry." "You are exactly who they need you to be," Fleur said. "You are honest. You are brave. You fight for what is right, even when it is difficult. That is leadership, Harry. That is everything. But what if I fail? What if I let everyone down?" Fleur stopped walking. She turned to face him, her blue eyes burning with intensity. "Then you will have tried. And that is more than most people ever do." Harry felt something shift inside him, a loosening of the knot that had been tied in his chest for so long. Fleur's belief in him was like a lifeline, pulling him back from the edge of despair. "Thank you," he said again. "For what?" "For being here. For believing in me when everyone else seems to doubt." Fleur smiled. "I will always believe in you, Harry. Always." The days passed, and Harry grew stronger. The rumors continued, but they no longer cut as deep. He had people who believed in him, who would stand beside him no matter what. And he had a purpose. Voldemort was out there, growing stronger, building his army. The war was coming. And when it came, Harry would be ready. He trained harder than ever, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Tonks was his partner, his mentor, his friend. Together, they honed his skills, refined his techniques, prepared for the battles ahead. "Your reflexes are improving," Tonks said one evening, as Harry deflected a series of spells she had thrown at him. "But you're still hesitating on the complex stuff." "Complex stuff is hard," Harry said, panting. "Complex stuff is what separates the good from the great." Tonks lowered her wand. "You're good, Potter. Really good. But you could be great." "I don't want to be great. I just want to survive." "Those aren't mutually exclusive." Tonks walked toward him, her expression serious. "You have the potential to be one of the greatest wizards of your generation. But you have to stop holding back. You have to trust yourself." "I trust myself. I just don't trust the world." "That's a start." Tonks smiled. "Tomorrow, we start working on offensive spells. I want you to be able to take down a Death Eater in under 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Minimum. Anything more is sloppy." Harry groaned, but he was smiling. Tonks had a way of making even the impossible seem achievable. The day of reckoning came sooner than expected. Harry was walking through the corridors of Hogwarts when he was intercepted by Professor McGonagall. Her face was pale, her expression grave. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster requests your presence immediately." "What's happened?" McGonagall's lips tightened. "The Ministry has been attacked." Death Eaters. Multiple casualties. Harry's blood ran cold. He ran. Dumbledore's office was crowded with members of the Order, Snape, Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt and others Harry didn't recognize. Their faces were grim. "The Ministry has fallen," Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. "Scrimgeour is dead. The Death Eaters have taken control." Harry felt the world tilt. "What? How?" "Voldemort orchestrated the attack personally," Lupin said. "He led the assault. There was nothing we could do." "And the people? The innocent people?" "Many escaped," Tonks said. "But many didn't. The Death Eaters are rounding up Muggleborns and their sympathizers." Harry felt a cold fury rise in his chest. Voldemort was winning. The world was falling apart. "We have to fight back," he said. "We can't just let them." "We are fighting," Dumbledore said. "But we cannot do it alone. We need allies. We need resources. And we need time. Time we don't have. Time we will make." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "You have gathered allies of your own, Harry. Fleur Delacour and her family. Victor Crumb. The Goblins. You have built a network of support that could be crucial in the coming war." Harry stared at him. "You know about that?" "I know everything, Harry. That is my burden to bear." Dumbledore's voice was weary. "Now, we must plan. We must strategize. And we must be ready for what is coming." The meeting continued for hours, but Harry barely heard it. His mind was racing, processing the news, adjusting to the new reality. Voldemort had won a major victory. The Ministry was in enemy hands. And the war was only going to get worse. But Harry was not defeated. He was angry, yes, and scared. But he was also determined. He would fight. He would protect the people he loved. And he would find a way to stop Voldemort, no matter what it cost. The mask was gone. The secret was out. The rumors would continue. But Harry was done hiding. The war had begun, and he was ready to fight. Chapter 6, Secrets Shared. The days following the Ministry's fall were marked by a strange, tense quiet. Hogwarts had become a fortress, its ancient walls bristling with defensive enchantments, its corridors patrolled by Aurors and Order members. Students moved through the castle like ghosts, their voices hushed, their eyes watchful. Harry had not slept properly in a week. Every night, he lay in his bed, staring at the canopy above him, replaying the attack in his mind. The screams. The green light. The faces of the dead. He saw them every time he closed his eyes. But he couldn't afford to rest. There was too much to do. Too many people to protect. Too many battles to fight. He was in the room of requirement when Fleur found him, practicing a particularly complex offensive spell. His magic was wild, uncontrolled, fueled by anger and grief. "Harry." Her voice was gentle. "You need to stop." "I can't stop." The words came out harder than he intended. "Every moment I waste is a moment Voldemort uses to grow stronger. You are not wasting anything. You are exhausting yourself." Fleur stepped closer, her hand reaching for his wand arm. "Please. Come with me." Harry resisted for a moment, then let her lower his arm. The magic faded from his fingertips, leaving him feeling hollow and empty. "Come," Fleur said again. "There is somewhere we need to go." She led him through the castle's hidden passages, past portraits that watched them with curious eyes, down staircases that shifted beneath their feet. Harry followed without question, too tired to ask where they were going. They emerged in a small courtyard, hidden from view by ancient walls covered in ivy. A fountain burbled in the center, its water sparkling in the moonlight. Benches lined the edges of the space, their stone worn smooth by centuries of use. "Sit," Fleur said, gesturing to one of the benches. Harry sat. Fleur sat beside him, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her body. I have been thinking, she said, her voice soft. About everything that has happened. About what you have told me, and what you have not. What do you mean? I mean your secrets, Harry. Fleur's eyes met his. You have told me about your training, about your plans, about the war. But you have not told me the most important thing. What's that? Why you hide. Really hide. Not just your abilities, your heart. Your feelings. The person you are beneath all the masks. Harry looked away. The question hit too close to home, touched on wounds he had spent years trying to ignore. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. Fleur's voice was gentle, but insistent. I see you, Harry. I see the way you hold yourself back, even when you are with people who care about you. I see the walls you have built around your heart. You don't understand. Then help me understand. Fleur took his hand. Please. Harry was silent for a long moment. The fountain burbled in the background, the only sound in the quiet courtyard. I grew up alone, he said finally. My aunt and uncle, they hated me. They made sure I knew it every single day. I slept in a cupboard. I was beaten. I was starved. I was told I was worthless. Fleur's grip tightened. Harry. I came to Hogwarts expecting the same thing, Harry continued, his voice flat. But instead, I found a world that celebrated me. They called me the boy who lived, the hero who defeated Voldemort. And I thought maybe things would be different. Were they? At first. Then I realized that their love was conditional. They loved the idea of me, not the person I actually was. They loved the hero, not the boy. And I knew that if I ever showed them who I really was, they would reject me, just like my aunt and uncle did. Fleur was silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. So I started pretending, Harry said. I pretended to be average. I pretended to be weak. I pretended to be the person they wanted me to be. And it worked. They stopped paying attention. They stopped expecting anything from me. But you were still alone. Yes. Harry's voice cracked. I was still alone. But at least I was safe. At least they couldn't hurt me. Fleur pulled him into a hug, her arms wrapping around him tightly. Harry stiffened for a moment, then collapsed against her, his body shaking with silent sobs. You are not alone anymore, Fleur whispered. You will never be alone again. I promise you, Harry. I will never leave you. They sat like that for a long time, holding each other in the moonlight. Harry felt something inside him begin to heal, a wound that had been festering for years slowly closing. Why did you tell me? Fleur asked finally. Why now? Because you asked, Harry said. And because I trust you. More than I've trusted anyone in a long time. Fleur pulled back, her eyes searching his face. I am honored, Harry. Truly. Don't be. I'm not worth honoring. That is not true. Fleur's voice was fierce. You are worth everything, Harry. Everything. I only wish you could see yourself the way I see you. Harry looked at her, at the sincerity in her eyes, and felt something shift inside him. He had been carrying this weight for so long, hiding his true self from everyone he met. But Fleur had seen through the mask, had seen the real person beneath, and she had not turned away. Thank you, he said. For listening. For understanding. Thank you for trusting me. Fleur smiled, a soft, sad smile. I know it is not easy for you. They returned to the castle hand in hand, their steps slow and measured. The corridors were empty, the students asleep in their beds. Harry felt lighter than he had in years, the weight of his secrets shared and accepted. They were passing the entrance to the room of requirement when the door opened and Tonks stepped out, her hair a tangled mess of pink and purple. "Harry?" She stopped, her eyes taking in the scene, Harry and Fleur, their hands intertwined, their faces flushed. "Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." "You're not interrupting," Harry said quickly. "Fleur and I were just talking." Talking. Tonks's expression was unreadable. "Right. Tonks, what are you doing here?" Fleur asked, her voice carefully neutral. "It is very late. I couldn't sleep. Thought I'd get some training in." Tonks's eyes flicked to Harry. "But it looks like you found other ways to occupy your time." There was an edge to her voice that Harry didn't understand. Jealousy? Hurt? He couldn't tell. "Tonks, is everything okay?" he asked. "Fine. Everything's fine." Tonks stepped past them, her movements stiff. "I should be going. Early morning patrol." "Wait." But she was already gone, disappearing around a corner before Harry could stop her. "That was strange," he said, frowning. Fleur was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Harry, I think she has feelings for you." "What?" "No. She's just a friend. A training partner." "Harry." Fleur's voice was gentle. "I have seen the way she looks at you. The way she speaks about you. She cares for you. Deeply." Harry shook his head. "You're wrong. Tonks doesn't see me that way." "Perhaps." Fleur's lips curved into a small smile. "Or perhaps you are more blind than you realize." The next day, Harry found Tonks in the room of requirement, practicing offensive spells with a ferocity that bordered on desperation. Her wand was a blur of movement, her spells striking the practice dummies with devastating precision. "Tonks." Harry stepped into the room, his hands raised. "We need to talk." "About what?" She didn't stop casting, her eyes fixed on the dummies. "About last night. About what you said." "I didn't say anything." Her voice was sharp. "I saw you with Fleur. I left. That's all." "Tonks. Don't." She finally turned to face him, her eyes blazing. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about." Harry stared at her. "I really don't." Tonks laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You really are blind, aren't you? All that training, all that power, and you can't see what's right in front of you. Then tell me." Harry stepped closer. "Please. I don't want to lose you, Tonks. You're one of the most important people in my life." Tonks's expression softened. "You won't lose me, Harry. That's the problem. I can't stay away from you, even when I know I should." "Why should you stay away?" "Because you're with Fleur." Tonks's voice cracked. "Because she's beautiful and talented and perfect for you. Because I'm just me." Harry felt his heart clench. "Tonks, I didn't know." "Of course you didn't. You never see what's right in front of you." Tonks's eyes were glistening with unshed tears. "I'm not trying to make this difficult. I'm not trying to compete with her. I couldn't keep pretending." "Pretending what?" "That I don't care about you." Tonks's voice was barely above a whisper. "That I don't think about you every moment of every day. That I don't want to be with you, even though I know I can't." Harry was frozen, his mind racing. He had never expected this, never allowed himself to consider that Tonks might feel this way about him. She was an auror, a mentor, a friend. She was supposed to be untouchable. But now, looking at her, he could see the truth in her eyes. The longing. The pain. The desperate, hopeless love. "Tonks," he said, his voice gentle. I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know. I know you didn't. She smiled, a watery, broken smile. You never do. You never see how much you're loved, Harry. How much you deserve to be loved. Harry stepped forward and pulled her into a hug. She resisted for a moment, then collapsed against him, her body shaking with silent sobs. I don't know what to say, Harry admitted. I don't know how to fix this. There's nothing to fix. Tonks's voice was muffled against his shoulder. I'll get over it. I always do. Will you? Eventually. She pulled back, wiping her eyes. I'm not going to make things complicated for you, Harry. You have enough to deal with. The war. Voldemort. Everything else. That doesn't mean I don't care about you. I know. Tonks smiled, a real smile this time. And that's enough. For now. Harry left the room of requirement feeling more confused than ever. He had never expected Tonks's confession, never allowed himself to consider that she might feel that way about him. But now that he knew, everything had changed. He found Fleur in the library, reading a book on ancient defensive magic. She looked up when he entered, her expression curious. Harry? What is wrong? You look troubled. Tonks told me something tonight, Harry said, sitting down across from her. Something I didn't expect. Fleur set the book aside. What did she tell you? That she cares for me. That she has feelings for me. Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. And how do you feel about that? I don't know. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I never thought of her that way. She's a friend. A mentor. She's helped me so much, and I care about her, but you are in love with me. Harry looked up, startled. What? You are in love with me, Harry. Fleur's voice was calm, certain. I have seen it in the way you look at me. The way you speak to me. The way you touch me. Harry opened his mouth to deny it, then closed it again. She was right. He had been in love with Fleur Delacour since the moment he had seen her walk into the great hall. Yes, he said finally. I am. Fleur's smile was radiant. And I am in love with you, Harry. I have been for some time. Harry felt his heart soar. He reached across the table and took her hand. But Tonks. Tonks is a wonderful person, Fleur said. And I understand why she cares for you. You are easy to care for, Harry. You are kind, and brave, and good. Then what do I do? Fleur was quiet for a moment. I believe that we are all capable of loving more than one person, she said finally. The heart is not a limited resource. It can expand to hold everyone we care about. Are you saying? I am saying that we should not close ourselves off from love. That we should embrace it, wherever we find it. Fleur's grip tightened. I would not be jealous, Harry. I would not be threatened. If you and Tonks. No. Harry shook his head. I can't do that to you. I can't hurt you like that. You would not hurt me. Fleur's voice was soft. You would be honest with me. That is all I ask. Harry stared at her, overwhelmed by her generosity. He had never met anyone like Fleur, so open, so accepting, so willing to share. I don't deserve you, he said. That is not for you to decide. Fleur smiled. I will decide what I deserve. And I deserve someone who loves me fully, honestly, without reservation. Do you? Of course. Then that is enough. The next day, Harry spoke to Tonks. He found her in the Auror quarters, packing her things for a patrol. We need to talk, he said. About what? About what you told me. About us. Tonks's hand stilled. There is no us, Harry. There's just me, being foolish. You're not foolish. Harry stepped closer. I care about you, Tonks. More than I realized. And I know that I'm with Fleur, and I know that I love her, but... But what? But I also care about you. And I don't know what to do with that. Tonks turned to face him, her expression guarded. What are you saying, Harry? I'm saying that I don't want to lose you. Harry's voice was raw. I'm saying that I want you in my life, whatever that looks like. I'm saying that I don't have all the answers, but I'm willing to figure it out. Tonks stared at him for a long moment. You're serious. I've never been more serious about anything. Even though you're with Fleur. Even then. Harry took a breath. Fleur knows. She knows how you feel, and she understands. She said that we can love more than one person. Tonks's eyes widened. She said that? Yes. And you want that? You want both of us? Harry hesitated. I want to try. I want to see if we can make this work. I want to see if we can be something, together. Tonks was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she began to smile. You're insane, Harry Potter, she said. Completely. Utterly insane. I know. And I'm even more insane for agreeing to this. Agreeing? Tonks stepped forward and kissed him. It was soft, tentative, full of promise. Yes, she said, pulling back. I'm agreeing. Let's see where this goes. Harry felt his heart soar. He had Fleur. He had Tonks. He had people who loved him, who believed in him, who would stand beside him no matter what. The war was coming. Voldemort was coming. But Harry was no longer alone. He had his allies. He had his friends. He had his loves. And together, they would face whatever came next. Chapter 7, The Potter Legacy. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by an owl that Harry had never seen before, a magnificent creature with feathers of pure silver and eyes like burning gold. It landed on his breakfast plate with an air of importance, its leg extended to present a scroll sealed with crimson wax. Harry broke the seal with trembling fingers. The wax bore the Potter crest, a stag rampant on a field of argent, surrounded by 3 stars. He had seen it before, in the old books Dumbledore had given him, but never like this. Never as a summons. Harry James Potter. You are hereby called to Potter Manor, the ancestral seat of your family, to claim your inheritance and unlock the secrets of your blood. The manor has been sealed since your parents' death, but the magic recognizes you as its rightful heir. Come alone, and come prepared. The house will test you, The key is in your blood. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. Potter Manor. He had heard stories about it, vague references to a family home that had been lost after his parents' death. But he had never thought to seek it out, never imagined that it might still exist. Harry. Hermione's voice broke through his reverie. What is it? You look pale. I need to go somewhere, Harry said, standing abruptly. I need to leave Hogwarts. Leave? Harry, you can't just. I have to. His voice was firm. It's important. Life-changing important. Ron looked up from his toast. Mate, what's going on? I'll explain when I get back. Harry was already walking toward the door. Just, tell Dumbledore I'll be gone for a few days. Tell him I'm following a lead. Harry. Hermione's voice was sharp. You can't just leave without. But Harry was already gone. The journey to Potter Manor took longer than Harry expected. The letter had included coordinates, but no directions, and he spent hours wandering through the English countryside, following the pull of magic that tugged at his chest like a golden thread. The manor revealed itself slowly. One moment, Harry was standing in a field of wildflowers, the next, a wrought iron gate materialized before him, its bars twisted into intricate patterns of stags and stars. Beyond the gate, a gravel path wound through overgrown gardens toward a house that seemed to materialize from the mist. Potter Manor was beautiful. Even in its state of neglect, ivy climbing the walls, windows dark and empty, roof tiles missing in places, it retained an air of dignity and grace. The architecture was old, perhaps Tudor, with timbered beams and chimneys that rose like fingers toward the sky. Harry pushed open the gate and walked toward the front door. The magic hummed beneath his feet, recognizing him, welcoming him home. The door was massive, carved from oak and reinforced with iron. There was no handle, no lock, no visible way to open it. The key is in your blood. Harry drew his wand and pressed the tip to his palm. A thin line of red appeared, welling up like tears of ruby. He pressed his bleeding hand to the door. The wood absorbed his blood like a sponge. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the door groaned, its hinges protesting after years of disuse, and swung slowly inward. Harry stepped inside. The entrance hall was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. Portraits lined the walls, ancestors, he realized, generations of Potters. Staring down at him with curious eyes. A grand staircase swept upward toward the upper floors, its banister carved with stags and stars. And in the center of the hall, on a pedestal of marble, sat a book. Harry walked toward it, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The book was ancient, its leather cover cracked with age. Gold lettering on the spine read, "The Potter Legacy." He reached out and touched it. The book opened of its own accord, pages turning as if blown by an invisible wind. Words appeared on the pages, written in the same elegant script as the letter. Asterisk Welcome home, Harry James Potter. You have been chosen to carry the legacy of our family. Read these pages carefully, and you will learn the truth of who you are, asterisk. Harry sat down on the floor and began to read. The journals were hidden in the manor's library, thousands of volumes stored in a vast, circular room that seemed to stretch into infinity. Harry found them easily, they were stacked on a central table, their spines gleaming with gold and silver. James Potter's journal was the first he opened. His father's handwriting was bold and confident, the script of a man who knew exactly who he was. Asterisk I write this on the night before my wedding to Lily Evans, the most brilliant which I have ever known. She is carrying our child, a boy, I'm told. We have decided to name him Harry, after my grandfather. I hope he will be brave, and kind, and full of magic. I hope he will never know the fear that haunts our world, asterisk. Harry's eyes blurred with tears. He had never known his father, had never heard his voice or seen his face except in photographs. But here, in these pages, James Potter came alive. The entries continued, spanning years of joy and sorrow, triumph and loss. James wrote about the war, about the order, about his friends, Sirius, Remus, Peter. He wrote about his hopes for Harry, his dreams for the future. And then, the final entry. Asterisk the war is getting worse. Voldemort is hunting us. I have made arrangements, a Fidelius charm, Peter as secret keeper. I don't trust him completely, but Sirius insisted. I hope we're making the right choice, asterisk. Asterisk Lily is afraid. She hides it well, but I can see the fear in her eyes. We both know what will happen if Voldemort finds us. But we also know that our son is special. He has the potential to be something more than we could ever imagine, asterisk. Asterisk I love him more than words can say. I hope he knows that. I hope he can feel it, even from beyond the grave, asterisk. Harry closed the journal, his hands shaking. His father had loved him. His mother had loved him. They had died to protect him. And now, it was his turn to protect the world they had tried to save. Lily's journal was next. Her handwriting was smaller, more precise, but no less passionate. Asterisk Harry is the most beautiful child I have ever seen. His eyes are so green, just like mine. His hair is already messy, just like James's. He has a spark in him, a fierce intelligence that I can already see developing. Asterisk. Asterisk. I have been thinking about our family's legacy. The Potters have always been powerful, but they have also been wise. They have known that magic is not just about power, it is about love, about sacrifice, about protection. Asterisk. Asterisk. There are spells in our family's history that have been forgotten. Ancient rituals, combat magic, protective enchantments. I have been researching them, trying to learn what I can. If Voldemort comes for us, I want to be ready. Asterisk. The entries continued, filled with Lily's research notes, her discoveries, her hopes for Harry. She wrote about the ancient magic of the Potters, the hidden chambers beneath the manor, the secrets that had been passed down through generations. And then, the final entry. Asterisk. James is dead. Voldemort killed him. He didn't even have time to draw his wand. Asterisk. Asterisk. I have seconds left. Seconds to protect my son. Seconds to cast the spell that will save him. Asterisk. Asterisk. I love you, Harry. I will always love you. Never forget that. Asterisk. Harry closed the journal, tears streaming down his face. His mother had died for him. She had cast a spell of love and sacrifice that had saved his life. And now, he would honor her sacrifice by finishing what she started. The hidden chamber beneath Potter Manor was exactly where Lily's research said it would be. Harry found it through a secret passage in the library, a spiral staircase that descended into darkness. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with ancient runes that pulsed with blue light. In the center of the room sat a pedestal, and on the pedestal lay a book bound in dragon hide. Harry approached it slowly, feeling the weight of generations pressing down upon him. "Who are you?" a voice asked. Harry spun around. A figure had materialized from the shadows, a woman in robes of silver and blue, her features sharp and elegant. She was ghost-like, translucent, her eyes glowing with ancient magic. "I'm Harry," he said carefully. "Harry Potter." "I know who you are," the figure said. "I am the guardian of the Potter legacy. I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" "You are the last of the Potters," the guardian said. "The line has ended. But it will not end with you. You have a destiny, Harry Potter, a destiny that your ancestors prepared for." "What kind of destiny?" The guardian gestured to the book on the pedestal. "That book contains the knowledge of the Potters, the spells, the rituals, the secrets that have been passed down through generations. You must learn them all. You must become what your family intended you to become." "And what is that?" The guardian's eyes met his. "A weapon. A shield. The hope of the world." Harry felt the weight of the words settle on him like a mantle. He had always known that he was different, that he had a role to play in the war against Voldemort. But this was something else entirely. "The book," he said. "Will it help me defeat Voldemort?" "Yes. But it will not be easy. The magic in this book is ancient, powerful, and dangerous. You will need to train harder than you have ever trained before. You will need to sacrifice things you hold dear." "What kind of things?" The guardian's expression was sad. "The kind of things that make life worth living. Are you ready for that, Harry Potter?" Harry looked at the book, at the legacy of his ancestors, at the weight of the future pressing down upon him. "I'm ready," he said. "I'm ready to do whatever it takes." The days that followed were the most intense of Harry's life. He spent every waking moment in the hidden chamber, studying the ancient texts, practicing the spells, learning the rituals. The guardian guided him, teaching him magic that had been forgotten by the modern world. He learned defensive spells that could create barriers of pure magical energy. He learned offensive spells that could disintegrate targets, bind enemies, or absorb their attacks. He learned combat magic that was more instinct than incantation, spells that required not just power but will. And he learned about his family's history. The Potters had been more than just a magical family. They had been warriors, scholars, leaders. They had fought in every major conflict in wizarding history, had shaped the world in ways that Harry had never imagined. They had also been protected by ancient magic, a binding ritual that tied the family's power to the land, to the house, to the bloodline itself. Harry was the last of that bloodline, the final heir to a legacy of power and sacrifice. "This magic is part of you," the Guardian said, as Harry practiced a particularly complex defensive formation. "You were born with it. It is in your blood, in your bones, in your soul. You only need to learn to access it." "It feels different," Harry admitted. "More instinctive than the magic I'm used to." "Because it is. Modern magic is about control, about precision. Ancient magic is about intention, about will. You are not casting spells with this magic. You are shaping reality." Harry felt a thrill of excitement. He had always been powerful, but this was something else entirely. This was the kind of power that could change the world. "Will it be enough?" he asked. "Will it be enough to stop Voldemort?" The Guardian was silent for a moment. "It will give you a chance. But no magic, no matter how powerful, can guarantee victory. In the end, it will come down to you, Harry. To your choices. To your heart." Harry returned to Hogwarts a week later, transformed by what he had discovered. The journals, the hidden chamber, the ancient magic, they had given him purpose, direction, a path forward. Fleur and Tonks were waiting for him in the room of requirement, their expressions anxious. "Harry." Fleur rushed to him, her arms wrapping around him. "Where have you been? We were so worried." "I found my family's legacy," Harry said, pulling back. "The Potters left behind journals, ancient magic, everything I need to fight Voldemort." "Everything?" Tonks asked, her eyes sharp. "That seems like a lot to claim." "It is." Harry's voice was steady. "But I'm ready. I've been training, learning. I know what I have to do." "What do you have to do?" Fleur asked. Harry met her eyes. "I have to stop Voldemort. Permanently. And I'm going to need your help." Fleur and Tonks exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. "We're with you," Tonks said. "Whatever it takes." "Good." Harry felt a surge of determination. "Then let's get to work." The next few weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry shared everything he had learned with Fleur and Tonks, teaching them the ancient magic, incorporating it into their combat training. The three of them trained together in the room of requirement, pushing each other to new heights. "We're getting stronger," Tonks said one evening, as they caught their breath after a particularly intense session. "But is it going to be enough?" "It has to be," Harry said. "There's no other option." "Harry." Fleur's voice was gentle. "You are carrying a heavy weight. We are here to share it with you. Please, let us." Harry looked at the two women who had become so important to him. They were his partners, his allies, his loves. They believed in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you. For everything." Tonks grinned. "Don't get sappy on us, Potter. We've got work to do." Harry laughed. It felt good, laughing. It felt like hope. The war was coming. Voldemort was coming. But Harry wasn't afraid. He had his legacy. He had his power. And he had the people he loved. Together, they would face whatever came next. Chapter 8, Dumbledore starts asking questions. The fire in Dumbledore's office crackled with a warmth that did nothing to dispel the chill in the room. Harry sat across from the headmaster, his posture rigid, his expression carefully neutral. The ancient magic he had discovered at Potter Manor hummed beneath his skin, a constant reminder of the power he now wielded. But Dumbledore didn't know about that. Not yet. "Harry," Dumbledore began, his voice deceptively gentle. I have noticed changes in you. Subtle, perhaps, but undeniable. You carry yourself differently. There is a confidence in your movements that was not there before. I've been training, Harry said. You know that. Yes, but this is different. Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes sharp and penetrating. This is not the training of a student. This is the bearing of a warrior. I have seen it before, in men who have spent years in combat, who have faced death and emerged transformed. I've faced death plenty of times. Indeed you have. But this is something else. Dumbledore paused, his fingers steepled before him. You went somewhere, Harry. You left Hogwarts for a week, and when you returned, you were different. I want to know where you went. Harry held the headmaster's gaze. I went to find my family's legacy. Your family's legacy? Potter Manor. The journals my parents left behind. Ancient magic that has been forgotten by the modern world. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or concern. I was not aware that Potter Manor was still accessible. It wasn't. Not until I was ready. Harry's voice was steady. The house recognized me as the heir. It opened its doors and showed me what I needed to know. And what exactly did it show you? Harry was silent for a moment. The journals, the hidden chamber, the guardian, they were his secrets, his to share or not share as he chose. But he knew that Dumbledore would not stop asking until he had answers. It showed me the truth about my family, Harry said finally. About who they were, what they fought for, what they left behind. The Potters were more than just a powerful family. They were warriors. They had magic that has been lost to the centuries. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. What kind of magic? Combat magic. Defensive magic. The kind that could make a difference in the war. Harry leaned forward. I've been learning it. Practicing it. And I'm ready to use it. Ready to use it for what purpose? To stop Voldemort. Harry's voice was hard. Permanently. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. And you believe this ancient magic will allow you to do what modern magic cannot? I believe it will give me a chance. A real chance. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. I'm not the same person I was a few weeks ago, Professor. I've changed. I've grown. And I'm not going to hide anymore. Hide? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You have never hidden, Harry. You have always fought, always stood up for what is right. I hid my abilities, Harry said. For years, I pretended to be average because I was afraid of what would happen if people knew the truth. But I'm done with that. I'm done hiding. I'm done pretending. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. And what do you plan to do with this newfound openness? I plan to fight. I plan to build an army. I plan to stop Voldemort by any means necessary. Harry stood. And I'm going to do it with or without your help. Harry. I know you have plans for me, Professor. I know you've been manipulating events behind the scenes, trying to shape me into the weapon you need. But I'm done being manipulated. I'm done being a pawn in your games. Dumbledore's face went pale. Harry, I have never. You have. Harry's voice was hard. You entered my name in the Goblet of Fire. You sent me into situations you knew would be dangerous. You withheld information from me because you thought I wasn't ready. You've been treating me like a child, a puppet, a tool. I have been trying to protect you. Protect me? Or protect your plans? The accusation hung in the air between them. Dumbledore looked old suddenly, tired, the weight of his years pressing down on his shoulders. I have made mistakes, Harry, he said quietly. Many mistakes. I have kept secrets that I should have shared. I have made decisions that have cost people their lives. But I have never treated you as a tool. You are more to me than that. You always have been. Harry felt a flicker of doubt. Dumbledore had been his mentor, his guide, his protector. He had made mistakes, yes, but he had also saved Harry's life more times than Harry could count. I believe you, Harry said finally. But I also believe that we need to start trusting each other. Really trusting each other. No more secrets. No more manipulation. Just the truth. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The truth. Yes, I suppose you have earned that. He stood and walked to the window, staring out at the darkening grounds. Voldemort's power is growing, Harry. Faster than I anticipated. The Ministry has fallen. The Order is struggling. We are losing this war. I know. Which is why I need to know everything. Dumbledore turned back to face him. This ancient magic you discovered. The secrets of your family. Tell me what you have learned, Harry. Trust me as I am trusting you. Harry hesitated. The Guardian's words echoed in his mind, trust no one, not even Dumbledore. But the headmaster was right. If they were going to win this war, they needed to work together. I learned about the Horcruxes, Harry said. I learned that Voldemort has made multiple pieces of his soul and hidden them throughout the world. I learned that destroying them is the only way to truly kill him. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You knew about the Horcruxes? I suspected. The journals confirmed it. Harry walked to the window and stood beside Dumbledore. I also learned about ancient magic that can destroy them. Powerful magic, the kind that hasn't been used in centuries. Show me. Not yet. Harry shook his head. There are things I need to do first. Preparations I need to make. When I'm ready, I'll share what I've learned. But not before. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well, Harry. I will respect your boundaries. But know this, I will not stop trying to protect you. Even if it means going against your wishes. I understand. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. But understand this too, I will not stop fighting. Even if it means going against yours. The news of Harry's transformation spread quickly through Hogwarts. Students whispered about his new confidence, his new power, his new determination. The professors watched him with wary eyes, unsure of what to make of the young man who had emerged from the shadows. And Dumbledore began asking questions. It started subtly, a conversation here, a pointed question there. But soon it became clear that the headmaster was investigating Harry's recent activities. He spoke to Fleur and Tonks, to Ron and Hermione, to anyone who might have insight into what Harry had discovered. Why is Dumbledore so interested in you all of a sudden? Ron asked one evening, as they sat in a common room. He wants to know about the ancient magic, Harry said. About what I found at Potter Manor. And you're not telling him? Not yet. Harry's voice was firm. There are things I need to do first. Preparations I need to make. Hermione frowned. Harry, Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in the world. If there's something you've discovered that could help defeat Voldemort, shouldn't you share it with him? Should I? Harry met her eyes. Dumbledore has kept secrets from me for years. He's manipulated me, used me, treated me like a pawn in his game. I'm not going to hand over everything I've learned until I'm sure I can trust him. But he's Dumbledore, Ron said. He's Dumbledore. He's also human. Harry's voice was calm. He makes mistakes. He has agendas. And I'm not going to let him control my destiny anymore. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance, but said nothing. The tension between Harry and Dumbledore came to a head a week later. Harry was in the room of requirement, practicing combat magic with Tonks, when the door opened and Dumbledore stepped inside. Harry. Nymphadora. I apologize for interrupting. Professor. Harry lowered his wand. What are you doing here? I need to speak with you. Dumbledore's voice was grave. Alone. Tonks looked at Harry, her expression questioning. Harry nodded, and she slipped out of the room, leaving them alone in the vast training chamber. The ancient magic, Dumbledore said without preamble. I need to know what you have discovered. I told you. I'm not ready to share. Harry, this is not a request. Dumbledore's voice was hard. I am the head of the Order of the Phoenix. I have been fighting Voldemort for decades. I have the right to know. The right? Harry's voice was equally hard. You don't have the right to anything. You've kept secrets from me my entire life. You've manipulated me, used me, treated me like a weapon. And now you want me to trust you. I have made mistakes. Yes. You have. And I have made mistakes too. But I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to be honest, to be open, to build something that can survive the war. And you're still treating me like a child. Dumbledore stared at him, his expression unreadable. What do you want from me, Harry? I want to be treated as an equal, Harry said. I want to be consulted, not commanded. I want to be trusted, not manipulated. I want to be a partner, not a pawn. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. You have grown, Harry. More than I ever imagined. And perhaps I have not given you the credit you deserve. Perhaps you haven't. But I am not your enemy. Dumbledore stepped closer. I have always been on your side. I have always wanted what was best for you. I may have made mistakes, but my intentions were never malicious. I believe that, Harry said. But intentions aren't enough. I need to see actions. I need to see change. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then I will show you. I will earn your trust, Harry. Whatever it takes. Harry studied the headmaster's face, searching for any hint of deception. He found none. All right, he said finally. I'll give you a chance. But understand this, if you betray my trust again, it will be the last chance you get. Understood. The conversation with Dumbledore marked a turning point. Harry began to share some of what he had learned, carefully, selectively. He told Dumbledore about the ancient combat magic, about the rituals that could destroy Horcruxes, about the protective enchantments that could shield the vulnerable. But he didn't tell him everything. The most powerful secrets, the ones that could truly change the war, Harry kept to himself. He shared them only with Fleur and Tonks, the two people he trusted absolutely. The defensive magic we've been learning, Harry said one night, as they trained in the room of requirement. It's not just about protecting ourselves. It's about protecting everyone. We can create barriers that will shield entire communities. Entire communities. Tonks's eyes widened. Harry, that's incredible. The Potters developed it during the last war, Harry explained. They created safe havens, places where families could hide from Death Eaters. The enchantments were so powerful that not even Voldemort could break them. Can you replicate them? Fleur asked. I already have. Harry smiled. The magic is in my blood. I just needed to learn how to access it. Tonks shook her head. You're something else, Potter. You know that? Harry's smile widened. I know. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harry worked tirelessly, teaching Fleur and Tonks the ancient magic, preparing for the battles ahead. He also began building alliances, reaching out to families and factions who had been on the fringes of the war. The goblins were the first to respond. They had been neutral for centuries, refusing to take sides in any wizarding conflict. But Harry's offer, access to the ancient Potter knowledge, including spells that could protect their gold and vaults, proved too tempting to resist. We will aid you, the Goblin King said, his voice rumbling like thunder. But know this, Potter, our alliance is conditional. If you betray us, we will destroy you. Understood, Harry said. I won't betray you. The French magical families came next. Fleur's connections opened doors that had been closed for generations, and soon Harry found himself negotiating with aristocrats and diplomats, building a network of support that spanned the continent. You are building something remarkable, Fleur said one evening, as they reviewed the latest reports. An alliance that crosses borders, that transcends old rivalries. This is exactly what we need to defeat Voldemort. It's not enough, Harry said. Not yet. We need more people. More resources. More allies. We will find them, Fleur promised. Together. Dumbledore watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. He had given Harry space, had allowed him to build his alliances without interference. But Harry could feel the headmaster's eyes on him, could sense the questions that still lingered. I'm not going to stop asking, Dumbledore said one afternoon, as they walked through the gardens of Hogwarts. You have secrets, Harry, and I am going to uncover them. It is only a matter of time. I know, Harry said. But that time isn't now. When I'm ready, I'll tell you everything. Will you? Yes. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. I will. Because despite everything, I do trust you. I just need to be sure that trust is deserved. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I understand. And I will continue to try to earn it. They walked in silence for a while, the gardens peaceful around them. Harry felt the weight of the future pressing down on him, the knowledge that the war was only going to get worse before it got better. But he wasn't afraid. He had his allies, his magic, his loves. He had everything he needed to fight. I'm going to win, he said, more to himself than to Dumbledore. I have to win. You will, Dumbledore said quietly. You have already won, Harry. You just don't know it yet. Harry looked at the old man, at the weariness in his eyes, the hope in his voice. He felt a surge of something, gratitude, perhaps, or love. Thank you, he said. For everything. Thank you, Harry. Dumbledore's smile was sad. For everything you have done. And everything you will do. The sun set over Hogwarts, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Harry watched it with a sense of purpose, a certainty that he was on the right path. The war was coming. Voldemort was coming. But Harry was ready. And he would not be stopped. Chapter 9, The Second Task. The Black Lake stretched before Harry like a dark mirror, its surface glassy and still beneath the grey November sky. The stands were packed with students and dignitaries, their excited chatter a constant hum in the background. Harry stood at the water's edge, his wand in hand, his eyes fixed on the depths below. He had known about the second task for weeks. Hermione had been researching frantically, digging through every book she could find on mere-people and lake-dwelling creatures. Ron had offered moral support, and plenty of jokes about Harry becoming fish food. But neither of them knew what Harry had really been preparing for. The ancient Potter magic had given him an advantage he hadn't shared with anyone. The second task, Bagman's voice boomed across the lake, will test your ability to survive the depths. Each champion must retrieve what has been taken from them. You have 1 hour. Harry watched as the other champions prepared. Victor Crumb transformed into a half-shark, his body rippling and changing. Fleur cast a bubblehead charm, her silver hair floating around her face like a halo. Harry just smiled. He walked into the water, his robes billowing around him. The cold hit him like a physical force, but he didn't shiver. The ancient magic hummed beneath his skin, adapting his body to the environment. He stepped off the shore and sank into the darkness. The lake was alive with shadows and whispers. Schools of fish darted past him, their scales flashing in the dim light. Kelp forests swayed like grasping fingers, their fronds reaching for him as he passed. Harry moved with the grace of a creature born to the water. The ancient magic had transformed him, his lungs were breathing water as easily as air, his eyes adjusting to the darkness, his body moving with fluid ease. He could sense the hostages ahead. 4 figures tied to a stone pillar in the center of the merpeople's village. Hermione, Ron, Gabrielle Delacour, and Tonks. Tonks. Harry's heart clenched. He hadn't known she would be taken, hadn't expected to see her pale face suspended in the water. But there she was, her pink hair floating around her like coral, her eyes closed in enchanted sleep. He swam toward them, moving faster than any of the other champions. Victor was close behind, his shark form cutting through the water with powerful strokes. Fleur was slower, her bubblehead charm already flickering with strain. Harry reached the hostages first. He cut the ropes binding Hermione and Ron with a flick of his wand. They didn't wake, their bodies limp and unresponsive. Harry knew what he had to do, he reached into his pocket and withdrew the gillyweed, forcing it down their throats. Gills sprouted along their necks, their bodies adapting to the water. He turned to Gabrielle. The little girl's face was pale, her lips blue. Harry pressed the gillyweed to her lips, and she began to breathe. And then he turned to Tonks. Her face was peaceful in enchanted sleep, her features soft and unguarded. Harry touched her cheek, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath the cold water. "I've got you," he whispered. "I've got you." He fed her the gillyweed, watching as her body adapted. Then he gathered all 4 hostages together, lifting them with a spell that created an air bubble around them. "Take them to the surface," Harry said to the merpeople. "I'll follow." The merpeople nodded, taking hold of the hostages and swimming upward. Harry followed, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of danger. The 3rd task had taught him to be paranoid. He was ready for anything. But he wasn't ready for what came next. A figure emerged from the shadows ahead, a merperson, but different from the others. Larger, older, with eyes that glowed like burning coals. It carried a trident that crackled with dark magic. "You are not the only one with ancient magic, Harry Potter," the figure said, its voice like grinding stones. "My master sends his regards." Harry's blood ran cold. "Voldemort. He has prepared a gift for you." The figure raised its trident, and a wave of dark energy surged toward Harry, the water darkening around it. Harry moved without thinking. The ancient magic surged through him, responding to his will. A shield of light erupted from his wand, deflecting the attack. The water around them boiled and steamed, the dark magic dissipated. "You'll have to do better than that," Harry said. The figure laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "This is just the beginning, Potter. My master will not rest until you are dead. You'll have to get in line." Harry raised his wand and cast a spell he had learned from the ancient Potter texts, a binding enchantment that wrapped around the figure like chains of light. It struggled, but the magic held. "Tell your master," Harry said, "that I'm coming for him. And that I won't stop until he's dead." The figure dissolved into the water, its dark magic dissipating. Harry swam to the surface, his heart pounding. Voldemort was reaching even here, even into the depths of the lake. He was everywhere, his influence spreading like a poison. But Harry was not afraid. He broke the surface and gasped for breath. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Harry barely heard them. He was already swimming toward the shore, toward the hostages, toward the people he loved. He climbed out of the lake, water streaming from his robes. Fleur was already there, helping Gabrielle to the shore. Tonks was coughing, her pink hair plastered to her face. Hermione and Ron were groggy but alive. "You saved them all," Fleur said, her voice full of wonder. "All of them." "Of course I did," Harry said. "I couldn't leave anyone behind." Fleur stared at him for a moment, then pulled him into a fierce embrace. Harry felt her body shaking against his, felt her tears on his neck. I was so frightened, she whispered. When I saw Gabrielle, I thought I had failed her. You didn't fail. You never fail. Harry held her close. You're the strongest person I know. Tonks had made her way to them, her face pale but steady. She looked at Harry, at the way he held Fleur, and her expression was impossible to read. Your rescue was a bit dramatic, Tonks said, her voice rough. Couldn't you have been more subtle? Harry laughed, a release of tension that made him feel lightheaded. I'm not really the subtle type. Obviously. Tonks stepped closer. Thank you, Harry. For saving me. Always, Harry said. Always. The celebration that night was the most raucous Hogwarts had seen in years. Students filled the great hall, their voices raised in song, their faces bright with joy. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by friends and admirers, trying to smile while his mind was elsewhere. He kept replaying the encounter in the lake. Voldemort's servant, the dark magic, the message. His enemy was reaching even into the protected depths of Hogwarts. He was everywhere, always watching. Harry. Hermione's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Are you okay? You look haunted. I'm fine, Harry said automatically. You're not. Hermione's eyes were sharp. I've known you for years, Harry. I know when you're hiding something. Harry looked at her, at the concern in her eyes. He had shared so much with Hermione, his fears, his hopes, his secrets. But there were some things he still couldn't tell her. Voldemort was in the lake, he said quietly. One of his servants. He tried to attack me. Hermione's face went pale. What? He had dark magic, something ancient, something powerful. But I stopped him. Harry's voice was flat. I've been stopping him my whole life. You should tell Dumbledore. I already have. Harry shook his head. But it doesn't matter. Voldemort is out there, growing stronger. He's not going to stop coming after me. Then we'll stop him, Ron said, leaning over. We've done it before. We'll do it again. Harry felt a surge of love for his friends, their unwavering loyalty, their refusal to give up. He had been carrying so much alone for so long, but he didn't have to. Not anymore. Thank you, he said. Both of you. For everything. Anytime. Mate, Ron said. That's what friends are for. Later that night, Harry found Tonks sitting alone in the astronomy tower. She was gazing up at the stars, her pink hair faded to a soft lavender in the moonlight. I thought I'd find you here, Harry said, sitting down beside her. Couldn't sleep, Tonks said. The lake, it brought back memories. Of the war. Of things I thought I'd forgotten. I know the feeling. Harry looked up at the stars. Every time I close my eyes, I see the graveyard. I see Voldemort. I see the people I've lost. The weight of it never really goes away, does it? Tonks's voice was soft. You just learn to carry it differently. Yes. Harry turned to look at her. You've been carrying it for a long time, haven't you? Longer than me. Tonks nodded slowly. I was just a kid during the First War. But I remember it. The fear, the uncertainty, the constant feeling that everything could fall apart. That's how I feel now. All the time. We're not alone this time. Tonks reached over and took his hand. We have each other. We have our allies. We have hope. Harry squeezed her hand. Thank you, Tonks. For being here. For being, you. She smiled. Thank you for saving me. For saving everyone. I meant what I said at the lake, it was dramatic, but it was also beautiful. You're something else, Harry Potter. I'm just trying to do what's right. That's what makes you special. Tonks leaned closer. You don't want power. You don't want glory. You just want to protect the people you love. Is that enough? To stop Voldemort? I don't know. Tonks's voice was thoughtful. But it's a good start. They sat in silence, watching the stars. Harry felt a peace he hadn't felt in months. The war was still coming, the battles still ahead. But for this moment, he was content. Fleur told me something interesting, Tonks said finally. About us. About the three of us. Harry tensed. What did she say? That she's open to the idea. That we don't have to compete. Tonks's voice was careful. That we can share. Share. Share you. Tonks looked at him. I know it's unconventional. I know it's strange. But I've been thinking about it, and I think it could work. Harry stared at her. You would be okay with that? I would be okay with the possibility. Tonks's smile was tentative. I care about you, Harry. And I can see that you care about her too. I don't want to make you choose. You wouldn't be making me choose. Then let's not choose. Tonks's grip tightened. Let's just see what happens. See where this goes. Harry felt his heart swell. He had never imagined this, two women, both incredible, both willing to share him. It seemed impossible, too good to be true. I don't know what to say, he admitted. Say you'll think about it. That's all I ask. I'll think about it. Harry smiled. But I'm already leaning toward yes. Tonks laughed, a bright sound that echoed across the tower. You're a madman, Harry Potter. Completely mad. I know. Harry laughed too. But I think I'm okay with that. The next day, Harry spoke with Fleur. They walked through the gardens, the autumn leaves crunching beneath their feet. Tonks told me about your conversation, Harry said. About the three of us. Fleur nodded slowly. I told her I was open to the idea. But I wanted to talk to you too. To make sure it's what you want. I don't know what I want, Harry admitted. I've never had a relationship before, let alone two at the same time. It's overwhelming. Love is always overwhelming, Fleur said softly. But it is also beautiful. And I believe we can make it work. All three of us. You're not jealous. You don't feel threatened. I feel secure. Fleur's voice was firm. You love me, Harry. I can see it in your eyes, feel it in your touch. That is all I need. Love isn't all I need, Harry said. I need to protect you. Both of you. I need to make sure you're safe, that you survive. The war. You cannot protect us from everything. Fleur stepped closer. But you can fight beside us. You can love us. And that is more than enough. Harry looked at her, at the unwavering faith in her eyes. He felt a surge of love so powerful it nearly brought him to his knees. I love you, he said. And I love Tonks too. I don't know how it works, or what it means, but I know that it's true. Fleur smiled. Then we will figure it out. Together. They kissed, soft and sweet, the autumn leaves swirling around them like confetti. Harry knew that the war was coming. Voldemort was coming. But in that moment, surrounded by love and hope, he felt like he could face anything. The second task was over. But the true test was yet to come. Chapter 10, Shadows of the Ministry. The Ministry of Magic had fallen, but its shadows lingered everywhere. Harry stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by maps and documents that Tonks had smuggled out of the Ministry before its collapse. The parchment was covered in notes, names, dates, locations, connections that painted a picture of corruption so deep it made his stomach turn. How long has this been going on? He asked, his voice flat. Years, Tonks said. Decades, probably. The Death Eaters have been infiltrating the Ministry since before the First War. They just got better at hiding it. Harry studied the maps. The names of prominent Ministry officials were circled in red: undersecretaries, department heads, Aurors. People who had been trusted, who had been in positions of power, who had been working for Voldemort all along. Why didn't anyone stop them? Harry asked. Why didn't the Aurors? The Aurors were compromised too. Tonks's voice was bitter. My own department was full of Death Eater sympathizers. I had no idea who I could trust. And now? Now I know. Tonks pointed to a name on the map. Amelia Bones is clean. Kingsley Shacklebolt is clean. A handful of others. But the rest, they're either Death Eaters or they're too afraid to act. Harry felt a cold fury building in his chest. The Ministry had been rotten for years, and no one had done anything about it. People had died while the corruption festered. We need to do something, he said. We need to expose them. How? The Ministry is controlled by Death Eaters now. Any evidence we present will be dismissed or destroyed. Then we need to get the evidence to someone who can do something with it. Harry's mind was racing. Someone outside the Ministry. Someone the public trusts. Tonks was silent for a moment. Amelia Bones, she said finally. She's been building a case against the Death Eaters for years. She has resources, connections, credibility. Then we go to her. It's not that simple, Harry. Bones is under surveillance. The Death Eaters know she's a threat. If we approach her directly, we'll be walking into a trap. Then we find another way. Harry's voice was hard. We use the ancient magic. We create a secure channel, a way to communicate that can't be intercepted. Tonks's eyes widened. You can do that? I can do a lot of things. Harry smiled, but there was no warmth in it. The Potters were masters of defensive magic. They knew how to protect secrets. The plan took shape over the following weeks. Harry worked tirelessly, using the ancient Potter magic to create a communication network that was invisible, untraceable, unbreakable. Tonks fed him information from the Ministry, and Harry compiled it into a dossier that would expose the Death Eater conspiracy. But they needed more than information. They needed allies. The goblins have been watching the Ministry for years, Harry said one evening, as they reviewed the latest intelligence. They know who the Death Eaters are. They've been keeping records. The goblins don't trust wizards, Tonks said. They won't help us. They'll help me. Harry's voice was certain. I've already made contact with them. They're willing to share information in exchange for certain concessions. What kind of concessions? The kind that give them access to ancient magic. Harry's smile was thin. The Potters had treaties with the Goblin Nation. Treaties that were broken by the Ministry. I've offered to restore them. Tonks stared at him. You're negotiating with goblins? Harry, that's smart, Harry interrupted. The goblins are powerful. They have resources we need. And they're angry. Angry people make good allies. Or dangerous enemies. I know. Harry's voice was grim. But right now, I'll take any ally I can get. The Goblin Alliance was the first of many. Harry reached out to the werewolves, offering them protection in exchange for information. He contacted the centaurs, appealing to their sense of honor and justice. He even reached out to the Dementors, offering them a deal they couldn't refuse, access to the souls of Death Eaters in exchange for their loyalty. You're building an army, Fleur said, her voice full of wonder. An alliance, Harry corrected. An army is just soldiers. This is something more. It's a coalition of everyone who has been wronged by Voldemort and his followers. Will it be enough? It has to be. Harry's voice was firm. We don't have another choice. The dossier was complete. Harry had spent weeks compiling evidence, testimonies from victims, financial records, magical signatures, correspondence. It was damning, undeniable, a portrait of corruption that stretched from the lowest clerk to the highest official. Now he just needed to get it to Amelia Bones. "We can't use owls," Tonks said. "The ministry is monitoring all magical communications." "We don't use owls." Harry smiled. "We use something better." He had created a magical artifact, a small box that could transport documents instantly across any distance. It was untraceable, untamperable, and completely invisible to anyone who wasn't keyed into its magic. "You're brilliant," Tonks said, staring at the box. "I know." Harry's smile widened. "But I couldn't have done it without you." The first shipment went through without a hitch. Harry placed the documents in the box, whispered the activation phrase, and watched them disappear. Within seconds, he received a confirmation from Bones's secure location. It was working. The second shipment went through. The third. The fourth. Harry sent evidence of corruption, names of Death Eaters, plans for attacks. Bones received it all and began to act. But the Death Eaters were watching. "Someone is leaking information," Tonks said one evening, her face pale. "The Death Eaters know we're working against them. They're hunting for the source." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "They know about us. They know someone is feeding information to Bones. They're trying to find out who." Tonks's voice was tight. "If they find me, they won't find you." Harry's voice was fierce. "I'll protect you. I'll protect everyone." "You can't protect everyone, Harry. You know that." "I can try." The attack came 2 weeks later. Harry was in the room of requirement, reviewing the latest intelligence, when Tonks burst through the door. "They found me," she said, her voice shaking. "Death Eaters. They attacked my flat. I barely escaped." Harry was on his feet instantly. "Are you hurt?" "Just a few scratches." Tonks's eyes were wild. "But they know, Harry. They know it's me. They'll come after you next. Let them come." Harry's voice was hard. "I'm ready for them." "No, Harry. You don't understand," Tonks grabbed his arm. "They have Dumbledore. They've taken him prisoner." The world stopped. "What?" "The Death Eaters launched a coordinated attack on Hogwarts. They captured Dumbledore and several other members of the Order. They're holding them somewhere." Harry felt his blood run cold. Dumbledore. The Order. His friends. "We have to rescue them," he said. "Now. We can't. We don't know where they're being held." Tonks's voice was desperate. "We need to find out first. Then we find out." Harry was already planning, strategizing. "The goblins have spies. The werewolves have informants. We use every resource we have." Tonks nodded slowly. Okay. Okay. I'll make the calls." "Good." Harry touched her face gently. "We'll get them back. I promise." The search took 3 days. 3 days of waiting, of planning, of desperate hope. Harry barely slept, barely ate, his entire being focused on finding Dumbledore and the others. Finally, the information came. A werewolf informant had discovered the location of the Death Eater stronghold, an abandoned mansion in the Scottish Highlands, heavily guarded and protected by dark magic. "We need a plan," Tonks said. "A real plan. We can't just storm the place." "Yes, we can." Harry's voice was flat. "We go in, we get Dumbledore and the others, and we get out." "That's not a plan. It's the only plan we have." Harry met her eyes. "Trust me, Tonks. I know what I'm doing." Tonks stared at him for a long moment, then nodded. Okay. I trust you. The assault was brutal. Harry led a team of aurors, goblins, and werewolves into the stronghold, fighting through wave after wave of Death Eaters. The ancient magic surged through him, making him faster, stronger, more powerful than he had ever been. He was unstoppable. Harry. Tonks's voice cut through the chaos. Dumbledore. I found him. Harry fought his way to her side. Dumbledore was chained to a wall, his face bruised and bloody. But he was alive. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was weak but steady. I knew you would come. Of course I came. Harry cut the chains with a flick of his wand. You're not allowed to die yet. Dumbledore laughed weakly. I wouldn't dream of it. The rescue was successful. Harry had freed the prisoners, destroyed the stronghold, and driven the Death Eaters back. But as he stood in the ruins of the mansion, watching the dawn break over the Scottish Highlands, he knew that this was only the beginning. The war was escalating. Voldemort was getting more desperate, more dangerous. And Harry was going to have to make choices that would change everything. Harry. Tonks appeared at his side. We need to talk. About what? About the war. About what comes next. Tonks's voice was serious. Voldemort is losing. He's lashing out because he's afraid. And that makes him more dangerous than ever. I know. We need to end this, Harry. We need to stop him once and for all. I know. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her eyes. And I will. I'll find a way. I believe you. Tonks took his hand. I believe in you. Harry squeezed her hand and looked toward the horizon. The war was far from over. But for the first time, he felt like victory was possible. Chapter 11, Feelings Grow. The days following the rescue of Dumbledore were marked by a strange, quiet tension. The Order had been shaken by the attack, its members more wary, more cautious. But there was also a new sense of hope, a feeling that the tide might be turning. Harry felt it most acutely in his relationships with Fleur and Tonks. They had been spending more time together, the three of them, their bond deepening in ways that surprised them all. What had started as a tentative agreement had blossomed into something real, something meaningful. The training sessions are different now, Tonks observed one evening, as they sat in the room of requirement after a particularly intense practice. Before, it was just fighting. Now it's more. More what? Harry asked. More intimate. Tonks's voice was thoughtful. We're not just learning to fight together. We're learning to trust each other. Really trust each other. Fleur nodded. It is the same for me. Before, I saw you as allies. Now, I see you as family. Family, Harry repeated, the word feeling strange on his tongue. He had never had a family, not really. The Dursleys had been his relatives, but they had never been family. And now, here were two women who were offering him exactly that. I like that, he said quietly. I like being your family. Tonks grinned. See? I told you he'd get soft on us. I am not soft, Harry protested. You're the softest, most emotional wizard I've ever met, Tonks said. And that's why we love you. The words hung in the air. Love. It was the first time any of them had said it aloud. I love you too, Harry said, looking from one woman to the other. Both of you. I don't know how it works, or what it means, but I know it's true. Fleur's eyes glistened with tears. I love you, Harry. And I love you, Tonks. You are both so precious to me. Tonks looked uncomfortable for a moment, then smiled. I guess I love you too. Both of you. Even if you're both completely mad. They laughed, the tension broken by the shared humor. And in that moment, Harry felt something shift inside him, a settling, a piece that had been absent for so long. The relationship evolved naturally. They spent hours together, training, talking, simply being. Harry learned more about Fleur, her childhood in France, her family's expectations, her dreams for the future. He learned more about Tonks, her parents, her aura training, her fears and hopes. And they learned about him. "Your childhood," Fleur said one night, her voice gentle. "It was not easy, was it?" Harry shook his head. "The Dursleys, my aunt and uncle, they weren't good people. They didn't want me. They made sure I knew it every day." "How did you survive?" Tonks asked. "How did you come out of that and become, you?" Harry was silent for a moment. "I don't know. I think I always believed that things would get better. That there was something out there waiting for me. And there was. Hogwarts. Magic. You." Fleur reached over and took his hand. "You are incredible, Harry. You have been through so much, and yet you still have so much love to give." "I learned from the best," Harry said. "I learned from you." The intimacy deepened. They shared more than just words, they shared themselves, their bodies, their souls. Harry had never experienced anything like it, never felt so completely connected to another person, let alone two. "The magic is stronger," Tonks observed one morning, after a night of passionate connection. "When we're together, the ancient magic feels amplified." Harry nodded. The Potters had traditions. Bonding rituals that strengthened magical connections. I think what we're doing is similar." "Similar how?" Fleur asked. "By sharing ourselves completely, our bodies, our hearts, our magic, we're creating a bond. A bond that makes us stronger together than we are apart." "That sounds dangerous," Tonks said. "And also wonderful." "Both," Harry agreed. "The ancient magic is powerful, but it's also unpredictable. We need to be careful." "We will be careful," Fleur promised. "But we will also embrace what we have. It is too precious to waste." The news of their relationship spread slowly through the wizarding world. Most people didn't know what to make of it, a young wizard with two partners, both powerful, both extraordinary. Some were scandalized. Others were curious. A few were jealous. Ron was the most vocal in his confusion. "Mate, I don't get it," he said one afternoon, as they walked through the corridors. "You're with Fleur. And Tonks. At the same time?" "Yes." "And they're okay with it?" "Yes." "And you're okay with it?" "Yes." Harry smiled. "It's not traditional, I know. But it works for us." Ron shook his head. "I don't understand, but I'm happy for you. You deserve to be happy, Harry. After everything you've been through." "Thanks, Ron. That means a lot." "Just don't expect me to join in," Ron said, his face reddening. "I'm happy with Hermione." Harry laughed. "I wasn't asking." Hermione, predictably, was more supportive. "It makes sense, in a way," she said. As they studied in the library. "You've always been too much for one person to handle. It takes two extraordinary women to match you. That's not really how it works." "I know." Hermione smiled. "But I'm happy for you, Harry. You've been alone for so long. You deserve to have people who love you." "I have you and Ron," Harry said. "That's enough." "I know. But this is different, isn't it? This is romantic love. The kind that makes you feel complete." Harry nodded slowly. "It is. And it's terrifying and wonderful and everything I never knew I wanted. That's how it's supposed to be." Hermione reached over and squeezed his hand. "I'm proud of you, Harry. For opening yourself up. For letting people in." "I had good teachers," Harry said. I learned from the best. The war continued, but Harry felt more prepared than ever. The ancient magic hummed beneath his skin, a constant reminder of his power. The alliance was growing, his network of allies expanding. And with Fleur and Tonks by his side, he felt like he could face anything. "We need to go to France," Fleur said one evening. "My family has connections. They can help us." France? Harry's eyebrows rose. Now. The war is spreading, Harry. Voldemort's influence is reaching beyond Britain. We need allies on the continent if we want to win. Harry nodded slowly. "You're right. I've been so focused on Britain that I've forgotten about the larger picture." "Then we go," Tonks said. "Together. The three of us." "Together," Harry agreed. The journey to France was uneventful, but the welcome they received was anything but. Fleur's family was powerful, old blood, old money, old connections. They had been watching Harry for years, waiting for the moment when he would reach out. "You are exactly what we expected," Fleur's mother said, studying him with sharp eyes. "Brave, powerful, and entirely too humble for your own good." "I don't know about that." "You are exactly what the world needs," she interrupted. "The Potters were always leaders. And you, Harry Potter, are the greatest of them all." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment, but also pride. His family had been respected, honored. And he was continuing their legacy. "We need your help," Harry said. "Voldemort is spreading. We need allies. We need resources. We need hope." Fleur's mother nodded slowly. "You shall have all of that and more. The French magical families have long memories. We have not forgotten what the Dark Lord did to us." "Then you'll help us?" "To the end," she promised. "To the very end." The alliance with the French magical families was a turning point. Harry suddenly had access to resources he had never dreamed of: gold, magical artifacts, ancient texts, political connections. The war was no longer just a British conflict, it was a continental one. "It's not enough," Harry said one night, as he and Fleur and Tonks sat in the garden of Fleur's family estate. "We're winning battles, but we're not winning the war." "What do you mean?" Tonks asked. "Voldemort is still out there. He's still gaining power. And until we stop him permanently, nothing else matters." "We will stop him," Fleur said firmly. "We have the resources. We have the power. We have the will. And we have each other," Tonks added. "That's the most important thing." Harry looked at the two women he loved, at the strength and determination in their eyes. He felt a surge of emotion so powerful it nearly overwhelmed him. "I love you," he said. "Both of you. More than I ever thought I could love anyone." "We know," Tonks said, grinning. "We love you too, you big softy." Fleur laughed. "He really is a big softy, isn't he?" "Softy," Harry said. "I'll show you softy." He pulled them both into a hug, and they held each other in the moonlight, the night quiet and peaceful around them. The war was still raging. Voldemort was still out there. But in that moment, surrounded by love, Harry felt like he could face anything. The next morning, a letter arrived from Britain. Harry read it and felt his stomach drop. "What is it?" Tonks asked, seeing his expression. "Dumbledore," Harry said. "He's been attacked again. It's worse this time. He's dying." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. "We need to go back," Fleur said instantly. "We need to help him." "It's too late," Harry said. "The letter says he's already gone. He sacrificed himself. To protect the order." Fleur and Tonks were silent, their faces pale with shock. "Dumbledore," Tonks said finally. I can't believe it." "Neither can I." Harry's voice was hollow. "He was the greatest wizard I ever knew. And now he's gone. They stood in silence, mourning the loss of the man who had been Harry's mentor, his guide, his protector. The war had claimed another victim. "We need to keep fighting," Harry said finally. That's what he would have wanted. "We will," Fleur promised. "We'll fight for him. We'll fight for everyone. And we'll win," Tonks added. "We have to." Harry nodded slowly. "We will. I promise. We'll win this war, and we'll build a world that Dumbledore would be proud of." The sun rose over the French countryside, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Harry watched it with a heavy heart, but also with a renewed sense of purpose. The war was far from over. But Harry was ready to fight. Chapter 12, Voldemort's Return. The news of Dumbledore's death spread through the wizarding world like wildfire, a conflagration of grief and fear that consumed everything in its path. Harry stood in the great hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by students and professors who had gathered to mourn the greatest wizard of their age. Candles floated overhead, their light flickering against the stone walls, and the silence was so complete that Harry could hear his own heartbeat. He had not cried. Not yet. The grief was too deep, too raw, too overwhelming to express in something as simple as tears. Instead, he felt hollowed out, emptied of everything except the cold, burning determination that had kept him alive through every trial. "Dumbledore is dead," Hermione whispered beside him. "I can't believe it. I can't." "I know." Harry's voice was flat. "But we can't fall apart. That's what Voldemort wants. He wants us to be weak, to be afraid, to give up." "Harry." "Voldemort is coming," Harry interrupted. "He's going to attack. And we need to be ready." The attack came 3 days later. Harry was in the room of requirement with Fleur and Tonks, reviewing the defensive plans they had developed, when the alarms began to sound. Magical sirens echoed through the castle, their wails piercing the silence like screams. "They're here," Tonks said, her face pale. "Voldemort. He's attacking Hogwarts." Harry was on his feet instantly. "We need to get to the students. Protect them. Get them to safety. You can't fight him alone." "I'm not alone." Harry met her eyes. "I have you. I have everyone. We fight together." They ran. The corridors of Hogwarts were chaos. Students were screaming, running in every direction, their faces white with terror. Professors were trying to maintain order, casting protective spells, herding the younger students toward the room of requirement. "The battlements," McGonagall shouted, her voice cutting through the noise. "The Death Eaters are attacking the battlements. We need everyone who can fight." Harry didn't hesitate. He ran toward the stairs, his wand drawn, the ancient magic surging through his veins. Fleur and Tonks were beside him, their wands raised, their faces set with determination. The battlements were a war zone. Death Eaters were swarming over the walls, their masks gleaming in the moonlight, their curses flying through the air. The Order was fighting back, their spells lighting up the darkness with flashes of red and green. And in the center of it all, like a nightmare made flesh, stood Voldemort. He was taller. Then Harry remembered, more terrible, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. He wore black robes that billowed around him like wings, and his wand was raised, casting curses that sent defenders flying. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, his voice carrying across the battlements. "I knew you would come. You never could resist a fight, could you?" "I'm not here to fight," Harry said, stepping forward. "I'm here to end this." Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that echoed across the battlements. "End this? You, a boy, think you can end me? I know I can." Harry raised his wand. "I've been preparing for this my whole life." "You've been preparing to die," Voldemort said. "And I'm happy to oblige." The duel began. It was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Voldemort was faster, stronger, more powerful than any opponent he had ever faced. His spells came in rapid succession: Cruciatus, Imperius, Avada Kedavra, each one designed to kill or torture or destroy. But Harry was ready. The ancient Potter magic surged through him, making him faster, stronger, more powerful. He deflected Voldemort's curses with ease, his own spells flowing in a constant stream of light and power. "You've been hiding," Voldemort said, his voice filled with grudging respect. "All these years, you've been hiding your true power." "Why?" "Because I knew you would come," Harry said. "And I wanted to be ready. You cannot defeat me, Potter. I am immortal. I cannot die. Neither can I." Harry's voice was steady. "Not until I've stopped you." The duel intensified. Spells flew between them, shattering stone and sending debris flying. The other battles faded into the background, the Death Eaters and the Order fighting their own wars. Harry was focused entirely on Voldemort, on the monster who had destroyed his family, his home, his world. "You think you can save everyone," Voldemort hissed. "You think you can be a hero. But you're just a boy, Potter. A boy who doesn't understand what true power is." "I understand better than you think," Harry said. "Power isn't about fear. It's about love. And I have more love in my heart than you will ever know." Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure rage. His wand blazed with dark magic, and Harry felt the world tilt around him. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked toward Harry, impossibly fast, impossibly deadly. But Harry was ready. He raised his wand and cast a spell that had been forgotten for centuries, a spell of pure, ancient magic that had been designed to counter the killing curse. Protego Maxima. The shield that erupted from his wand was not a simple charm. It was a wall of pure magical energy, shimmering and dense, that absorbed the killing curse and reflected it back. The green light hit Voldemort's chest, and he staggered backward, his face twisted in shock. "Impossible," he breathed. "That's impossible." "Nothing is impossible," Harry said. "Not when you have the power of love and sacrifice on your side." The battle raged for hours. Harry fought with everything he had, his ancient magic combining with the training Tonks had given him, the skills he had learned from Fleur, the knowledge he had gained from the Potter journals. He was a whirlwind of power, unstoppable and relentless. But Voldemort was relentless too. He had survived for decades, had cheated death countless times. He was not going to give up easily. "Your parents died for nothing," Voldemort spat, as they circled each other on the battlements. "They thought they could protect you, but they were wrong. You're just a pawn, Potter. A pawn in a game you don't understand." "Maybe." Harry's voice was steady. "But I'm fighting for something. For people I love. For a world worth saving." "What are you fighting for, Voldemort?" "Fear. Power. Your own miserable existence." Voldemort screamed again, and this time his magic was wild, uncontrolled. Curses flew in every direction, hitting Death Eaters and Order members alike. Harry dodged and deflected, but he knew he couldn't keep up forever. "We need to end this," he said to Tonks, who had appeared at his side. "Now." "I know. We need to. We need to stop him. Permanently." Tonks nodded. "What do you need?" "Cover me. I'm going to use the ancient magic. The binding ritual. That could kill you." "It could. But it won't." Harry met her eyes. "Trust me." The binding ritual was the most powerful spell Harry had ever attempted. It required him to channel all of his magic, all of his will, all of his soul into a single point of pure energy. It would either destroy Voldemort or destroy him. He raised his wand and began to chant. The words were ancient, older than Hogwarts itself. They resonated in the air, vibrating with power. Harry felt the magic surge through him, felt his body begin to glow with light. Voldemort stared at him, his red eyes widening with something that looked like fear. What are you doing? What are you? Ending this, Harry said. Once and for all. The light exploded outward, consuming everything in its path. Harry felt himself disintegrating, his magic pouring out of him like a river. He could feel Voldemort's resistance, the dark magic fighting back, but it was not enough. No! Voldemort screamed. I cannot be destroyed. Everyone can be destroyed, Harry said. Even you. The light intensified, and Harry felt Voldemort's magic shatter. The Dark Lord's body disintegrated, his soul fragmenting into 1,000 pieces. And then there was nothing but silence. Harry opened his eyes and found himself on the ground, staring up at the stars. The battle was over. The Death Eaters had fled or been captured. The castle was damaged but standing. Harry. Fleur's voice was filled with tears. Harry, are you okay? He tried to speak, but his voice was gone. His body was shaking, his magic depleted. But he was alive. He was alive. I'm okay, he managed to whisper. I'm okay. Tonks appeared beside him, her face streaked with blood and tears. He's gone, she said. Voldemort is gone. You did it, Harry. You did it. We did it, Harry corrected. We did it together. The war was over. The celebration that night was the most joyous Hogwarts had ever seen. Students and professors, order members and freed prisoners, they filled the great hall, their voices raised in song, their faces bright with relief. The Death Eaters were defeated. Voldemort was gone. The world was saved. Harry stood on the edge of the celebration, watching his friends dance and laugh. Ron was spinning Hermione around the dance floor, their faces flushed with joy. Fleur and Tonks were talking to the French delegation, their eyes bright with hope. They're calling you a hero, a voice said behind him. Harry turned. Neville Longbottom was standing beside him, his face still bruised from the battle. Hero, Harry repeated. I don't feel like a hero. I feel like I just did what I had to do. That's what makes you a hero, Neville said. You did what you had to do. You didn't ask for glory. You just did what was right. Harry was quiet for a moment. Thank you, Neville. For everything. Thank you, Harry. Neville smiled. For saving the world. For giving us hope. Later that night, Harry found himself alone on the astronomy tower. The stars were bright overhead, the castle quiet below. He had won the war. But the cost had been high. May I join you? Fleur's voice was soft. Harry nodded. She sat beside him, close enough that he could feel her warmth. You're thinking about Dumbledore, she said. About everyone we lost. Yes. Harry's voice was hollow. I keep wondering if it was worth it. All those sacrifices. All that pain. It was worth it, Fleur said firmly. Because of you, the world is free. Because of you, people can live without fear. I didn't do it alone. No, you didn't. But you were the heart of it. You gave us hope. Harry turned to look at her. I love you, Fleur. I never thought I could love someone this much. I love you too, Harry. More than I ever thought possible. They kissed, soft and sweet, the stars watching over them. The war was over. The future was bright. And Harry had never felt more alive. Chapter 13, Ancient Magic Awakens. The weeks following Voldemort's defeat were a blur of celebration and reconstruction. The wizarding world had been shattered by war, but it was slowly piecing itself back together. Harry found himself at the center of it all, the hero who had saved them, the symbol of hope, the boy who had defeated the Dark Lord. But Harry was not content to rest on his laurels. The ancient magic that had surged through him during the final battle had awakened something deep within his bloodline. He could feel it pulsing beneath his skin, a constant reminder of the power he now wielded. And he knew that this power could be used for more than just defeating enemies. It could protect the innocent. "Harry, you've been staring at that book for hours," Tonks said, nudging him with her foot. "What are you looking for?" Harry looked up from the ancient Potter text. "Protection rituals. The kind that can shield entire communities from dark magic." Tonks's eyebrows rose. "Entire communities? That's massive." "The Potters developed them during the last war," Harry explained. "They created safe havens, places where families could hide from Death Eaters. The enchantments were so powerful that not even Voldemort could break them." "Can you replicate them?" "I already have." Harry smiled. "The magic is in my blood. I just needed to learn how to access it." Tonks shook her head in wonder. "You're something else, Potter. You know that?" Harry's smile widened. "I know. The first protective barrier was erected around a small village in the Scottish Highlands. The families who lived there had been targeted by Death Eaters during the war, their homes burned, their loved ones murdered. They had nowhere else to go." Harry stood at the edge of the village, his wand raised, his eyes closed. The ancient magic surged through him, responding to his will. He could feel the boundaries of the village, the edges of the land, the hearts of the people who lived there. "Protego Maxima," he whispered. "Fianto Duri. Repello Inimicum." The spells flowed from his wand like water, weaving together into a barrier of pure magical energy. It shimmered in the air, invisible to the naked eye, but Harry could feel its presence, a shield that would protect the village from any dark magic. "It's done," he said, lowering his wand. "The barrier is in place. No Death Eater can enter this village without being repelled." The villagers emerged from their homes, their faces filled with wonder and gratitude. They had been living in fear for so long, and now, finally, they could breathe. "Thank you, Harry Potter," the village elder said, his voice thick with emotion. "You have given us our lives back." "You're welcome," Harry said. "But I'm not done yet. There are more villages. More families. More people who need protection." The work was relentless. Harry traveled across Britain, from the Scottish Highlands to the Cornish coast, erecting protective barriers around communities that had been targeted by Death Eaters. He worked tirelessly, sleeping only when his body gave out, eating only when Fleur or Tonks forced him to. "You're going to burn yourself out," Tonks said one evening, as Harry collapsed onto a bench in the room of requirement. "You can't save everyone." "Watch me," Harry said, his voice slurred with exhaustion. "Harry. I can't stop." Harry's voice was fierce. "There are people out there who are scared, who have nowhere to go, who have lost everything. I can give them safety. I can give them hope. I can't just stop." Tonks looked at him, at the determination in his eyes, and sighed. "Fine. But you're taking a break tomorrow. No arguments." Harry opened his mouth to protest. Then closed it again. "Fine," he said grudgingly. One day. The news of Harry's protective barriers spread quickly through the wizarding world. Families who had been living in fear began to seek him out, begging for his protection. Harry did what he could, but there was only so much one wizard could do. "You need to delegate," Fleur said one evening. "You cannot be everywhere at once." "I know." Harry's voice was tired. "But I don't trust anyone else to do it. The barriers are complex, delicate. If they're cast wrong, they could fail." "Then teach us," Tonks said. "Fleur and I. We can help you." Harry looked at them, at the determination in their eyes. He had been carrying so much alone for so long, had forgotten that he didn't have to. "All right," he said. "I'll teach you." The training was intense. Harry taught Fleur and Tonks the ancient spells, the rituals, the techniques that would allow them to erect protective barriers. They learned quickly, their natural talent and dedication making them excellent students. "You're a good teacher," Tonks said one evening, after successfully erecting her first barrier. "Patient. Clear. I'm impressed." "I had good teachers," Harry said. "You and Fleur. Hermione. Dumbledore. Everyone who believed in me." Tonks smiled. "You've come a long way, Potter. From the scared boy who was hiding his abilities to the wizard who's saving the world." "I'm not saving the world. I'm just trying to protect the people I love." "That's the same thing." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Maybe," he said finally. "Maybe it is." The pureblood families began to take notice. Harry's protective barriers were not just protecting the vulnerable, they were also protecting ancient magical properties that had been in their families for centuries. The Malfoys, the Blacks, the Lestranges, they all had estates that had been targeted by Death Eaters during the war. "Potter," Narcissa Malfoy said, her voice cool. "I understand you have been erecting protective barriers around estates." "Yes, I have. I would like to hire you for Malfoy Manor." Harry stared at her. "Malfoy Manor? The home of the family that supported Voldemort?" "We were forced to support him," Narcissa said, her voice tight. "We had no choice. But we are not Death Eaters. We are survivors." Harry studied her face, searching for any hint of deception. He found none. "I'll help you," he said finally. "But on one condition. You renounce any association with the Death Eaters. Publicly. And you use your influence to help rebuild the wizarding world." Narcissa was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Agreed." The Malfoy Manor barrier was the most complex Harry had ever erected. The estate was massive, its magical history stretching back centuries. But Harry was up to the challenge. "This is incredible," Fleur said, watching as Harry wove the barrier together. "You have created something that will protect generations of Malfoys." "Not just Malfoys," Harry said. "Everyone who lives here. Everyone who seeks refuge here. This barrier doesn't discriminate." Narcissa watched from the edge of the grounds, her expression unreadable. "Thank you, Potter," she said quietly. "You have done more for my family than you know." "I didn't do it for you," Harry said. "I did it for everyone who needs protection. You just happen to be part of that." Narcissa's lips twitched. "You are an unusual young man, Potter. But I suspect that is what makes you special." The protective barriers became Harry's signature achievement. Wizards and witches from across Britain sought him out, and he helped them all, regardless of their background or political affiliations. The ancient magic that had been dormant for centuries was finally being used for the good of all. "You're becoming a legend," Tonks said one evening, as they sat together in the room of requirement. "The wizard who protects the innocent. The hero who saved the world." "I'm not a hero," Harry said. "I'm just someone who decided to stop pretending." "Same thing." Harry laughed. "You keep saying that. Because it's true." Tonks leaned over and kissed him. "You're a hero, Harry. And I'm proud of you." The invitation came from France, carried by an owl with silver feathers and eyes like liquid gold. Fleur read it and gasped. "What is it?" Harry asked. "My mother," Fleur said, her voice trembling. "She has invited us to the Delacour estate. She wants to meet you properly. She wants to welcome you into the family." Harry felt his heart skip a beat. "Meet your family? Properly?" "Yes." Fleur's eyes were bright with tears. "She has heard about everything you have done. The protective barriers. The alliance with the Goblin Nation. The defeat of Voldemort. She wants to honor you." "I'm not sure I'm ready for that." Fleur laughed. "You defeated the Dark Lord, Harry. I think you can handle my mother." The Delacour estate was breathtaking. Nestled in the French countryside, it was a palace of white stone and silver towers, surrounded by gardens that seemed to bloom with magical flowers. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful. Fleur's mother was waiting at the entrance, her silver hair flowing around her like a cape. She was as beautiful as her daughter, and just as intimidating. "Harry Potter," she said, her voice warm. "Welcome to our home." "Thank you," Harry said. "Your estate is beautiful." "It is our legacy," she said. "As the Delacour legacy is our children. And you, Harry Potter, have become part of that legacy." Harry felt a surge of emotion. He had never had a family, not really. But standing here, surrounded by Fleur's relatives, he felt like he might have found one. "I'm honored," he said. "Truly. The honor is ours," she said. "You have done more for our family than you know. You saved our daughter. You saved our name. You saved our future. We saved each other," Harry said. "That's what family does." Fleur's mother smiled. "Yes," she said. "That is exactly what family does." The dinner that night was a celebration of everything Harry had accomplished. Fleur's relatives toasted him, praised him, welcomed him into their fold. Harry felt overwhelmed by the love and acceptance he was receiving. "You look happy," Tonks whispered, as they sat together at the long table. "I am happy," Harry said. "I never thought I could have this. A family. A home. A future." "You deserve it," Tonks said. "All of it." Harry squeezed her hand. "I love you. Both of you." "We love you too," Tonks said. "Always." The next morning, Harry awoke to find a letter, "Build something that would last beyond his own lifetime." "The order is too fragmented," Harry said one evening, as he sat with Fleur and Tonks in the room of requirement. "They're still recovering from the war, still dealing with their own losses. They can't focus on building something new." "Then what do you propose?" Tonks asked. Harry was silent for a moment, his mind racing. "I propose we build something new. Something that isn't tied to the old factions, the old grudges, the old ways of doing things. An alliance that includes everyone, horrors, unspeakables, goblins, ancient families, even the French." "That's ambitious," Fleur said. "I know." Harry's voice was firm. "But we need to think bigger. The world has changed. The old rules don't apply anymore. If we want to create a lasting peace, we need to include everyone who has a stake in it." "And how do we do that?" Tonks asked. "How do we convince these groups to work together?" Harry smiled. "We offer them something they can't refuse. Protection. Power. Purpose." The first step was approaching the goblins. Harry had already established a relationship with them during the war, but now he needed something more, a formal alliance, a binding agreement that would last beyond his lifetime. "The goblins are suspicious of wizards," the Goblin King said, his voice rumbling like thunder. "We have been betrayed too many times." "I know," Harry said. "And I understand why. But I'm offering something different. I'm offering a partnership. Not a master-servant relationship, but an equal one." The Goblin King studied him with ancient eyes. "And what would this partnership entail?" "Protection," Harry said. "Your gold, your vaults, your people, I will protect them with the ancient magic. In return, you will help me build the new world. You will share your knowledge, your resources, your wisdom." The Goblin King was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "You are different, Harry Potter. You speak to us as equals, not as masters. We will agree to your terms." The unspeakables were next. The mysterious Department of Mysteries had been neutral during the war, their allegiance to no one but themselves. But Harry's promise of access to the ancient Potter magic, spells that had been lost for centuries, proved too tempting to resist. "Your knowledge is extraordinary," the unspeakable leader said, his voice echoing from behind a silver mask. The Potters were masters of magic that has been forgotten by the modern world. We would be honored to work with you. The honor is mine, Harry said. Your knowledge of magical theory, your understanding of the mysteries of the universe, these will be invaluable as we build the new world. The ancient families came next. The Malfoys, the Blacks, the Lestranges, families that had been on both sides of the war, families that had lost loved ones, families that were looking for a way forward. We have made mistakes, Narcissa Malfoy said, her voice quiet. We have done things we are not proud of. But we want to help build a better world. Then you will be welcome, Harry said. Your knowledge, your resources, your connections, these will be crucial as we rebuild. The French joined the alliance, their magical families eager to work with Harry after the partnership he had forged with the Delacours. The werewolves came next, their loyalty earned through Harry's promise of protection and acceptance. The centaurs followed, their wisdom and foresight proving invaluable. We are building something remarkable, Fleur said, as they reviewed the latest additions to the alliance. Something that has never existed before. We are building a new world, Harry said. A world where everyone has a place. Everyone has a voice. Everyone has hope. The alliance was officially formed on a crisp autumn morning, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Representatives from every faction had gathered to witness the signing of the treaty, Horrors. In their dark robes, goblins in their ornate armor, unspeakables in their silver masks, ancient families in their finest attire. Harry stood at the center of it all, his wand raised, his heart full. We are here today to begin something new, he said, his voice carrying across the hall. Something that will last beyond our lifetimes. Something that will protect our children, and their children, and generations yet unborn. The audience was silent, their eyes fixed on him. We have been divided for too long, Harry continued. We have let fear and prejudice and old grudges keep us apart. But today, we choose a different path. Today, we choose unity. He raised his wand, and the ancient magic surged through him. A light appeared above his head, shimmering and golden, spreading outward to encompass the entire hall. This is our pact, Harry said. This is our promise. We will protect each other. We will support each other. We will build a world where everyone can thrive. One by one, the representatives stepped forward and placed their hands on the golden light. The magic pulsed, binding them together, creating a connection that would last for eternity. The hidden alliance is formed, Harry said. And the world will never be the same. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity. The alliance worked tirelessly to rebuild the wizarding world, using their combined resources and knowledge to create something better than what had come before. Harry found himself at the center of it all, coordinating efforts, mediating disputes, ensuring that everyone had a voice. It was exhausting work, but it was also deeply fulfilling. He's changed, Tonks observed to Fleur one evening, as they watched Harry negotiate with a group of goblin bankers. He's more confident. More sure of himself. He has found his purpose, Fleur said. That is what happens when you know what you are fighting for. He's always known what he was fighting for, Tonks said. He just didn't know how to achieve it. And now he does. They watched as Harry concluded the negotiations, shaking hands with the goblin bankers. He turned to them, his face bright with triumph. We did it, he said, walking toward them. The goblins have agreed to share their gold with the rebuilding effort. We'll be able to finance everything we need. That's amazing, Harry, Fleur said. It is. Harry smiled. But we're not done yet. There's still so much to do. So many people to help. So many places to rebuild. We'll help you, Tonks said. That's what we're here for. Harry pulled them both into a hug. I know. And I'm grateful. So grateful. The hidden alliance grew. More factions joined, drawn by Harry's vision of a better world. The alliance became a beacon of hope, a symbol of what could be achieved when people work together. But there were challenges. Old grudges flared up, threatening to tear the alliance apart. Harry found himself mediating disputes, soothing egos, finding compromises that satisfied everyone. "How do you do it?" Tonks asked one night, after a particularly difficult negotiation. "How do you keep everyone happy?" "I don't," Harry said. "I just try to make sure everyone is heard. That everyone feels valued. That everyone knows they have a stake in the future. That's a lot of pressure." "It is." Harry smiled. "But it's worth it. Seeing what we're building, it's worth it." The Alliance's greatest achievement came in the form of a new magical school. Harry had dreamed of a place where wizards and witches from all backgrounds could learn together, where ancient and modern magic could be taught side by side, where prejudice and division would be things of the past. "We'll call it the Potter Academy," Tonks suggested. "No," Harry said firmly. "This isn't about me. It's about everyone. It's about the future." "What do you want to call it, then?" Harry was silent for a moment. "The Academy of Unity," he said finally. "A place where everyone is welcome. A place where we can build something better." The Academy of Unity was built on the grounds of Hogwarts, its foundations laid with ancient magic. Harry had designed the curriculum himself, drawing on the knowledge of the Potters, the Goblins, the Unspeakables, and every other faction in the Alliance. "This is incredible," Fleur said, as they toured the new buildings. "I have never seen anything like it." "It's just the beginning," Harry said. "There will be more schools, more opportunities, more ways for people to learn and grow." "You're building a legacy," Tonks said. "Something that will last for centuries." "That's the plan." Harry smiled. "That's always been the plan." The night before the Academy's opening, Harry sat alone in the room of requirement, watching the stars through the enchanted ceiling. He had come so far, from the boy who had hidden his abilities to the man who was building a new world. "Can't sleep?" Fleur's voice came from the doorway. "Too much to think about," Harry said. "Too many hopes, too many fears." "Tell me about them." Harry was silent for a moment. "I'm afraid," he admitted. "I'm afraid that we'll fail. That the Alliance will fall apart. That everything we've built will be destroyed." "That is a rational fear," Fleur said. "But it is also one that can be overcome." "How?" "By trusting those who love you." Fleur sat beside him. "By allowing yourself to lean on others. By remembering that you are not alone." Harry turned to look at her, at the love in her eyes. "I don't deserve you," he said. "Either of you. That is not for you to decide." Fleur smiled. "We love you, Harry. That is enough." The Academy of Unity opened its doors on a bright spring morning. Students from across the world gathered in the courtyard, their faces filled with wonder and excitement. Harry stood at the entrance, welcoming them all. "Welcome," he said, his voice carrying across the crowd. "Welcome to the future. Welcome to a world where everyone has a place. Welcome to the Academy of Unity." The crowd erupted in cheers. Harry smiled, his heart full. He had built something remarkable. Something that would last beyond his lifetime. Something that would change the world. The Hidden Alliance had succeeded. The future was bright. And Harry Potter was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 15, Love Without Rivalry. The Academy of Unity had been open for 3 months, and already it was changing the face of magical education. Students from every background studied together, their differences celebrated rather than suppressed. The ancient magic that Harry had awakened was being taught alongside modern spellcraft, creating a new generation of witches and wizards who understood the full depth of their heritage. But for Harry, the most significant changes were personal. He stood in the gardens of the Academy, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Fleur and Tonks were beside him, their hands intertwined with his. They had become his anchor, his refuge, the steady presence that kept him grounded when everything else threatened to overwhelm him. 3 months, Tonks said, breaking the comfortable silence. Can you believe it? 3 months since we opened the academy. 3 months since the alliance was formalized. 3 months since, she paused, a slight flush coloring her cheeks. Since we stopped pretending, Fleur finished, her voice soft. Harry squeezed their hands. 3 months since I realized I didn't have to choose. The realization had come gradually, like the dawn creeping over the horizon. Harry had always believed that love was a zero-sum game, that loving one person meant loving another less. But Fleur and Tonks had shown him otherwise. I don't understand how this works, Harry had said, early in their relationship. I've never done this before. Neither have we, Tonks had replied. But we're figuring it out together. We don't have to have all the answers, Fleur had added. We just have to be honest with each other. To communicate. To trust. And they had done exactly that. Through the chaos of the war, the challenges of rebuilding, the endless demands on Harry's time and energy, they had remained steadfast. They had talked through their fears, their jealousies, their insecurities. They had built something that was stronger than any of them could have imagined. It's still strange to some people, Harry said, as they walked through the gardens. The way we live. The way we love. Let them be strange, Tonks said. It's not their life. It's ours. Fleur nodded. We have built something beautiful, Harry. Something that makes us happy. That is all that matters. But what about the future? Harry asked. What about children? What about? We will figure it out, Fleur interrupted gently. We have time. We have each other. We have love. Harry stopped walking and turned to face them. I don't deserve you, he said. Either of you. You're both so incredible, and I'm just. Don't, Tonks said, pressing a finger to his lips. Don't you dare finish that sentence. You are not just anything, Harry Potter. You are extraordinary. You are brave and kind and loyal and everything we could ever want. Tonks is right, Fleur said. You have given us so much, your heart, your trust, your commitment. We are the lucky ones. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I love you, he said. Both of you. More than I ever thought I could love anyone. We know, Tonks said, grinning. We love you too, you big softy. They laughed, the tension broken, and continued their walk through the gardens. The confession came on a moonlit night, in the tower room that had become their private sanctuary. Harry had been restless, unable to sleep, his mind churning with thoughts of the future. Fleur and Tonks had found him there, staring out at the stars. Tell us what's wrong. Fleur said, sitting beside him. I'm scared, Harry admitted. I'm scared of losing you. Both of you. I've lost so many people I love, my parents, Sirius, Dumbledore, and I don't think I could survive losing you too. You won't lose us, Tonks said firmly. We're not going anywhere. But what if something happens? What if? Then we face it together, Fleur interrupted. That is what we do. We face everything together. Harry looked at them, at the love and determination in their eyes. I don't want to be afraid anymore, he said. I want to live. Really live. With you. Then let us show you how, Tonks said, her voice soft. The night that followed was the most intimate of Harry's life. He gave himself completely to Fleur and Tonks, and they gave themselves completely to him. There were no barriers, no reservations, no fears. Just love, pure and unconditional. This is what we want, Tonks said, as they lay together in the aftermath. This is what we've always wanted. You, Harry. Both of us. Together. I want it too, Harry said. More than anything. Fleur reached over and took his hand. Then we will have it. We will have each other. Forever. The magical bond that formed between them was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. It was not just emotional, it was magical, a connection that linked their souls and their powers. Harry could feel Fleur's emotions, Tonks's thoughts, the ebb and flow of their magic interweaving with his own. This is incredible, Tonks breathed, as she felt the bond settle into place. I can feel you. Both of you. The Potters had rituals, Harry explained. Binding rituals that strengthened magical connections. I didn't realize it would be like this. It's beautiful, Fleur said. We are connected. Forever. Harry felt tears streaming down his face. He had never imagined this, a love so deep, so complete, so all-encompassing. It was more than he had ever hoped for. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for letting us, Tonks said. For trusting us. For giving us your heart. We will treasure it, Fleur added. Always. The news of their bond spread quickly through the wizarding world. Some were scandalized, others curious, a few inspired. But most simply accepted it as another part of the legend of Harry Potter, the boy who had defeated the Dark Lord, built a new world, and found love in the most unexpected places. I don't understand it, Ron admitted one evening, as they sat in the common room. But I don't have to. You're happy, Harry. That's all that matters. I am happy, Harry said. Happier than I've ever been. Hermione nodded. You deserve this, Harry. You deserve to be happy. Thank you, Harry said. Both of you. For being my friends. For always being there. Always, Ron said. That's what friends are for. The bond brought new challenges. Harry had to learn to balance his love for Fleur and Tonks with his responsibilities to the Academy and the Alliance. There were moments of jealousy, of frustration, of doubt. But they worked through them together, their connection growing stronger with each challenge. I never thought I could share you, Tonks admitted one night. I was so jealous, so afraid of losing you. But now. Now. Harry prompted. Now I understand. Love isn't about possession. It's about giving. And I want to give you everything, Harry. Even if it means sharing you with Fleur. Likewise, Fleur said. I have never been so open, so vulnerable. But with you, with both of you, I feel safe. Harry pulled them close. We're going to be okay, he said. We're going to be better than okay. We're going to be great. We already are great, Tonks said, grinning. We're the greatest thing that ever happened to the wizarding world. Harry laughed. Modest as always. Modesty is overrated, Tonks said. Especially when you're this talented. The wedding was a small affair, held in the gardens of the Academy of Unity. Only their closest friends and family attended, Ron, Hermione, the Delacours, Tonks's parents, and a few other trusted allies. The ceremony was simple, but deeply meaningful. I now pronounce you bonded, the officiant said, his voice echoing across the gardens. Bound by love, by magic, and by the future you will build together. Harry turned to Fleur and Tonks, his heart full to bursting. He had never imagined this moment, never allowed himself to hope for it. But here it was, more beautiful than anything he could have dreamed. I love you both, he said. More than anything. We love you too, Fleur said. Forever, Tonks added. They kissed, the bond between them flaring with power and warmth. The audience erupted in cheers, and Harry felt tears streaming down his face. The war was over. The future was bright. And he was surrounded by love. The nights that followed were filled with passion and connection. The bond between them grew stronger, their magic interweaving in ways that were both beautiful and powerful. Harry could feel Fleur's warmth, Tonks's strength, the endless depth of their love. "This is what I always wanted," Harry said one night, as they lay together in the afterglow. "A family. A home. People who love me." "You have all of that," Fleur said. "And you will always have it." "Always," Tonks echoed. "No matter what." Harry felt a peace he had never known, a contentment that settled deep in his soul. He had been through so much: loss, pain, fear, despair. But now, in the arms of the women he loved, he had found something worth fighting for. "I'm not going to waste this," he said. "I'm not going to waste a single moment." "Neither are we," Fleur said. "Good," Tonks said. "Because we have plans. Big plans. And you're going to be part of them." Harry laughed. "I wouldn't have it any other way." The alliance continued to grow, the academy flourished, and the wizarding world began to heal. Harry, Fleur, and Tonks worked side by side, their bond making them stronger than ever. "We did it," Harry said one evening, as they stood on the balcony of the academy, watching the stars. "We actually did it." "We did," Fleur agreed. "But this is only the beginning. There is so much more to do," Tonks said. "So many more people to help. So many more worlds to build." "I know." Harry smiled. "But I'm not afraid anymore. With you two by my side, I feel like I can do anything." "Because you can," Fleur said. "We can. Together," Tonks added. Harry pulled them close, his heart full. The past was behind them, the future ahead. And in between, there was love, endless, boundless, all-consuming. "Together," he said. "Always." Chapter 16, The War Begins. The peace that had settled over the wizarding world after Voldemort's defeat was fragile, a delicate thing that could shatter at any moment. Harry had known this from the beginning. The Death Eaters had been scattered, but not destroyed. Their ideology remained, festering in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. That opportunity came on a cold winter morning. Harry was in his office at the Academy of Unity, reviewing lesson plans for the upcoming term, when the alarm sounded. It was a magical siren, its wail piercing the morning quiet, sending a jolt of adrenaline through his system. What was that? Tonks burst through the door, her wand already drawn. "Attack," Harry said, his voice grim. "Someone's attacked the academy." They ran. The courtyard was chaos. Students were screaming, running in every direction, their faces white with terror. Professors were trying to maintain order, casting protective spells, herding the younger students toward the safe rooms. And in the center of it all, Death Eaters. They had come in force, their masks gleaming in the pale winter light, their curses flying through the air. Harry saw familiar faces among them, Bellatrix Lestrange, her wild hair flying, her laughter echoing. Across the courtyard, Lucius Malfoy, his pale face twisted with hatred. And others, dozens of them, their wands blazing with dark magic. "They're here," Harry said, his voice flat. "Voldemort's followers. They're trying to destroy everything we've built." "Then we stop them," Tonks said, her eyes blazing. "We stop them now." Harry nodded, his wand already in his hand. "Protect the students. Get them to safety. I'll handle the Death Eaters. Harry. Trust me." He met her eyes. "I've got this." The duel was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The Death Eaters were desperate, furious, fighting with a rage that bordered on madness. They had lost their master, their purpose, their reason for existence. All they had left was their hatred. But Harry had more than hatred. He had love, and hope, and a cause worth fighting for. "Potter!" Bellatrix Lestrange screamed, her voice cutting through the chaos. "You killed my master. You destroyed everything I loved. You loved a monster, Harry said, deflecting her curse. He used you, Bellatrix. He never loved you back. Lies. She attacked with renewed fury, her curses flying faster, harder, more dangerous. Harry fought her with everything he had. The ancient magic surged through him, making him faster, stronger, more powerful. He could feel the bond with Fleur and Tonks, their magic interweaving with his, strengthening him. You can't win, Harry said, driving her back. You've already lost. Never. Bellatrix screamed. I will never surrender. Then you will die. The battle raged for hours. Harry fought his way through the Death Eaters, cutting them down one by one. He was a force of nature, unstoppable and relentless. The ancient magic made him invincible, a warrior beyond anything the Death Eaters had ever faced. But he couldn't be everywhere at once. Harry. Fleur's voice cut through the chaos. The East Wing, they're attacking the East Wing. Harry turned and ran. The East Wing was where? The younger students were being held, the children who couldn't fight, who needed protection. He had to get there. He burst through the doors to find a scene from a nightmare. Death Eaters were everywhere, their curses flying, their laughter echoing. Students were huddled in corners, their faces white with terror. And in the center of it all, Lucius Malfoy. Potter, Malfoy said, his voice smooth and cold. I was hoping you would come. Let them go, Malfoy, Harry said. This is between you and me. Oh, I think not. Malfoy gestured, and a group of students was dragged forward, children, no older than 11, their eyes wide with fear. You see, Potter, you're not the only one who can make sacrifices. I'm willing to sacrifice anything to destroy you. Harry felt a cold fury building in his chest. You're a monster, Malfoy. Just like your master. I'm a survivor, Malfoy said. And I will do whatever it takes to win. Then you're going to lose. The duel with Malfoy was brutal. The former Death Eater had years of experience, decades of training, and a hatred that burned like wildfire. He was a formidable opponent, one of the most dangerous Harry had ever faced. But Harry was more than formidable. He was unstoppable. You can't save everyone, Potter, Malfoy hissed, as their spells clashed. No matter how powerful you are, you can't protect them all. I can try, Harry said. And that's more than you've ever done. Pathetic. Malfoy laughed. You're pathetic, Potter. You always have been. Maybe. Harry's voice was cold. But I'm still standing. And you're about to fall. He raised his wand and cast the binding ritual, the same spell that had destroyed Voldemort. The light exploded outward, consuming Malfoy in a blaze of pure magical energy. The Death Eater screamed, then dissolved into nothing. The remaining Death Eaters fled. The aftermath was devastating. The academy was damaged, students were injured, and several professors had been killed. But the Death Eaters had been defeated. The Alliance had held. We need to do more, Harry said, as he surveyed the damage. We need to hunt them down. All of them. We need to make sure this never happens again. It's not going to be easy, Tonks said. The Death Eaters are scattered, hiding. They know we're coming for them. Then we need to be smarter. Faster. Stronger. Harry's voice was hard. We need to use every resource we have, the Aurors, the Unspeakables, the Goblins, everyone. We're with you, Fleur said. We'll do whatever it takes. The hunt began immediately. Harry led the charge, his ancient magic making him an unstoppable force. He tracked down Death Eaters one by one, bringing them to justice, dismantling their networks, destroying their safe houses. You're becoming a legend, Tonks observed one evening, as they reviewed the latest intelligence. The wizard who hunted down the Death Eaters. The hero who would not rest until the world was safe. I don't want to be a legend, Harry said. I just want to make sure my children, everyone's children, can grow up without fear. That's why you're a legend, Tonks said. Because you're willing to do what others won't. Harry was silent for a moment. I never asked for this, he said finally. Any of it. The fame, the power, the responsibility. But I have it, and I'm going to use it for good. That's what makes you extraordinary, Fleur said, entering the room. You don't let power corrupt you. You use it to help others. Because of you, Harry said. Both of you. You keep me grounded. You remind me what's important. We're happy to, Tonks said, grinning. Someone has to keep you humble. Harry laughed. I love you. Both of you. We love you too, Fleur said. Always. The war escalated. The Death Eaters, desperate and cornered, began launching attacks on civilian targets, villages, schools, homes. Harry and his alliance fought back with everything they had, but the casualties continued to mount. We're winning, Tonks said one night, as they reviewed the latest casualty reports. But the cost is high. Too high, Harry said. We need to end this. Permanently. How? Harry was silent for a long moment. I've been working on something, he said finally. A spell, an ancient spell, that could destroy the Death Eaters' network permanently. It would cut off their resources, their communications, their ability to coordinate. That sounds dangerous, Fleur said. It is. Harry's voice was grim. It could kill me. But it could also end the war. Harry. I know. He met their eyes. But I have to try. I can't keep letting people die. I can't keep watching innocents suffer. Then we do it together, Tonks said firmly. We're not letting you sacrifice yourself alone. No, Harry said. You're not. We're going to do this together. The three of us. The spell required a ritual, an ancient ceremony that would channel the magic of the Alliance into a single, devastating attack. Harry had found it in the Potter journals, a spell that had been designed to end wars, to destroy enemy networks, to bring peace. It's brilliant, Fleur said, as they studied the ritual together. It uses the power of the Alliance to fuel the spell. Everyone contributes, and the magic is amplified by their unity. Exactly, Harry said. This is what the Alliance was meant for. This is our purpose. Then let's do it, Tonks said. Let's end this war once and for all. The ritual was held on the grounds of the Academy of Unity, under a full moon. Representatives from every faction in the Alliance gathered in a circle, their hands clasped, their eyes closed. Harry stood in the center, his wand raised, the ancient magic surging through him. We are here to end this war, Harry said, his voice carrying across the circle. We are here to bring peace to the wizarding world. We are here to protect the innocent, to defend the vulnerable, to build a future where everyone can thrive. The magic pulsed, growing stronger with every word. By the power of the Alliance, Harry continued, by the strength of our unity, by the love that binds us together, we cast this spell. May it destroy the forces of darkness. May it bring peace to our world. May it protect all who are worthy of protection. The light exploded outward, consuming everything in its path. Harry felt the magic surge through him, felt the power of the Alliance flowing through his veins. And then, silence. It's done, he whispered. It's done. The Death Eater network was destroyed. Their safe houses, their communications, their resources, all of it was gone. The surviving Death Eaters scattered, powerless and broken. The war was over. We did it, Tonks said, her voice filled with wonder. We actually did it. We did, Harry agreed. Together. Fleur pulled them into a hug. I love you, she said. Both of you. More than anything. We love you too, Harry said. Always. The celebration that night was the most joyous the wizarding world had ever seen. People danced, sang, and wept with relief. The war was finally over. The future was bright. But Harry knew that the work was not done. The world still needed healing. The Alliance still needed to grow. The Academy still needed to educate the next generation. I'm ready, he said to Fleur and Tonks, as they stood on the balcony of the Academy, watching the celebrations below. I'm ready to build the future. We're ready too, Fleur said. Together, Tonks added. Harry smiled. Together. Always. The war was over. The future was theirs. And Harry Potter was finally at peace. Chapter 17, Breaking the Horcruxes. The war was over, but Harry knew that the true battle had only just begun. Voldemort was gone, but his legacy remained, the Horcruxes, the fragments of his soul that had been scattered across the world. As long as they existed, there was a chance, however small, that the Dark Lord could return. Harry had known about the Horcruxes for years. He had discovered them in his parents' journals, in the ancient texts of the Potters, in the whispers of the magical world. But he had kept the knowledge to himself, waiting for the right moment to act. That moment had arrived. We need to destroy them, Harry said, as he sat with Fleur and Tonks in their private quarters. All of them. Voldemort's Horcruxes. How many are there? Tonks asked. 7, Harry said. Or maybe 8. I've identified most of them, the locket, the diadem, the cup, the ring, the diary, the snake, and, he paused, his voice catching. And me. Fleur's face went pale. You. I'm a Horcrux, Harry said, his voice flat. Voldemort's soul resides within me. That's why I survived the killing curse. That's why I have a connection to him. That's why he could never truly die. Then how do we destroy them? Tonks asked, her voice steady despite the shock. How do we destroy you without destroying you? Harry smiled. I've been working on that. The ancient magic of the Potters, it can separate Voldemort's soul from mine without harming me. It's dangerous, and it will be painful, but it's possible. Then we do it, Fleur said firmly. Whatever it takes. The first Horcrux was the diary. Harry had destroyed it years ago, in his second year at Hogwarts. But he had never realized what it truly was, never understood the significance of what he had done. Now, he knew that it was the beginning of the end. The diary is gone, Harry said, as he reviewed the list. That leaves 6 more. The locket, Tonks said. We have it. It's in the Order's vault. Harry nodded. We'll destroy it tonight. The locket was more difficult than Harry had expected. It resisted their attempts to destroy it, its dark magic fighting back with every blow. Harry felt the Horcrux's influence, the whispers of hate, the promise of power, the seductive call of the Dark Lord. Protego! Harry shouted. Shielding himself from the locket's influence. It's trying to corrupt us. We need to use the ancient magic, Fleur said, her voice strained. The Potter rituals, they can break the Horcrux. Harry nodded, his wand raised. By the power of the Potters, by the strength of our bond, by the love that binds us together, we cast this spell. May it destroy the darkness. May it break the fragment of evil. The light exploded outward, consuming the locket. Harry felt the magic surge through him, felt the Horcrux's resistance, felt it shatter into 1,000 pieces. It's done, he said, his voice shaking. 1 down. 5 to go. The diadem was next. Harry had found it in the room of requirement, hidden among the centuries of forgotten objects. It was beautiful, its jewels gleaming with a light that was almost hypnotic. Don't touch it, Harry warned. It's protected by dark magic. Powerful dark magic. How do we destroy it? Tonks asked. Fire, Harry said. Fiend fire. It's the only thing that can destroy a Horcrux permanently. That's dangerous, Fleur said. Fiend fire is uncontrolled. It could destroy everything. Which is why we need to be careful, Harry said. I'll cast the spell. You two protect the room. The fire erupted from Harry's wand, a torrent of magical flame that consumed everything in its path. The diadem screamed as it burned, its dark magic fighting back. But Harry's will was stronger, his magic more powerful. It's working. Tonks shouted. Keep going. Harry poured more magic into the fire, feeling the Horcrux's resistance crumble. And then, silence. The diadem was gone, destroyed by the flames. Two down, Harry said, collapsing to his knees. 4 to go. The cup was in the Lestrange's vault, guarded by goblins and protected by powerful enchantments. Harry had to negotiate with the Goblin King, offering concessions and promises to gain access. The cup is protected by dark magic, the Goblin King warned. It has been cursed. To destroy anyone who touches it. I'm not afraid of curses, Harry said. I've faced worse. The vault was enormous, filled with gold and treasures that would have made even the richest wizard weep. But Harry ignored them all, his eyes fixed on the cup at the center of the room. Stay back, he said to Fleur and Tonks. I'll handle this. He approached the cup, his wand raised, the ancient magic surging through him. The curse lashed out at him, dark tendrils of magic reaching for his throat. But Harry deflected them, his will unshakable. By the power of the Potters, he said, his voice ringing through the vault. By the strength of our bond, by the love that binds us together, we cast this spell. May it destroy the darkness. May it break the fragment of evil. The light exploded outward, consuming the cup. Harry felt the Horcrux shatter, its dark magic dissipating into nothing. 3 down, he said. 3 to go. The ring was the most dangerous Horcrux of all. It had been cursed, its magic designed to kill anyone who wore it. Harry knew he couldn't destroy it without risking his life. I'll do it, Harry said, as they stood before the ring. I've got the best chance of surviving. No, Fleur said firmly. We do it together. The bond will protect us. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her eyes, and nodded. Together, he said. Always. They raised their wands, their magic interweaving through the bond. The ring resisted, its dark magic fighting back with a fury that was almost sentient. We need more power. Tonks shouted. Harry reached out, channeling the magic of the alliance through the bond. The light intensified, growing brighter, hotter, more powerful. And then, with a final burst of energy, the ring shattered. 4 down, Harry said, gasping for breath. 2 to go. The snake was Voldemort's companion, his most trusted Horcrux. Nagini had been killed during the final battle, her body destroyed by the magic of the Alliance. But Harry knew that her Horcrux remained, a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul that had not been fully destroyed. We need to find her, Harry said. The fragment of her soul, it's still out there. How do we destroy it? Tonks asked. The same way we destroyed the others, Harry said. With the ancient magic. With the power of the Alliance. It took them weeks to find the fragment. It had hidden itself in the shadows, clinging to the remnants of dark magic that still plagued the wizarding world. But Harry was relentless, tracking it through old memories and ancient spells. The fragment is here, Harry said, standing in a dark forest. I can feel it. Then let's destroy it, Fleur said. They raised their wands, their magic interweaving. The fragment resisted, its dark magic fighting back with a fury that was almost desperate. But Harry's will was stronger, his magic more powerful. By the power of the Potters, he said. By the strength of our bond. By the love that binds us together, we cast this spell. May it destroy the darkness. May it break the fragment of evil. The light exploded outward, consuming the fragment. Harry felt the Horcrux shatter, its dark magic dissipating into nothing. 5 down, he said. 1 to go. Harry was the last Horcrux. The final fragment of Voldemort's soul, hidden within his own body, waiting to be destroyed. Are you sure about this? Tonks asked, her voice trembling. It could kill you. I know, Harry said. But I have to try. For everyone. For the future. We'll be with you, Fleur said. The bond, it will protect you. Harry nodded, his heart full. Then let's do this. They sat in a circle, their hands clasped, their magic interweaving. Harry raised his wand, his eyes closed, his mind focused on the fragment of soul within him. I am not Voldemort, he said. I am not evil. I am not a fragment of his darkness. I am Harry Potter. I am love. I am hope. I am life. The light exploded outward, consuming him. Harry felt the fragment of soul within him shatter, its dark magic dissipating into nothing. He felt the bond with Fleur and Tonks surge, protecting him, healing him, bringing him back from the brink. It's done, he whispered. It's done. He opened his eyes and looked at the women he loved. They were crying, their faces streaked with tears. Harry, Fleur said, her voice shaking. You're alive. I'm alive, Harry said. Thanks to you. Thanks to love. Thanks to hope. Tonks pulled him into a fierce hug. I thought we'd lost you. I thought. I'm not going anywhere, Harry said. I'm right here. With you. Always. The Horcruxes were destroyed. Voldemort's soul was gone, its remnants scattered to the winds. The Dark Lord could never return. We did it, Harry said, as they stood together in the Academy gardens. We really did it. We did, Fleur agreed. But we couldn't have done it without each other. Together, Tonks added. Always. Harry looked at the two women he loved, at the future they had built together. The war was over. The Horcruxes were destroyed. The world was safe. I love you, he said. Both of you. More than anything. We love you too, Fleur said. Forever, Tonks added. Harry smiled. Forever. Chapter 18, The Dark Lord Falls. The final confrontation had been building for months. Harry could feel it in his bones, in the ancient magic that pulsed beneath his skin, in the bond that connected him to Fleur and Tonks. Voldemort had been defeated, his Horcruxes destroyed, but a fragment of his soul remained, a shadow, a whisper, a desperate attempt to cling to existence. Harry had sensed it the night the Horcruxes were destroyed. A flicker of dark magic in the distance, a pulse of hatred that could only come from one source. Voldemort was not dead. He had found a way to survive, to rebuild, to rise again. We need to find him, Harry said, his voice flat. Before he can regain his power. How do we track him? Tonks asked. He's hidden himself. Covered his tracks. The bond, Harry said. I can feel him. Through the fragment of soul that was inside me. It's gone now, but the connection remains, a scar, a memory. I can use it to find him. That sounds dangerous, Fleur said. It is. Harry met her eyes. But I have to try. If he's allowed to return, everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, will be for nothing. Then we go with you, Tonks said firmly. The three of us. Together. The journey took them to the Scottish Highlands, to the ruins of an ancient castle that had been abandoned for centuries. Harry could feel Voldemort's presence, a dark pulse that beat like a second heart. He's here, Harry said, as they stood before the castle gates. I can feel him. Then let's end this, Tonks said. Once and for all. They entered the castle, their wands drawn, their magic interweaving. The corridors were dark and cold, filled with the echoes of ancient magic. Harry could feel Voldemort's presence growing stronger, guiding him toward the heart of the ruins. They found him in the great hall, surrounded by the remnants of dark magic. He was not the same Voldemort who had terrorized the wizarding world. He was smaller, weaker, a shadow of his former self. But his eyes still burned with hatred, his wand still crackled with dark power. "Potter," Voldemort said, his voice a rasping whisper. "I knew you would come." "Of course I did," Harry said. "I always knew you weren't really dead." "You've destroyed my Horcruxes," Voldemort said, his voice filled with fury. "You've taken everything from me. But I am still here, Potter. I am still alive." "Barely," Harry said. "And not for much longer. You think you can defeat me?" Voldemort laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "You were never strong enough, Potter. You relied on luck, on the sacrifices of others. You are nothing without your friends." "Maybe." Harry's voice was calm. "But I have something you'll never have. I have love. I have hope. I have people who believe in me." "Love?" Voldemort spat. "Love is weakness. Love is the reason you're going to die. We'll see about that." The duel began. Voldemort was weakened, his power diminished, but he was still dangerous. His curses flew through the air, dark and deadly, designed to kill or torture or destroy. But Harry was ready. The ancient magic surged through him, making him faster, stronger, more powerful. He deflected Voldemort's curses with ease, his own spells flowing in a constant stream of light and power. "You're stronger than before," Voldemort observed, his voice filled with grudging respect. "The Potter's magic, you've unlocked it." "Yes," Harry said. "And I'm going to use it to destroy you." "You can't destroy me, Potter. I am beyond death. I am." "You're not beyond anything," Harry interrupted. "You're just a man. A broken, desperate man who's terrified of death." Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure rage. His wand blazed with dark magic, and Harry felt the world tilt around him. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked toward Harry, impossibly fast, impossibly deadly. But Harry was ready. He raised his wand and cast the binding ritual, the same spell that had destroyed Voldemort's Horcruxes, the same spell that had broken the Dark Lord's power. "By the power of the Potters," he said, his voice ringing through the great hall. "By the strength of our bond, by the love that binds us together, we cast this spell. May it destroy the darkness. May it break the fragment of evil." The light exploded outward, consuming everything in its path. Harry felt Voldemort's magic shatter, his soul fragmenting into 1,000 pieces. He heard the Dark Lord scream, a sound of pure agony, and then silence. "It's done," Harry said, collapsing to his knees. "It's finally done." Fleur and Tonks were at his side in an instant, their hands on his face, their voices filled with relief. "Harry," Fleur said, her voice trembling. "Harry, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Harry said, his voice weak. "I'm fine. It's over." "He's gone," Tonks said, her voice filled with wonder. "Voldemort is really gone." "Yes," Harry said. "He's gone. Forever." They held him, their arms wrapped around him, their tears mingling with his. The war was over. The Dark Lord was dead. The world was safe. "We did it," Harry said, his voice filled with emotion. "We actually did it." "We did," Fleur agreed. "Together." "Always," Tonks added. The news spread quickly. Voldemort was dead, his soul destroyed, his power broken. The wizarding world erupted in celebration, the relief and joy almost overwhelming. Harry stood in the courtyard of the Academy of Unity, surrounded by students and professors and allies, his heart full. The war was finally over. The future was bright. Harry. Hermione rushed toward him, her face streaked with tears. Harry, you did it. You actually did it. We did it, Harry corrected. All of us. Ron appeared beside her, his face flushed with joy. Mate, you're a legend. The greatest wizard of our age. I'm just Harry, Harry said, smiling. Just Harry. No, you're not, Tonks said, appearing at his side. You're so much more than that. Fleur joined them, her hand finding his. He's our Harry, she said. And that's exactly who he needs to be. The celebration lasted for days. The wizarding world was united in joy, their fears finally laid to rest. Harry attended the parties, the ceremonies, the speeches. But his heart was elsewhere, with Fleur and Tonks, with the family he had found and the future he had built. Are you happy? Tonks asked one evening, as they sat together in the academy gardens. Happy? Harry repeated. I don't think I ever really knew what that word meant. But now, I think I do. What does it mean? Harry was silent for a moment, watching the stars. It means being with the people you love, he said finally. It means knowing that you made a difference. It means looking at the future and seeing hope instead of fear. That's beautiful, Fleur said softly. It's true, Harry said. And I have you to thank for it. Both of you. We have each other to thank, Tonks said. We built this together. Yes, Harry agreed. We did. The days turned into weeks, the weeks into months. The wizarding world healed, its wounds slowly closing, its future brightening. The Academy of Unity flourished, its students embracing the principles of inclusion and hope that Harry had instilled. And Harry, Fleur, and Tonks continued to build their life together. They worked side by side, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. They had faced the worst of the world and emerged victorious, their love unshakable. I'm ready for the future, Harry said one morning, as they stood on the balcony of the academy, watching the sunrise. Ready for whatever comes next. Good, Tonks said. Because I have plans. Big plans. Me too, Fleur added. We're going to change the world, Harry. Together. Harry smiled, his heart full. Together, he said. Always. The war was over. The Dark Lord had fallen. And Harry Potter was finally free. Chapter 19, A New Era. The world had changed. Harry could feel it in the air, in the magic that hummed through the rebuilt ministry, in the laughter of children playing in the streets of Diagon Alley. The war was over, Voldemort was gone, and a new era had begun. But the work was far from finished. Harry stood in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, surrounded by officials and dignitaries who had gathered for the signing of the New Era Accord. It was a document that would reshape the wizarding world, eliminating corruption, establishing equality, and creating a framework for lasting peace. You've done it again, Tonks whispered, as she stood beside him. Changed the world. I didn't do it alone, Harry said. None of this would have been possible without you. Without Fleur. Without everyone. Who believed in us. Modest as always, Tonks said, grinning. Someone has to be. Fleur appeared at his other side, her silver hair gleaming in the magical light. The French delegation has arrived, she said. They're ready to sign. Then let's begin. The ceremony was brief but meaningful. Harry watched as representatives from every faction in the alliance signed the accord, goblins, unspeakables, horrors, ancient families, representatives from the international magical community. Each signature was a step toward a brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry said, his voice carrying across the atrium. Today, we mark the beginning of a new era. An era of peace, of unity, of hope. An era where every magical being is valued, where every voice is heard, where every dream is possible. The audience erupted in applause. Harry felt a surge of emotion, his eyes growing misty. "We have been through so much," he continued. "War, loss, sacrifice. But we have also found strength, courage, and love. And it is those things that will carry us forward into the future." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "I am honored to be part of this moment. I am honored to stand beside each and every one of you. Together, we will build a world that our children, and their children, will be proud to inherit." The celebrations continued late into the night. Harry moved through the crowd, shaking hands, accepting congratulations, offering words of encouragement. But his heart was elsewhere, with Fleur and Tonks, who had become his anchors in the chaos. "Are you okay?" Fleur asked, finding him on a balcony overlooking the city. "I'm fine," Harry said. "Just, overwhelmed. I never thought I'd see this day. A world without Voldemort. A world at peace." "Neither did I," Fleur admitted. "But here we are. Together." Harry turned to look at her. "I love you, Fleur. I don't say it enough, but I do." "I know," she said, smiling. "I love you too. Both of you." Tonks appeared at the door, her hair a brilliant shade of pink. "Are you two having a moment without me?" "Never," Harry said, pulling her into the embrace. "We're a package deal, remember?" "I remember." Tonks grinned. "Now, how about we get out of here? The party's getting boring." "Boring?" Harry laughed. "There's a dragon dancing in the main hall." "Exactly. Boring." They retreated to their private quarters, a small apartment in the rebuilt ministry that had become their sanctuary. The room was quiet, filled with the soft glow of enchanted candles. "I've been thinking," Harry said, as they settled onto the couch. "About the future. About what comes next." "What have you been thinking?" Fleur asked. "I want to do more," Harry said. "The academy is a start, but it's not enough. There are still so many people who need help, werewolves, house elves, muggleborns who were displaced during the war. I want to do something for them." Tonks nodded slowly. "I've been thinking the same thing. The ministry is reformed, but it's still focused on wizards. We need to include everyone." "Then we'll do it together," Fleur said. "We'll build something new. Something that includes everyone." Harry smiled. "That's why I love you. Both of you. You always see the bigger picture." The initiative was called the Unity Project. It was a comprehensive effort to rebuild the wizarding world, focusing on the most vulnerable and marginalized members of magical society. Harry, Fleur, and Tonks led the effort, their bond making them stronger than ever. "We'll provide housing for displaced families," Harry said, as they reviewed the plans. "Education for children who were denied schooling. Job training for those who lost everything. And we'll work with the goblins and the house elves," Fleur added. "They've been marginalized for too long. It's time to include them." "Agreed," Tonks said. "And we'll work with the werewolves. They've been treated like outcasts for centuries. It's time for that to change." The Unity Project was the most ambitious undertaking of Harry's life. It required endless negotiations, countless meetings, and a seemingly infinite supply of patience. But Harry was determined to make it work. "You're going to burn yourself out," Hermione said, as they worked late into the night. "You need to delegate." "I'm trying," Harry said, rubbing his eyes. "But there's so much to do, and I want to make sure it's done right." "You can't do everything, Harry. You have to trust people." "I do trust people. You just want to do it yourself," Hermione finished. "I know. I'm the same way. But you have to learn to let go." Harry sighed. "You're right. I know you're right. It's just hard. I know. Hermione smiled. But you have people who can help you. Ron, me, Fleur, Tonks. We're all here for you. Harry felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Hermione. For everything. Always, she said. That's what friends are for. The Unity project began to take shape. Housing was constructed, schools were opened, job training programs were established. The goblins became partners in rebuilding, their knowledge and resources invaluable. The house elves were given rights and freedoms they had never known. The werewolves found acceptance and community. It's working, Tonks said, as they reviewed the latest reports. The Unity project is actually working. It's more than working, Fleur said. It's transforming the world. Harry nodded, his heart full. We're doing it. We're actually doing it. We are, Tonks agreed. And we're just getting started. The ministry reforms were the next phase. Harry worked with Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt to eliminate corruption, establish transparency, and create a system that served everyone equally. The old ministry was broken, Bones said, as they reviewed the new charter. It was designed to serve the interests of the few, not the many. This charter changes that. It's still not perfect, Harry said. But it's a start. A good start, Bones agreed. And one that will make a real difference. The charter was signed into law on a bright spring morning, the first day of a new era. Harry stood in the ministry atrium, surrounded by friends and allies, his heart full of hope. This is the beginning, he said. The beginning of something beautiful. It is, Tonks agreed. And we're going to be part of it. Always, Fleur added. The Academy of Unity continued to flourish. Harry's dream of a school where all magical beings could learn together had become a reality. Students from every background studied side by side, their differences celebrated rather than suppressed. You've created something remarkable, McGonagall said, as they toured the academy. A school that truly embodies the principles of equality and inclusion. I couldn't have done it without you, Harry said. Without everyone who believed in me. Modest as always, McGonagall said, a rare smile crossing her face. But you deserve the credit, Harry. You built this. We built this, Harry corrected. All of us. The years passed, and the new era flourished. The wizarding world had been transformed, its wounds healed, its future bright. Harry, Fleur, and Tonks continued to lead the Unity project, their bond making them stronger than ever. I'm happy, Harry said one evening, as they sat together in their garden. I never thought I would be, but I am. You deserve to be happy, Fleur said. After everything you've been through, you deserve this. We all deserve it, Tonks added. And we have it. Together. Harry smiled, his heart full. Together, he said. Always. The new era was a time of peace, of unity, of hope. Harry had fulfilled his destiny, not by defeating Voldemort alone, but by building a world where everyone could thrive. This is what I fought for, he said, as he watched the sun set over the academy. This is what it was. All about. Yes, Fleur agreed. And it was worth it. Every moment, Tonks added. Every sacrifice. Harry turned to look at the women he loved, at the family he had found, at the future he had built. The war was over. The world was at peace. And Harry Potter was finally home. Chapter 20, The Boy Who Was Never Weak. The morning of the wedding dawned clear and bright, the kind of morning that seemed to promise everything good in the world. Harry stood at the window of his quarters in the Academy of Unity, watching the sun rise over the gardens. The ancient magic hummed beneath his skin, a constant reminder of everything he had become. But today, he wasn't thinking about magic. He was thinking about love. You're going to make me cry, Tonks said, appearing at his side. And my hair will be a disaster. Your hair is always a disaster, Harry said, smiling. That's the way you like it. It is. Fleur joined them, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders like liquid moonlight. Are you ready? She asked. The guests are arriving. I'm ready, Harry said. I've been ready my whole life. The ceremony was held in the gardens of the Academy, beneath a canopy of enchanted flowers that bloomed with every color imaginable. Hundreds of guests had gathered, friends, allies, dignitaries from across the wizarding world. They had come to witness the union of the three people who had saved them all. Harry stood at the altar, his heart pounding in his chest. He had faced dragons, dark lords, and death itself. But nothing had ever made him as nervous as this moment. You've got this, Ron whispered from his place as best man. Just don't faint. I'll try. Fleur and Tonks walked down the aisle together, their hands clasped, their faces radiant. They were wearing matching robes of silver and gold, their hair intertwined with flowers. They looked like goddesses, like something out of a dream. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He had never imagined this moment, never allowed himself to hope for it. But here it was, more beautiful than anything he could have dreamed. Friends and family, the officiant said, his voice carrying across the garden. We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of three souls who have loved, fought, and sacrificed for each other and for the world. They have shown us that love has no boundaries, that it transcends tradition, that it is the most powerful magic of all. Harry reached out and took Fleur's hand, then Tonks's. Their magic interwove through the bond, warm and familiar. Do you, Harry James Potter, take these two women to be your wives, to love and cherish them for all eternity? I do, Harry said, his voice steady. With all my heart. Do you, Fleur Isabel Delacour, take these two people to be your spouses, to love and cherish them for all eternity? I do, Fleur said, her eyes shining with tears. Do you, Nymphadora Tonks, take these two people to be your spouses, to love and cherish them for all eternity? I do, Tonks said, her voice thick with emotion. By the power vested in me by the Magical Congress of Great Britain, and by the ancient magic that binds these souls together, I now pronounce you bonded. You may kiss. Harry kissed Fleur, then Tonks, his heart overflowing with love. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Harry felt tears streaming down his face. We did it, he whispered. We actually did it. We did, Fleur said. Together. Always, Tonks added. The reception was the most joyous celebration the wizarding world had ever seen. Music filled the air, enchanted lights danced overhead, and laughter echoed through the gardens. Harry moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations and offering thanks. Harry. Hermione rushed toward him, her face streaked with tears. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Harry said, hugging her. I couldn't have done it without you. Me? What did I do? You believed. In me. You were my friend. That's everything. Ron appeared beside her, his face flushed with happiness. Mate, that was brilliant. I never thought I'd see the day. Neither did I, Harry admitted. But here we are. Here we are, Ron agreed. And I couldn't be happier for you. The night wore on, and Harry found himself alone with Fleur and Tonks in a quiet corner of the garden. The stars were bright overhead, and the music drifted toward them on the breeze. I can't believe this is real, Harry said. I keep expecting to wake up. It's real, Fleur said. This is our life. Our future. And it's beautiful, Tonks added. So beautiful. Harry pulled them close, his heart full. I love you, he said. Both of you. More than anything. We love you too, Fleur said. Forever, Tonks added. The days that followed were a whirlwind of happiness. Harry, Fleur, and Tonks settled into their life together, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. They worked side by side on the Unity project, their partnership making them unstoppable. "We've done so much," Harry said one evening, as they reviewed the latest reports. "But there's still so much more to do." "There always will be," Tonks said. "That's what makes life interesting." "Indeed," Fleur agreed. "And we have the rest of our lives to do it." Harry smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." The years passed, and the new era flourished. The wizarding world had been transformed, its wounds healed, its future bright. Harry, Fleur, and Tonks continued to lead the Unity project, their bond making them stronger than ever. "We're building a legacy," Harry said one evening, as they stood on the balcony of the academy. "Something that will last beyond our lifetimes. A world where everyone is free to choose their own destiny," Fleur said. "That is what we have created." "A world without fear," Tonks added. "That is our gift to the future." Harry looked at the women he loved, at the family he had found, at the world he had helped create. He thought of his parents, of Sirius, of Dumbledore, all the people who had sacrificed so much to give him a chance. He thought of the boy he had been, hiding in the shadows, pretending to be weak. "You know," he said quietly, "I spent so many years pretending to be weak. I was afraid of what would happen if people knew the truth. But now I realize that I was never weak. I was just waiting for the right moment to show my strength." "Waiting for the right moment to reveal yourself," Fleur said. "To reveal who you really are." "Yes." Harry smiled. "And I found it. I found it in you. In all of you." The wedding had been the beginning of a new chapter. But the most important part of the story was what came after, the life they built together, the world they created, the legacy they left behind. "I want people to understand," Harry said one evening, as they sat together in their garden. "I want them to know that I wasn't weak. That I never was weak. I was just waiting for the right moment to show them who I really am." "Then tell them," Tonks said. "Tell the world." "Yes," Fleur agreed. "Share your truth. Let them see the real Harry Potter." Harry was silent for a moment, thinking. Then he nodded. "I will," he said. "I'll tell them everything." The speech was delivered at the Academy of Unity, before students, faculty, and dignitaries from across the world. Harry stood at the podium, his heart full, his voice steady. "I was called the boy who lived," he began. "But that title was never really about me. It was about my parents' sacrifice, about the love that saved me. It was about a destiny I never asked for, a burden I never wanted to carry." He paused, looking out at the crowd. "For years, I pretended to be weak. I hid my abilities, my power, my potential. I was afraid that if people knew who I really was, they would expect too much from me. That they would use me. That they would try to destroy me." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Harry held up his hand, and silence fell. "But I was wrong to hide," he continued. "I was wrong to pretend. Because strength is not something to be ashamed of. It is something to be shared. It is something to be used for the good of others." He took a deep breath. "I am not weak. I have never been weak. I am the boy who survived, yes, but I am also the man who fought, who sacrificed, who loved. I am the wizard who refused to give up, even when everything seemed lost." His voice grew stronger. "I am Harry Potter. And I am exactly who I was always meant to be." The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers echoing across the academy grounds. Harry smiled, tears streaming down his face. "The thing I want you to remember," he said, when the applause finally died down, "is that strength is not about power. It's not about magic or fame or destiny. That had been made, all the love that had carried him through." "I'm ready," he said. "Ready for whatever comes next." "Good," Tonks said. "Because I have plans." "Me too," Fleur added. Big plans. Harry laughed, his heart full. Then let's do it, he said. Together. Always. The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. He and Fleur and Tonks built a family, not just the two children they adopted from war-torn families, but a community of love and support that extended across the world. The academy flourished, the Unity Project transformed the wizarding world, and the legacy of the boy who was never weak became a beacon of hope for generations to come. Harry stood on the balcony of the academy one evening, watching the sun set over the gardens. His children were playing below, their laughter echoing across the grounds. Fleur and Tonks were beside him, their hands intertwined with his. I can't believe this is my life, he said. After everything I've been through, I can't believe I get to have this. You deserve it, Fleur said. Lived. Yes, Harry agreed. It's better. It's who I really am. He looked at the women he loved, at the children playing below, at the world that was finally at peace. The boy who had hidden in the shadows had become the man who had changed everything. And the world would never forget him. The end. Thank you.